This world has changed completely, and not because of lithospheric plate movements or volcanic eruptions. It's because of the countless monsters. They suddenly appeared all over the world and brought the planet to the brink of extinction. And all these countless monsters that our protagonist had to fight with appeared thanks to the tower, a mystical place that gave the monsters strength and power. People call this place the Devil's Tower. And the place is so named because when someone conquers the tower, everything he or she wants is inside. Power, money, honor. You just have to conquer it, and then you'll get everything you want. Pass all the tests that are prepared especially for you. It was a huge tower with 999 floors, and it was ruled by many powerful gods and demons. However, the rulers of all countries tried to keep people away from this tower, but no one could stop the attempts to conquer it. Just as the gods and demons had warned, anyone who prevented others from approaching the tower was destroyed. It's been 5 years since humans tried to conquer the tower. It was humanity's first attempt to conquer the 600th floor. It was already a very high level, and our hero had to fight a huge number of monsters. And in this place, an unbelievably epic battle unfolded that did not stop for a long time. In a rage, our hero shouted at someone across from him. It was a unit called Star 9. Among the millions of people who participated in the conquest of the tower, only 9 people stood out. With the help of magic and divine energy, they gained immeasurable power. Using their abilities, they looked at our hero and realized that he was currently unstable. A fit of rage and anger enveloped the protagonist, who didn't think of giving up just yet. Do they really think they can resist his will? It will end in death for them. This hero may not be a master of weapons, and he may not have superpowers, but he is the one who betrayed the 9-star squad and earned the title of the strongest. In the next instant, the young man uttered a single word with a sarcastic smile, awake. He was the one who brought destruction to everyone around him. And in the next second, a huge number of undead began to awaken and rise from the ground. The true embodiment of death and resurrection through the most powerful magic. This was the greatest necromancer of all time. Anyway, he had had enough of humans by now, and was happy to see a huge army of his humble servants ready for battle. With a gloating voice, he announced to the crowd that all he needed from them was their strength, and he would use them all to become the greatest of the greatest. One of the warriors in the group managed to say that the young man had betrayed humanity and made contact with a demon. But in the next second, countless skeleton warriors descended upon them. They all prepared for battle. The strongest mage in the group felt that they had no choice but to destroy the traitor, so he began to recite his spells. An epic battle ensued, pitting the strongest heroes against a large army of undead. Countless streams of energy arrows rained down on the skeletons, and the mages continued to recite their spells. However, no matter how hard our hero tried, he couldn't stand a chance against such a strong unit, and he couldn't defeat them alone. Now, with the full force of this troop bearing down on him, all he could do was accept the punishment for his betrayal of humanity. Swords, arrows, and magic spears rained down on him in a huge stream, and he had no way to repel this attack. Did he betray humanity to gain incredible power? However, this was only a popular legend. This strongest necromancer did not betray humanity. In fact, he was the one who was betrayed by a group called the 9 Stars, but the people weren't told about it. It's been 9 years since then. We enter the home of a young man whose house is in complete disarray and chaos. Mountains of unwashed dishes, garbage, flies, and someone talking loudly under the covers. This someone promised to return and cursed the now hated group of 9. The young man threw down the blanket and shouted loudly that they would pay for the atrocity they had committed. But in the next second, his mood changed drastically. He was very surprised and very happy because his secret skill had worked. That secret skill was soul transfer. Just before death, this skill allows you to move your soul into a suitable body. The dying necromancer was able to take on a body with similar physical characteristics, and this young man was still in South Korea. A new wave of rage swept over his body, and he gripped the sheet of the bed tightly. Our hero cursed his sworn enemies. If he went to the 600th floor alone, he'd be fine. But they offered to help him and then betrayed him. We go back to the day when the dying necromancer was drawing his last breath. He was badly wounded and covered in blood. He was extremely curious as to why in the world they had betrayed him. Out of the entire group, 2 came to him. They were Paladin Cain Pelin and Saint Carmen Pelin. They believed that he would not be able to summon his undead on this holy ground. With a grin, the girl told him that even though they considered him a whole army in the person of one man, he had no chance against them. The strength slowly left him, and his voice grew quieter. He only wanted to help. The paladin told him that it was nothing personal, just business. And it did not mean that they had a bad attitude towards him. It's just that they decided to create an environment where he had no chance to win. At that moment, he realized many things, and with the last of his strength, he cried out loudly, remembering the name of one of his friends. It was one of his battle buddies, the star of this squad, who for some reason hadn't decided to participate in the sweep of the 600th floor. He now realized that they hadn't informed his friend that they were going to sweep that floor because they were afraid he might help our hero. The young man's eyes began to blur as he lost too much blood. No doubt, it was his miscalculation, but as far as they are concerned, he will only die once, and they are unaware of his hidden abilities. They certainly shouldn't think it was a complete end. And the young man began to use his magic. He will definitely get stronger, come back and take revenge on all those traitors. His strength began to leave him, and he gradually lost consciousness. We return to the room of this young man who has had very painful memories. Now he would surely make sure to destroy their souls and prevent them from being reborn. He'll make them his monsters. But the next second his attention was drawn to the phone on the bed. Surprised, he looked at the device and picked it up. He liked this device, for it had been a long time since he had held something like this in his hands. Suddenly, a sharp shock went through his entire body. The current date he saw on the screen of his phone surprised him. Had it really been 10 years? He grabbed his head and couldn't understand how this was possible. It was just a blink of an eye for him, but it's been a whole 10 years. He immediately remembered his skills. Could he really use magic in his new body? There were still flies swirling around him, and they caught his attention. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and managed to catch one of the flies. Now this little creature had certainly lost its life, and he decided to test his abilities. Looking at the insect in his hand, he said in a commanding voice, "Awake?" Suddenly, the voice assistant on his phone said that it was able to find some information on the query "awake." And in the next second, the young man was beyond angry and furious. He kept shouting and repeating the word, addressing the fly in his hand. He demanded that it get up and be alive again. Sweating heavily, he realized that he would fail because there wasn't a single drop of magic power in this body. Did it really mean that he would have to conquer the tower again? He pulled back the curtain to look at the tower through his window. He immediately grabbed his phone again, because if it was 10 years ago, this team must have advanced a lot and almost reached the top. Our protagonist quickly started scrolling the screen with his fingers, reading the latest news. Then he discovered that his former friend from the Star 9 had made it to the 800th floor. He was very surprised to hear such news. Had they really only been able to climb 200 floors in the last 10 years? Now the young man realized that this was his chance, and while they were wasting time, he would be able to climb all the floors of this tower and take his revenge on them. With a sudden movement of his hand, he grabbed his jacket. Our protagonist fully understood that it was useless to practice outside the tower, so we should go there right away. Even though his body was like that of a beginner, his knowledge and skills hadn't gone anywhere. He was using all his knowledge and techniques to become stronger as soon as possible. The entrance to the tower was right in the heart of the city. Many people came to this place to try their luck and receive unique rewards. Many in this crowd believed that they could clear the tower and become rich, but our hero had a different goal. He was very serious because the tower was the kind of place that held many stories. Those very unique stories from his past when he interacted with the strongest inhabitants of that place. It was a time when his many battles with countless monsters destroyed all the forests around him in order to gain unique rewards. He lived in complete prosperity and had everything. He had a huge amount of gold coins and other jewelry. And in this unique, magical city, in this place, he'd make sure that everyone knew about him. But first, he had to enter the tower. The massive gate swung open, and the people saw a magical portal in front of them. Everyone was very excited, but there was no time to relax because the adventure was about to begin. With a shout, the whole crowd ran joyfully forward, and only our hero walked perfectly still. It seems the time has come for him to take his true revenge. And no sooner had our hero passed through this magical portal than the massive entrance doors slammed loudly shut at the same second. Standing in the center of the magic circle, he was back in familiar surroundings, and the system greeted him. He thought back to the last time he'd had this kind of training, and it seemed like years ago. Welcome to the training floor. The system welcomed him again. It was a special training area, and he was standing at the very beginning, at the start. He exhaled sadly because he had to go through this training again. It was the only floor with such a strange level of difficulty. It will take a few days to reach the end of the trap-filled path. Everyone said that of the 10 floors, this was the stupidest one. A new system message appeared in front of his eyes. The goal is to reach the end by overcoming all obstacles. Wounds will heal when you reach your destination or return to your starting point. Good luck. The young warrior immediately wanted to check his stats, so he activated the screen. He had only one talent, mana. There was no class or subclass, but the other skills were close to one. He also had the ability gluttony. Terrible, our hero thought to himself. These were not the characteristics he had before. Are his traits, abilities, and talents different just because he changed his body? Nevertheless, he stretched hard and made the decision to get the most out of this training area. And in the next second, he made a quick dash forward to break through to the end of this training ground. The system immediately informed him that he had left the starting point and that the magic arrow trap had been activated. He easily dodged the first shot, which didn't do him any favors. Our hero was glad to see the arrows flying out. His secret skill didn't seem to be going anywhere, but he rejoiced too soon, because a moment later, more arrows flew towards him. It might even be too many for a first practice. However, he was still running forward and could easily dodge the arrows. But suddenly, as he turned his head and looked forward, more arrows flew in his direction, and they hit him right in the middle of his chest. The young man felt the first pain, but he didn't give up and had just a little bit of time left to reach the finish line. But to his surprise, he looked up and saw a huge number of arrows flying straight at him. And in the next second, they plunged into his body, inflicting multiple wounds. The pain was so intense that he cried out for the first time in a long time. However, as he gathered all his strength into a fist, he realized that he had to ignore such intense pain and move forward at all costs. Nevertheless, more and more arrows flew in his direction, and after a while, his entire path was soaked in blood. He managed to reach the starting point. However, he was almost unable to move, so he fell down and lay motionless. The system informed him that he was back at the starting point, and all his wounds were healed. He had completely forgotten how painful it was to go through the training area for the first time. We'll see how long he lasts. When he fully recovered and was able to look back, he saw the huge pools of blood left by his wounds. It seemed that one couldn't just run forward without thinking. There must be some kind of special plan. There are 2 characteristics that make him the strongest conqueror on Earth. One of those characteristics is gluttony, and he licked a finger with blood on it. Because of this trait, he can absorb all the dead and take their power for himself. Although the blood he spilled had no life-giving power, the experience he gained from the blood went completely to him. The system immediately reported that he had received an award and that all his stats had increased by 1. Sure, he was happy that his experience had increased, but you don't have to dig through the system settings to get rid of side effects. Even though it might take him a whole week to complete his training and become a great conqueror, he decided to take on all the arrows and continue his training. He will improve his performance with gluttony. As a result, he repeatedly received multiple wounds from the sheer number of arrows that flew at him. He ran forward as fast as he could to sneak to the finish line. And all the while he was training, his characteristics were gradually improving. A whole month passed like this. Although he already had many arrows in his body, he had become strong enough to stand on his feet at the finish line. The system congratulated him that he had finally completed the training, and now all his wounds were healed. Although he had to put in a lot of effort, he was still happy to have achieved such a result. Suddenly, A new message appeared, and the system informed him that several gods and demons were interested in our hero. He took a deep breath, and in the next second, anger swept through his entire body. He started cursing and remembering all the gods and demons who were interested in finding someone like him. What miserable sadists they are. Our hero thought to himself. Numerous messages from gods and demons began to appear around our hero. The noise irritated him, but none of them revealed their real names. It seemed that they were using some tricks to make him their personal disciple. He was doing well in the training, so he felt that they didn't need to be bossed around. It seemed that among all of them, only the head demon was happy with his behavior, so he smiled. Suddenly, the ruler of evil decided to address our hero directly and ask how he was doing. And when our hero saw this message, he started cursing and remembering this demon with bad words. Because the ruler of evil in a past life pursued our hero to make him his servant. He seemed to recognize him. As if addressing the demon, the young man smiled and said that he was pleased to have received from him a special ability to move souls. He made full use of it. And as they continued to communicate, more and more messages from the system appeared around our hero. There were so many of them, and they were drawn to him with such force that it was extremely difficult to avoid them. It seems that it was all because of the evil ruler who paid too much attention to the hero. Now he asked for forgiveness. The young man shouted loudly that he was really fed up with all of them, so they should shut up. Each of these gods and demons would like to be the one chosen by our hero, but if they want to watch, they should just shut their mouths and watch. At this point, the message said that the evil lord was offended, but the hero, as if addressing that demon, said that he would choose anyone but him. However, he was very interested in seeing the reward for his training, and as soon as he said that, his body began to absorb the many magical vortices of the experience he had gained. The new system message reported that its numbers had increased greatly. The protagonist gained invulnerability to blood loss, pain, amnesia, clairvoyance, clairsentience, and patience, including a very large increase in his stats, especially experience and mana. He was glad, especially for mana, because it wasn't that easy to increase it on this floor. His talent is mana. He will be able to increase it even though it doesn't normally increase. The system confused him with a new notification, telling him that a second feature had been unlocked due to his progress. This information surprised him because he already had another trait, gluttony. However, the line with the new trait was just a question mark. For a moment, it seemed as if he could already see his past body obsessed with this trait. In the next second, the system informed him that the trait was open. It was called multiplicity. He was even more confused by this information because he didn't understand what it meant. But versatility is a talent that allows you to master any skill. The technique doesn't matter. Skill corrections are made during training. During combat, additional adjustments are made based on the skill level. He finally realized what this meant and smiled broadly. With such a feature, he was truly invincible. A new wave of memories washed over his entire body. He had once fought for a title that he could never obtain. It was the title of the Almighty. However, a new system message brought our hero back to reality and informed him that the Lord of Evil was curious about his statistics. The young man was very surprised and indignant at such insolence. He wasn't in the mood for any kind of conversation at all. Our hero himself was not happy with his performance, so he went to the magic portal. But if the demon wants, he can go with him. That was all the evil lord wanted, so he joined the young man. MC knew that the next room was supposed to be a training area. The system immediately informed him with a new message that he was logged in. And now that he was in this amazing place, this room, he could choose the weapon and class that would best suit him. The system informed him that once he had made his choice, he would have to break through the floor to get to the first level of the tower. The young man hesitated before the wand, because in his past life, after learning about mana, he didn't even delay for a second and decided to become a mage. This time, however, he greedily grabbed the bow and loudly commanded the system to generate targets for him. He was very curious to try out his new skill, which was called multiple personality. Moments later, the system reported that all the targets had been generated and he could begin training. Our hero immediately drew his bowstring, and one by one, arrows began to fly towards the target, hitting each of the dozen targets accurately. He decided to level up because he thought it was too easy, so he asked the system to generate more targets. He also wanted them to attack him. The system immediately made a warning sound, telling him that he hadn't chosen a class yet, so his target could be extremely dangerous. With a wry smile, our hero declared that he didn't care and was ready to proceed. Well, since that was the case, new targets were generated, and this time they were giant robots to fight. Now the targets were able to attack the player, and without wasting any time they rushed at our hero. But he easily dodged their blows and quickly shot his arrows at these virtual enemies. With tremendous force, each arrow released hit the target accurately. But their stream did not stop, and they continued to attack our hero. They had gotten as close as they could, and it looked like they were going to get him. However, in the next second, he sliced them in half with a sharp stroke of his sword. His weapon was already slightly damaged, and the steel was red-hot from the incessant blows. But that wasn't enough for him, and he angrily declared that the system would make them even stronger. He wanted to raise the stakes as high as possible. And as soon as he said that, a new message appeared in front of him, saying that more targets had been created and the difficulty had been increased to the maximum level. Huge robots began to move in his direction. But even these virtual monsters felt that their opponent was much stronger than all of them put together. Grabbing a huge spear and leaping high, our hero smashed his weapon into the virtual enemy's head, knocking him to the ground with a loud thud. The next second, he grabbed the daggers hidden behind his back and dealt with the other two giants. His movements were so precise, and he moved so fast that his enemies had no chance to defeat him. But a strange buzzing sound began to echo behind him, and he turned his attention to it. They were several flying attack drones that immediately began to engage him. He began to run away from them, trying to find some cover, and in the meantime, the system kept alerting him with a loud beeping sound that the strongest targets that could be presented on this level were now being generated. However, his quick escape was not due to fear at all. He said with a smile, "I don't think these are the strongest monsters." This situation seemed to force him to return to the idea of becoming a mage. He immediately grabbed the nearby magic wand and prepared to deliver a powerful energy strike. The flying drones had already prepared their plasma cannons to attack. However, he declared with a smile that he was much faster, and in the next second, he unleashed his incredibly powerful magic arrow. His shot came just in time, and all three flying objects were instantly destroyed. Now that the main danger to him was over, he looked down at his hand with satisfaction. Was this really all this new skill, this versatility, could show? It felt like he'd been familiar with this skill for 100 years. The system immediately informed him that he had received a new achievement, and this confused our hero a bit. Being omnipotent, he could use at least one weapon from each category in the training room. That's why his reward is a special multi-class. It's now unlocked. His attack points have also increased by 5,000. The line about multiclassing confused the young man even more. What is it? Is it some kind of special class or something else? But he didn't have much time to think about it, because a new system message offered him a choice. He should select All Master as his class. Besides, he won't be able to choose this class when he leaves the room. Being an experienced warrior, he knew that this strange new term All Master could not affect his decision to give up his main advantage. So he immediately informed the system that he was choosing All Master as his subclass. However, he received a reply that such a thing was impossible, and this message surprised him greatly. A new information window appeared in front of him, saying that subclasses would only be available after the 100th floor. In order to unlock the subclass, you must complete the 100th floor. It's been too long, and he seems to have forgotten those requirements. But if he doesn't choose a class, he won't be able to get out of here. In that case, maybe he should have used his achievement points. So he decided to ask the system if he could use achievement points to open a subclass. For a while, the system hesitated a lot, as if it didn't have enough processing power. How would a newbie know? At their core, achievement points were a special currency that players received after battles. With these points, players could make changes to the system. With irritation in his voice, our hero said that there was no point in asking how he knew about it. He would like to use his 5,000 points to unlock subclasses. I hope that's possible? The young man asked. The system thought for a while and then informed him that it was possible. He saw a new message saying that he didn't have enough points to unlock the subclass. He took a deep breath and realized that he had no choice but to turn to the demon for help. He immediately demanded that this hidden Lord of Darkness reveal his identity and speak to him. Isn't that a success? The system immediately informed him that he had a new achievement open. He communed with the ruler of evil. Talk to the best demon and get 200 points for it. Even the Lord of Evil was pleased to see how many points our hero had earned, and he immediately inquired about how well he had done. And while the demon was annoyed by our hero's reaction, the system informed the young man that he could use achievement points to unlock a subclass. Congratulations, you have just added a subclass called All Master, the system informed him. And now, as our hero shouted with joy, he raised his wand high above his head. Bright, energetic flashes of lightning began to fly around the room. Now he had to destroy it to get to the first level of the tower. He was very happy about this event, because now it was time for real revenge. With tremendous force, he stabbed his wand into the floor of this training room, and the system informed him that he was being transported to the first level of the tower. The first level was a vast forest inhabited by sinister monsters. Meanwhile, a small group of heroes struggled to fend off the attacks of these forest dwellers. And just as one of these evil monsters rushed to attack the young knight, in the next second, a huge crackle appeared in the sky in the energy portal, through which our hero came down as if from nowhere. As if he had spotted his first prey, he swooped down on the monster at a tremendous speed. With enormous power, he immediately kicked it with his foot and completely destroyed the beast. While these warriors and the monsters watched this incredible scene without a second thought, our hero smiled and said that he was very happy to see them all. The forest monsters roared with rage and didn't know what to do next. But it was clear from the expression on the young man's face that he had prepared for their complete destruction. He wondered how much experience he would gain if he could devour them all. Turning his back on this trio of novice warriors, our hero looked intently at the two remaining kobolds. The young knight was pleased with the hero's attack, for he was able to defeat the monster with a single blow. In this novice's opinion, the mage in front of him was the strongest mage, even though he used his leg to attack. One of them suggested that our hero fight together and join forces to achieve more. However, our hero replied with a "back off," while a magical aura enveloped his entire body. These newcomers were very surprised by this response, as few could refuse such a tempting offer. MC turned to one of them and said in a stern voice that if he touched one of the kobolds, he would die instantly. All three of them immediately began to tremble with extreme fear, and in the next second, they started to run away with all their legs while our hero looked at them with his magic gaze. However, there were still two monsters to deal with. With a grin, the young man looked in their direction and said that they would surely want to avenge their comrade. The two monsters immediately rushed to attack, getting as close as they could to our hero. Suddenly, the kobold was struck on the head with a magic rod. Then, with quick blows, our hero finished him off on the ground, while the third monster stood dazed and didn't know what to do. The novice player looked at the small monster and asked it with a demonic voice, wondering why it did not dare to attack him. And in the next second, that forest creature began to run away from the culprit of his friends with great speed. But the monster had no chance, because the young man activated his magic wand, and in the next instant, he released a huge magic arrow towards the enemy, piercing it and destroying it instantly. Now that all three monsters were on the ground and the dust from the battle had cleared, our hero set about collecting the gems. As a reward, he received a mana stone for each kobold he defeated. The system showed him a new message. He had to complete another quest to get to the next floor. Quest description. We had to kill 10 kobolds. It's a piece of cake, our hero said. He was ready to defeat 100 of them. At the same time, he thought it would be really cool to get a special achievement called Slayer. If you kill a monster 1,000 times, you can get the Slayer achievement. In the past, he had bypassed all the kobolds to get all the achievements. Standing confidently on his feet and holding his staff in his right hand, he was ready for refreshment after this short battle. With great joy, he uttered the word gluttony, and his left hand began to emit magical energy. He immediately began to absorb the experience he had gained from fighting those monsters. It was as if he had swallowed all their energy after a hearty meal, and in the next second, his eyes lit up with a bright red glow as he began to see all the memories of those monsters. He was gradually gaining the full power of those creatures and could already understand their language. The magical aura around his body became brighter and brighter, and his eyes became lighter and lighter. A player information window with his current stats appeared in front of him, and although he didn't have a class yet, his talent was mana. His intelligence and speed also increased significantly. He really liked what he saw, as these stats were typical of a 10th level player. Suddenly, he noticed that a class adjustment was taking place, and since he had a multi-class, he got the advantage of each class separately. The next second, a wave of new kobold memories washed over his head. One of those kobolds seemed to be in a hurry to go somewhere. As if in his body, our hero saw everything from a first-person perspective. After a moment, the image changed and the young man saw the kobold lord in front of his eyes. He was very happy about this memory, because he knew exactly where to go for the next battle. After all, in a fight with this monster lord and his many slaves, he could get a new achievement and raise his level at the same time. However, facing them would also require a whole army of his fighters, so the young man stretched out his left arm and prepared to use his main skill, the necromancer skill. Smiling broadly, he happily uttered his favorite word, awake, and in the next second, thanks to his magic, the bodies of the defeated monsters began to transform into skeleton warriors. Joy washed over our hero's entire body as he felt himself back in his familiar world. He closed his eyes and seemed to be in a state of meditation. At that moment, the system informed him that he had successfully changed his class. His main class is now Necromancer. As his new servants bowed to their almighty master, our hero reminded himself that the memories of his past life had made it very easy for him to change classes. But that was apparently not enough for him, as there was still a hidden classroom, and he would have to go to the first floor to find it. Meanwhile, one of his new skeleton warriors sensed something strange. A small group of kobolds came out of the forest at the sound, and some of them could not recognize their former friends who were now skeletons. The young man ordered his soldiers to kill everyone in their path, and the skeletons rushed to attack the kobolds. Moments later, our hero was collecting gems as a reward. Now that he had a small group of soldiers, the system informed him that 10 out of 35 monsters had been defeated. With a large bag of gems slung over his shoulder, the young man headed for the spot that would open the way to the first floor. He found an abandoned hut in the forest. With a slight movement of his left hand, he tossed the front door aside. Fortunately, the house was untouched. He ordered his troops to wait outside and then, with a powerful kick of his foot, he smashed the floorboards right in the middle of the room. Bingo! He opened a hidden passageway and began to slowly descend this huge stone staircase. The hidden classroom was on the first floor, and while our hero was slowly descending these stairs, he was scattering gems behind his back for some obscure purpose. Necromancer was a high class that allowed you to absorb souls. He came to a place where there was a huge stone crypt. He needed a spiritual master. He walked right up to this huge coffin because the first spiritual master was inside it. And in the next second, that same spiritual master suddenly appeared out of that coffin. This is how our hero was able to change his class. That bony sage who floated in the air was called Vulcan. Was it really his descendant? The awakened skeleton wondered. Our hero looked him straight in the eye and declared, without the slightest fear, that he was very happy to see him. Vulcan was somewhat surprised by such a bold greeting. The young man didn't seem to be the least bit surprised, despite his best efforts to frighten him. Now he's even a little embarrassed. Our hero replied that he was already a necromancer, so why should he be scared at the sight of a skeleton? Then he added that he had already read the skeleton's journal, so he had nothing to be surprised about for a long time. It was a special secret item, the Journal of Spiritual Master Vulcan. Of course, our hero did not read it in this life. But in his previous life, when he became a magician and lost all his items, he found this journal and returned to the first floor. And when he became a spiritual master, he failed to raise Vulcan. Folding his bony arms across his chest, the skeleton in the cloak replied that he clearly liked the young man. Suddenly, He spread his arms wide and declared that the young man was much better than the rude brat who had appeared before him 10 years ago. His words clearly did not please our hero, but he decided to play with him a little more before finishing him off. However, he needed to change classes, and he needed to do it quickly, so he asked the skeleton to do it for him. But the skeleton replied that he had to go up to the 10th floor first. After all, the spiritual master class is higher than even a necromancer. You have to go to the 10th floor of the class shifting tower to change classes, and then you can come back down here. No sooner had he said this than the young man confidently informed him that he was already a necromancer. He then displayed a system message showing his current class and subclass. His information elicited admiration from the skeleton, whose eyes lit up like bright stars. Could he really change classrooms without going to the 10th floor? I mean, it's just amazing. It's just an incredible talent. This young man is clearly tougher than the rascal he saw earlier. His words once again made our hero very angry. He interrupted the skeleton and asked him once again to change his class as soon as possible. And while our hero sat in front of him in the lotus position, Vulcan raised his hands to the sky and activated his magic power. Huge energy vortices began to swirl around the room, activating a special energy zone in the center of our hero's chest. A long time ago, before the tower appeared on Earth, Vulcan was the climber who ruled over it. Even though he was the strongest necromancer, he was always looking for ways to become even more powerful. Skin and bones were clearly not enough. Was there a way to become stronger? He had tried many and wanted to call upon someone completely different. Now he understood exactly, and he decided that he would summon the souls of the dead. In that case, he would be able to create someone who would be outstanding. He finally succeeded in creating a new class, Spiritual Masters. But there was a nuance. His old body had used up all its strength, and the class of Spiritual Masters was on the verge of extinction. That's why he chose his final path. He decided to use necromancy on himself, in the hope that posterity would honor him. Vulcan truly hoped that one day he would find a walker to follow in his footsteps. That's why he became half NPC. At that moment, the energy center in our hero's chest began to glow brightly, much to the skeleton's surprise. The young man was now on his feet and felt the full strength he had just gained. With great pomp, Vulcan told him that the rascal he had mentioned before was the second. Now this young man has become the third spiritual master. According to Vulcan, this player is now able to use his soul vessel to capture the souls of others. He could also summon many of the dead to his side. The young man was very happy to hear this news, and he smiled a lot. Now he had a soul vessel, and it seems that Vulcan will be his first victim. To thank the young man, the skeleton crossed his arms over his chest and congratulated his new offspring. Now he will conquer the tower and glorify his name. But the young man suddenly told him with a grin to do it himself. His words made Vulcan very angry, for he had forgotten the main promise written in the journal. Delegating his work to others was a bad habit. However, our hero was willing to correct this misunderstanding and began to slowly approach the skeleton. Sensing that something bad was about to happen to him, Vulcan tensed up and couldn't believe his eyes. Now he began to guess who was really standing before him. And in the next second, our hero activated his magical vessel to absorb Vulcan's soul. As if screaming in intense pain and unable to resist, this skeleton slowly but surely began to lose its soul. However, he still possessed incredible strength. Did this young man really think he could just take his soul? But it seemed that it was too late, and the young man had succeeded in his plan. On the ground were the beautiful gems that had been given to him as a reward. This was too insulting, and the skeleton gave him the middle finger. After all, he was well aware of the bad deeds of a past descendant. He wished the young man to see him in hell. In the next moment, Vulcan tried to attack our hero, but he failed because he was stuck in a special magical wall that surrounded him. It was magic that our hero used. A special magic wall, an inferior spell. It created a personal prison from which he could not escape. These words caused the skeleton to fly into a rage. Does he really think he'll get away with this? He was ready to break this simple spell in an instant. However, our hero told him with a grin that this wasn't the end of it, and that he had something special in store for him. Now we knew why he was scattering those rocks along the path. He is using magic to make them work. Kneeling in front of the new spiritual master, the skeleton listened intently to the young man who claimed that he wouldn't be able to break these enchantments because he would catch him early. The Vulcan still didn't realize who was standing in front of him because, in his opinion, a first-floor wanderer couldn't possibly have such abilities. Removing the hood from his head, our hero informed him with a smile that although he had failed in his past life, he would definitely not miss him in this one. What past life could this young man be talking about? Slowly but surely, the skeleton realized what was happening. Now he realized who was standing in front of him. With great joy, our hero told him that he was still the second spiritual master and by no means the third. Now that Vulcan was clear, a fit of rage swept over him and he loudly called out our player's name. Unfortunately, that was the end of him, and our hero activated his soul absorption ability and absorbed him. And although it was very difficult to do this to our hero, because Vulcan still resisted strongly, in the next moment, his soul finally flew into a special vessel in our hero's chest. Now it was the most ordinary skeleton with which our hero could do anything. He told Vulcan not to be upset, because with him all his dreams would come true. Coming out of the forest, our hero had his own squad of small skeleton warriors waiting for him. Numerous messages began to appear around the young man. For example, the Lord of Evil was watching him. The Demon of Death was also interested in his class. After all, gods and demons couldn't enter the class-changing place. With a smile, he told them all that he would show them everything soon. They just didn't need to bother him. Our hero looked carefully at his small group of soldiers. It seemed that he didn't need his usual army of skeletons anymore. So he decided to do something interesting with them. He waved his hand and cast a new spell, causing streams of energy to fly in all directions. Now he activated the glowing center in his chest and shouted loudly, "Awake!" Then, with a smile, he began to watch as the many souls of the kobolds he had fought earlier burst out of his body. He called them spiritual soldiers, and now they were his servants. It was an army of a completely different quality, much stronger than the previous one. He looked at them with his questioning gaze and realized that they couldn't speak either. In the next second, however, he heard someone calling his name and cursing him. He turned to see a man crouching beside him, holding his head. This man was the young incarnation of the late spiritual master Vulcan. He despised our hero for daring to use him as his spiritual soldier. However, the young man responded to his displeasure with a joke, saying that it was the first time he had seen him in this form. He must have been very handsome when he was young. The next moment, the man began to shout in anger that he wasn't going to let it go, and that the young man was wrong to underestimate him as the first spiritual master. However, he immediately calmed down and all his strength left him as he began to cough and wheeze violently. Our hero told him not to overdo it, because he was alive because of his mana. If he cut off his access to this magical source, he would immediately dissolve into the wind. The man still argued with him, saying that he would not listen to the young man like his faithful dog. Our hero got as close to him as he could and asked him with a snide smile if he thought he had a choice in the situation. Exhausted, the man fell to the ground, and our hero reminded him of what he had once done to those who refused to obey him. He formed their souls into a ball and then absorbed them. The young man showed him his tongue and licked it. Had the volcano forgotten what a peculiarity he had? The man was horrified, for he realized that his opponent still possessed the mad skill of gluttony. If he disobeyed him, our hero would simply devour him. Accepting his fate and resigning himself to the inevitable, the man asked the protagonist what he was going to do now. With a smile, our hero replied that he should have realized everything by now, and pointed in the direction of the great castle that stood high on the mountain. Then he added that they would go there together to get rid of his lord of all kobolds. It was an ordinary, quiet night, and the bright moon shone high in the sky, promising no trouble for the two guards standing at the entrance to the castle. But suddenly they noticed someone approaching their direction with a soft step. The guards lowered their spears and prepared to stop this intruder. However, with a broad smile on his face, the young man activated his magic ability, and in the next second, ghost soldiers burst out of his body and attacked the kobolds, destroying them completely. Now, The entire army and his personal soldier were accompanying our hero on his way to the lord of the castle, and nothing could stop them. Of course, more and more monsters that guarded the place appeared on their way, but they didn't stand a chance. As soon as they tried to attack our hero, his obedient servants immediately destroyed all the monsters and turned them into just another spiritual soldier. Our hero decided that he would not go without a fight, so he decided to pick up a spear from the ground. Now he knew very well that all those ghost soldiers would lead him straight to the lord of this castle. Meanwhile, in the spacious room that housed the most important kobold, very strange things were happening. The lord of the castle was informed that an uninvited guest had arrived, and he immediately ordered a sacrifice to be prepared for him. At the same time, our hero's squad of special soldiers was already close to this room, and on their way, they destroyed one monster after another, turning them into new servants for our hero. The most epic battle unfolded in this narrow corridor, as some of them tried to fight while others thought of fleeing. Much to the delight of our hero, he found another victim and easily twisted the little kobold's neck. Suddenly, a secret room opened right above our warrior's head, and several monsters jumped out and tried to attack him. However, in the next second, our protagonist's spiritual soldiers gave these creatures no chance, destroying them completely and saving his master. Our necromancer was more than angry, so he grabbed his sword in one swift motion, and in the next second, he swept down the corridor with great speed, chopping all the remaining kobolds into small pieces. Standing next to his humble servants, he watched the defeated enemies and realized that his hidden class was something incredible. Our hero was able to sense the special aura emanating from the lord of all kobolds. The room where the lord of this castle resided was just around the corner. Totally out of place above our hero's head was the message that the evil lord was supporting his actions by waving his lightsabers around like a Jedi from Star Wars. Our hero took a deep breath and declared that he didn't need the support of an old man with hairy legs because he was going to win anyway. With these words, he began to advance with a confident and calm step. At that time, the lord of the castle had strange happenings in his room. He plunged his sword into another victim. It seemed that these were special sacrifices, and he needed more blood. The first kobold shouted loudly that there was no way to stop until the demon lord watching death was satisfied. He held out his hand to receive a new victim, brought to him by one of his servants. It was a small, defenseless girl with little horns on her head, whom the kobolds had captured earlier in their forest. She struggled, but they kept dragging her forward to her impending doom. The lord of the castle was very happy to have such a meeting. She seemed to be much better than the average person. His face lit up with a smile as he looked into the frightened girl's eyes. But suddenly, something flew between his hand and the defenseless girl's hand with great speed. So he let go of her, and she fell to the ground. It turned out to be our hero, who had swung his sword in her direction and was now watching her from above. Eventually, the goblin lord noticed the intruder and called him the most insulting names. Ignoring his insults, the new spiritual master smiled and asked what they were doing here. Perhaps they were offering a sacrifice or making a special invocation to the spirits. He took off his hood and confidently told the kobold that it didn't matter, because either way he would be finished now. Standing on this balcony, our hero watched the lord of the kobolds, his warriors, and the unfortunate girl who was about to perish. Through gritted teeth, the lord turned to his uninvited guest. The young man said with a smile that he must be the lord of the kobolds, for his appearance indicated that he was the leader of some scum. His words caused the owner of this place to have a violent fit of anger and rage. He shouted that he was the king of the kobolds. He demanded that the man show him his respect. However, our hero just laughed at his request, saying that he was too arrogant for a first-level monster, so he should try to make him do what he wants. Meanwhile, the girl sat on the floor, unaware of what was going on. She noticed that the kobold's lord was distracted by the man. This seemed to be her chance, and in the next second she tried to escape. But the lord of the castle immediately used his magic and summoned a demon that watches over death. He asked him to give him strength. His spells surprised our hero. Could he really summon this special demon as his assistant? Suddenly, the monster's lord dropped a special corpse bomb in the girl's direction. It seemed that just a little more and this energy blast would catch up with its unfortunate victim, who was trying to escape from this place with all her might. To her horror, she stumbled and immediately fell to the ground. It seemed that she would be destroyed for good. She was gripped by terror and the realization of imminent death. But in the next instant, our hero rushed forward with great speed to save her. He struck a sharp blow with his fist and barely had time to destroy this deadly threat. The lord of the castle couldn't believe his eyes. His attack seemed to have failed. The young man watched him happily from the sidelines and smiled. He took the weapon with his one blow. The girl thanked her savior, but he told her that now was not the time for such words and that she should just run away from here. However, our hero was very surprised when he noticed that she had little horns on her head. But is she really a goblin? Goblins are very powerful creatures that live on the 100th floor. There's no reason for them to go any lower, especially for a single person who hasn't even reached adulthood yet. Has something happened on the 100th floor? Our hero decides to rescue her so that he can sort things out and question her about everything. Meanwhile, the king of the castle was furious and shouted at our hero. How dare he interfere with this sacrifice to the Almighty? However, our hero's main task now was to help the girl. He advised her to take shelter if she didn't want to die. The girl obediently agreed and ran forward in search of a safe place. Suddenly, the king of the castle reactivated his magic and turned his servants into veritable blood bombs. Their entire bodies swelled to incredible proportions, and it was clear that this bomb was about to explode. And in the next second, two powerful explosions rang out. But our hero, thanks to his abilities, was able to quickly leave this unsafe place. A moment later, he was flying towards the castle king with great speed. He prepared his fist and said with a smile before attacking that his opponent was too slow. Then he struck a very hard blow, knocking the owner of the place to the side. The veteran king was perplexed as to how a ground floor walker could have such incredible strength. However, our hero did not think to stop, as he felt that they had only just begun, and he prepared to strike again. But no sooner had he done so than the king, in the next second, summoned the demon of death and asked it to save him. While our hero was still in the air, a huge monster suddenly appeared out of a huge pool of blood and immediately grabbed his hand, preventing him from touching the king of the castle. In the next instant, the young man saw a huge, terrifying blood monster in front of his eyes. It was a blood golem. Our hero couldn't understand how the old man managed to summon such a high-level creature on the first floor. But he had no time to think, because in the next second, this golem hit our hero directly on the stone floor with incredible force. The monster's actions made the king of the castle smile and laugh. According to him, this was his most powerful initiation rite. Meanwhile, our hero could not utter a word as he was still coming to his senses, lying in the huge crater left by the impact. But it seems that this was not a problem for our hero, and he just smiled when he heard the word right. He opened his eyes wide and began to scream with intense anger. Doesn't this old man realize who he's messing with and who he's talking to now? At that moment, he activated his magic center, and a huge number of his obedient servants rushed out and immediately attacked this bloody golem, assaulting it from all sides. In a moment, all the attackers had completely destroyed the terrifying golem. The king of the castle couldn't believe his eyes. He watched in horror and couldn't understand how this young man could destroy such a powerful creature in a second. Red drops fell like a bloody rain. The young man decided to put on his hoodie. He quietly walked over to the castle king to finish him off. His face was filled with anger. Even a monster lord couldn't easily create a golem of this level. He turned to the very demon who watched over death, named Bun. I think he did it. A new system message informed our hero that the demon watching death was extremely astonished by what he saw. A few more messages appeared, saying that the death-watching demon was nodding silently while the evil overlord looked on with disdain. Our hero's eyes began to shine brightly, and he felt a deep sense of resentment. Was this demon really interested in seeing what our spirit master was capable of? It seems that he summoned this blood golem when he saw our protagonist fighting one of his followers. Looking straight into the face of this frightened castle lord, our hero told him that he was just a puppet, and now that his mana was gone, he could do nothing more. This was to be expected, as Bun had summoned this golem specifically to help him. In the next second, the kobold's lord shouted with incredible fury that this couldn't be, and that the demon would definitely find this young man and avenge his death. It seems that this was exactly what our mighty warrior needed, and the very next moment he had sent his entire huge army of soldiers after his enemy. The king of the castle was furious and tried to fend off the multiple attacks of his former soldiers. Have they forgotten who their master is? Our hero's magical assistants surrounded the kobold's king on all sides, while the greatest necromancer lifted him high above the ground. Turning to the demon who was helping the king, our warrior declared that he, too, would soon come to an end. It was wrong to test him, and he would regret it. He'll make sure he pays for what he's done. There's a new message. It said that the demon watching the deaths was laughing heartily, shouting that he was really enjoying what was happening. However, our hero was no laughing matter, and in the next instant, he clenched his fist violently, signifying the impending doom of the Kobold King. The death of the lord of the castle was instantaneous and inevitable in such a situation. Still clenching his fist, our hero looked at his enemy hanging in the air with drops of blood dripping down his legs. For a moment, it seemed to our hero that the kobold's lord was still alive. The young man slowly approached him to devour his soul, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind him. At that moment, the lord's soul began to float in the air, about to leave his body. But our hero managed to grab it in time to stop it from flying away, because it was his well-deserved reward. He said with a smile that they weren't done yet, and while this soul was screaming, he would create a special orb out of it. It was one of the basic skills of a necromancer. This skill allowed one to collect souls and create medicines. Now, all our hero had to do was swallow this soul orb, which he did with great pleasure. After a moment, he opened his eyes and saw many system messages telling him that his specs had increased. However, it wasn't as cool as he expected. Such actions on his part will be useless once he gets to the 5th floor. Suddenly, the girl he had saved earlier appeared in front of him. She looked at him with her adorable eyes and thanked him for his help before introducing herself and giving her full name. Our hero told her not to worry, as he had only come to deal with the Lord of the Kobolds. Respecting her manners, the girl replied that he should be thanked anyway. The MC decided to give her a test, so he looked at her with a very stern look and asked her what she would do if he turned out to be a bad guy. After all, he could have killed her or sold her as a slave. And in the next second, the girl's eyes were filled with rage and glowed intensely. In that case, she said, she would have to take action. She seemed to be a typical goblin. Our hero exhaled and noted with a smile that they were very persistent when it came to promises or revenge. There was one question that interested our hero. He was curious how she could have ended up here. After all, whoever is supposed to be on the 100th floor never comes down. For a while, the girl didn't know what to answer. After a moment's pause, she said quietly, "The goblin village is under attack." It was as if lightning had struck our hero's head. The words stunned him. He began to think about what she had just told him. After all, the goblins in the tower were considered powerful creatures. Not even the Hodaks have an easy time with them. Does she really want to tell him that it was one of the 4 great creatures? In this place, the source of power were giants, the source of magic were dragons, the masters of dark energy were demons, while the wings of vengeance were angels. These creatures control the entire tower and keep it from falling apart by maintaining a certain balance. In the young man's opinion, only one of them could have disturbed the goblins so much, or someone who had managed to gain their support. Maybe it was the same Star 9 unit that betrayed him. It could have been them, someone connected to that unit. His face twisted with intense anger as he remembered that unit. The girl, looking at him from the side, asked if he was all right. The young man briefly replied that he was fine and had to leave. But the girl wasn't going to let him go so easily. She wanted to know where he was going. He asked her a counter question, wondering if she would stay here in the middle of this huge pool of blood. Suddenly, to his surprise, she declared that if he would allow it, she would like to go with him. He wondered for a while, because she was too young, but maybe she was worth taking along. However, he replied that he would be very busy and would not be able to protect her. The girl was happy when she realized that he was taking her with him, adding that she could take care of herself. Our hero, however, didn't believe her words and added that she had just been almost killed by a kobold. The girl was furious at his words and explained that she had just let her guard down. Taking a deep breath, our hero realized that he had no choice but to take her with him. But now he had to change his clothes, as he might draw attention to himself with his bloody clothes. While he was talking about the clothes, a special icon appeared next to him, above the body of the dead king of the castle, informing him about the new ammunition available to our hero. It was some special equipment that he had also received as a reward. After a while, when the young man had changed his clothes, they began to leave this dilapidated castle. Suddenly, to the girl's surprise, she found magical vortexes in front of her that began to swirl, creating a magical whirlpool. After a moment, someone came out of that vortex, and she hid behind our hero's back, a little scared. It was our hero's multiple army of soldiers and his faithful servant Vulcan, who informed his master that there were no more kobolds in the castle. Our hero smiled and thanked his servant for a great job, but the girl was still scared and asked him who it was. Vulcan was very surprised that this girl could see him, but she replied that some goblins have a connection to souls, so his presence didn't seem strange to her, even if it was a bit frightening. Our hero seemed happy to hear such information from her, because he realized that she was a special goblin. For a moment, he even thought that maybe he should use his gluttony ability to absorb her powers. However, he thought about it very early, and it would be better to train her a bit more. Suddenly, a new system message appeared in front of him, informing him that destroying the monster lord might trigger a new wave in attacks, so all safe areas on the first floor would be inaccessible after accepting the task. He had to make a choice. He was very happy about this news and seemed to be ready to press yes on the screen. However, behind his back, even Vulcan and the girl were terrified by such information, realizing that a wave of monsters was too serious. Is he really going to accept this mission? With his usual grin, the young man replied that he wouldn't have come all this way if he didn't want to. As soon as he said that, several system messages appeared in the next second, informing him that the evil lord considered it reckless. The other gods did not understand his recklessness either. The demon who watches over death will give him a reward if he gets first place in this fight. Our hero obviously loved all these messages and was ready to take up the challenge for more rewards and achievements. However, he decided to wait, and before making a decision, he wanted to see the reward he would receive after the battle. Meanwhile, the Vulcan tried to talk him out of it. Does he really want to end his life as soon as possible? But the young man replied that he was aware that it was most likely the Vulcan itself that wanted him dead, for then it would be completely free. But there was one nuance, and that nuance was that the Vulcan would be its servant even after our hero's death. Without thinking long, our greatest necromancer put his finger on the screen and pressed yes. And as soon as he did, the system alerted all the other players on the floor that someone had taken a wave of monsters and the kobolds were about to attack the entrance to the village. Soon, all safe areas on the first floor would be inaccessible. At that time, people in the kobolds' village couldn't believe their eyes, thinking that some idiot had done it. Is anyone going to die here? After all, the monster wave was a very serious challenge. They had not yet finished their tasks, so one of the heroes advised the others to quickly go up to the second floor to save their lives. After all, once the attack begins, they will have no way to escape. But it seems to be too late. In the next second, lightning flashed in the sky and a huge energy portal opened up, releasing countless evil kobolds in the direction of the warriors. They immediately rushed to attack all the players who were still on this floor. It was too late to run anywhere. But suddenly, a loud voice in a commanding tone told everyone to get the hell out of here and not to touch a single kobold. As if from nowhere, our hero appeared and with a smile told them that he would get rid of all those who would hinder him on his way. The players present had no idea who they were. Luckily for them, our team appeared just in time, as those terrifying monsters were about to attack them. In the next second, our hero activated his magic center and cast the Rise spell, causing a large number of soldiers from his personal army to descend upon those monsters. By this time, one of the players was absolutely certain that the player in front of them was a necromancer. What he couldn't figure out was how this player could have such a high level on the first floor. Meanwhile, an epic battle between two armies was taking place on this green lawn. Like a general, our hero stood by and watched as his loyal servants destroyed these kobolds. A young goblin girl, eager to join the fight, offered her help to our hero, for she too could fight. Our necromancer didn't mind, but he advised the young girl to hurry because his army might not leave her any enemies. She replied not to worry her new friend, because she had an interesting idea. Suddenly, the girl began to use her magical abilities and an energy ball appeared in front of her. Our hero was very surprised. He never expected to see something like that from a young goblin. However, out of nowhere, the girl was able to create a magnificent sword for herself. It was just in time for her, because at that moment she was attacked by evil monsters. One of them jumped in her direction to strike her with its sharp claws. However, the girl immediately grabbed her sharp blade and sliced the monster into pieces. The protagonist was still surprised because it was a very challenging sword. Besides, this young goblin is very skilled with it. And now an interesting thought occurred to him. Maybe she was the target of the attack in that goblin village on the 100th floor. But someone distracted the necromancer and began to speak to him in a very familiar manner. Our hero turned toward the sound to see who was speaking to him. It was one of the new players, who didn't understand why our hero had created this wave of attacking monsters. However, the necromancer made no excuses and decided to find out the name of this upstart first. The young man introduced himself as Song Dae, one of the leaders of the White Swallow Guild. From the expression on his opponent's face, the young man realized that he had heard absolutely nothing about this guild. Then he proudly added that it was the famous Palin brother and sister guild, and the White Swallow was their daughter guild. As soon as our hero heard the familiar names, his expression changed dramatically, and he was shocked by this information. He asked the young man again which daughter guild he belonged to. The novice warrior proudly replied that his older brother was a member of the White Swallow Guild, and they all wanted to reach the 10th level. He complimented our hero on his skills, saying that he was quite good. If he talked to his brother, he might be able to get to the 10th floor with them. But the next second, the young man was embraced by our hero's warriors, and the last thing he heard from his lips was, "I'm sorry, but no." One of the necromancer's loyal servants held the young man's neck so tightly that he couldn't breathe. Our hero rejoiced at the appearance of his loyal soldier, for it was just in time. He took the young man's sword and informed him that he just had to check on a few things. Pointing the tip of his sword at his face, our hero explained that he would meet him a little later, after the wave of monsters had passed, as he still had a few questions to ask the novice player. The other players didn't seem to realize who they were dealing with. They began to argue with our hero, saying that he had gotten in their way. They're all just comrades, though, and you shouldn't intimidate them with your power. However, the necromancer disarmed them with his reply that his behavior was obvious. After all, in his opinion, these players were incapable of hitting, killing, or stealing anything because there was absolutely no need for it on Earth. But in the tower, strength was simply necessary, so his behavior fit into that logic. As soon as these young men took offense at his words, they were immediately attacked by our hero's loyal soldiers. The necromancer, however, decided to spare the chief informant. Afterwards, he added that he should listen carefully to what he had to say, for he had kept him alive only to find out the interesting details a little later. With his sword in hand, our hero headed for the main battle, adding that they should stay away from him as he could easily kill them. The young men tried to reason with their leader and waited for some kind of reaction from him. But as soon as he regained his strength, he shouted at the top of his lungs for them to run away quickly, because if he caught them again, they would surely be finished. At that time, the battle didn't think of stopping. However, those monsters that had recently attacked our hero's soldiers immediately turned into his loyal servants. One of the commanders of this attacking squad pointed to the sky, and in the next second, our necromancer and his faithful servant Vulcan descended upon them with tremendous force. Their strike was so powerful that it was like the explosion of a large projectile, scattering many monsters over a great distance. And even though Vulcan thought that there were too many monsters, our hero told him with a smile that in that case, he would fight back and he would just have to watch. However, he understood his humor and said that he would continue to help him. Our hero then called his army of skeletons to rise up and attack the monsters. To the horror of the forest dwellers, they were attacked by warriors made of bones, who began to grab them by the arms, bite their necks, and destroy them, turning them into servants of their master. Not long ago a small monster, but now a true skeleton warrior and loyal soldier of the necromancer. Our hero made a sharp kick with his foot and flew high into the air. After that, he decided it was time to play. He obviously liked everything that was going on here. The hero landed on the ground with tremendous force to deliver another powerful blow that scattered all those monsters like skittles. Nevertheless, our hero continued to make incredibly fast attacks with his sharp sword, destroying one kobold after another. However, he had someone else helping him, and that someone was a young goblin girl who was skillful with her weapon and also destroyed many monsters. However, even though she was an excellent swordswoman, it was still difficult for her to fight a large number of enemies. There really were a lot of them, and she was visibly tired. But as soon as she thought about it, one of the kobolds pounced on her and ripped her back open with a sharp slash of its claws. She was bleeding and screaming in extreme pain. However, it was nothing compared to what she experienced when her home village was burned. She became even angrier and began to destroy one monster after another with incredible strength and energy. She moved so fast that they didn't have time to not only attack her, but also to defend themselves. Now she had no strength left at all, and she fell to the ground because she couldn't fight anymore. Would she die at the hands of these monsters that were still around? However, in the next second, behind her back, a powerful energy blast went off, scattering many of those monsters to the side. It was absolutely amazing. She turned around and noticed that our protagonist was fighting these monsters with ease, destroying them one by one. How on earth could he have such incredible strength? The girl thought. With all her might, she tried her best to get up and stay close to our hero. Maybe then she'd be able to avenge her village. But once again, she was attacked from behind by one of the monsters, who was ready to hit her hard with his fist. But in the next moment, thanks to a powerful energy shot, the rascal lost his head. Old Vulcan appeared just in time to save the girl. He asked if she was all right. Though her body was shaking with exhaustion, she replied that she could manage on her own. The experienced Vulcan realized that she was determined and must have been through a lot to end up here. But her question surprised him. Had he really come to help her? Leaning on her sword, she added that no one had even tried to help her when she had escaped from the 100th floor. She could only be happy that no one had hurt her. But now that they've already saved her life twice, she suspected that they might be helping her for their own benefit. But Vulcan could not answer her question, for he himself did not know what his master was up to. Servants like him had to obey the orders of their spiritual masters. That was their only duty, which meant that he had to guard her and make sure that she didn't die. After that, Vulcan began to fly away from her, adding at the end that if he did not help his master, he would surely scold him for shirking his work. With a trembling hand, the girl clung to her sword, for our hero was the only one who had helped her in the tower, and now she would surely repay him with her gratitude. In the next instant, she activated the magic center in her body. Suddenly, a special red mask appeared on the surface, resembling a powerful goblin. The girl immediately put the mask on her face, and her eyes flashed with red fire. The next moment, she screamed in an incredible demonic voice, and there was no trace of the former young, demure girl. Meanwhile, during the battle, Vulcan and our hero noticed that an incredibly powerful energy charge had passed near them. This was also noticed by the other monsters, who were blinded by the bright flash and didn't realize what was happening. But to their surprise, the girl looked at everyone with her new demonic gaze. Her eyes glittered like bright diamonds, and she was ready to do battle with a large group of these monsters. Now they had no chance to do any damage, and the young goblin began to attack one monster after another, delivering her deadly blows. She moved at a speed that none of these monsters had ever seen before. Literally in a matter of seconds, she managed to hit many of these kobolds. But that wasn't the end of it. She was just getting the hang of it. The very next second, she flew towards the new group of monsters with incredible speed, screaming loudly, to fight them and finally destroy them. Such a scene could not go unnoticed by our hero, who observed some super bright flashes in the sky. But he realized that an ordinary goblin couldn't move that fast. Now he finally realized that those attacking the village were looking for this particular girl and her incredibly fast sword. Of course, such information is best kept secret. After all, if she found out that she was the one who destroyed the village, who knows what she might do to herself? The system informed our players that there was only 1 minute left until the end of the attack wave. Meanwhile, an incredible battle was unfolding on the ground, and it wasn't clear what was going on. Flashes of energy, bright reflections from sword movements, explosions. More and more waves of attacks from our heroes and monsters didn't stop for a second. It wasn't long before they noticed that the magic gate was shrinking. Fewer and fewer warriors were coming out of the portal. Smiling, our hero looked at the kobold and noted that it seemed to be the last of the attacking monsters. He immediately swung hard and threw his sword at the monster with incredible speed, hitting it and throwing it a long way away. And he threw the monster back exactly where it came from, back into the magic labyrinth. In the next second, the portal slammed shut and the wave of attacks stopped. The system informed our hero that he had successfully stopped the wave. Of course, this was exactly what he needed, so he accepted the information with a smile. This news also pleased Vulcan, who praised our hero. This event also pleased our necromancer's new assistant, the girl who seemed to fight this battle with her last strength. She was glad that it was over. Suddenly, someone came up and put his arms around her. It was our hero. He asked her if she was okay. He then advised her not to use such a powerful skill when she felt her strength was running low. She was once again pleased to have such sincere support from him and thanked him again for his help. New system notifications appeared in front of our heroes, telling them that the wave of attacks was over. Now they should receive their rewards. This news made our hero very happy, and he eagerly awaited his well-deserved gems and skill points. The system informed our hero that the wave was over and more than 2.5 thousand enemies had been killed. Also unlocked a new achievement, Kobold Killer. All stats are upgraded by 5. Received 500 achievement points. He hesitated, for he had expected much more. Achievement points will go to all characteristics. However, if you master various skills through multiclassing and gluttony, then the stats will increase indefinitely. During the wave, our hero proved himself the best. Therefore, he is the first to receive his reward in the form of a glowing magical cube with a valuable item hidden inside. The second, a girl we already knew named Haru. She was very surprised to receive such a large gift. But even more surprising was Vulcan, who distinguished himself third out of all of them. He got his award too. However, the young man immediately asked him to give up his reward because he had no use for it. Vulcan agreed. Still, a spiritual soldier can't do anything with this valuable item. But unexpectedly, Haru reached forward and extended her reward as a shared future and gratitude. For a second, the protagonist wondered if it was worth taking her offering, and he immediately decided he would refuse because he had been betrayed before. He stated to her that she could go with him, but he didn't trust her yet, especially since the reward for second place in the wave is too great to take it away from the girl without a drop of regret. The necromancer informed her that he did not want to face betrayal again. The girl was worth proving she could be trusted. Otherwise, they'd better split up. Haru lowered her gaze and wondered what she should do in such a situation. And in the next instant, she activated her magic center to retrieve the hidden item. Much to the surprise of our hero and Vulcan, she showed her goblin mask to the light and was ready to give it to our hero, along with the reward for the battle with the kobolds earlier. Her actions could not be believed by Vulcan, for this was incredible generosity on her part. And yet, our protagonist realized that the mask contained all of the goblin's power, and they only give it to their one partner they can trust. Already holding this rare item in her hand, our hero asked Haru why she had decided to give it away. The girl immediately replied that it was a thank you for the fact that they had already saved her twice, and it's also proof that there's no way she'd give them up. However, our hero replied to her that this mask was worth a lot more than she might think. It seems like there must be some other reason for what she did. Haru immediately uttered the word revenge. Our hero interrogated her as to what she meant by the word revenge. The girl replied that she had not gone into details earlier, but her village had been burned down. She tried to find survivors, but she couldn't find anyone. She must have been the last goblin. At this phrase, the girl finished her story, while our hero and the Vulcan listened to her very attentively. After which Haru emotionally added that since she was the only survivor, she should avenge her king's death. So she asks permission to stay with our hero and his faithful servant. Now the nature of her act was clear to our hero. As a sign of deep respect, the girl made a bend and stretched her hands forward, in which she held the award she had received earlier. Our hero thought they were very much alike, for revenge unites them in their fight against enemies of the past. The young man immediately reached out to take the gift and told her that if she betrayed him, he would immediately kill her. He now had all 3 awards after this battle, as well as the rare goblin mask. He assured the girl not to attach too much importance to it. She was very excited and called him brother. The young man almost dropped all his gifts out of surprise, but he immediately accepted her address to himself with the word. With a sharp movement of his hand, the necromancer tossed these rewards high into the air to turn them into valuable items. Now each of those cubes has become something special. The first was the mana ring. This ring gave a +5 to total mana, as well as a reduction in mana absorption, +10%. The second die turned into a mana earring. It gave a +5 to mana, as well as a reduction in mana absorption, +15%. The third cube turned into a mana necklace. This necklace gave a +5 to total mana, as well as a 20% reduction in mana absorption. Vulcan remarked that these were splendid honors, though the girl did not share his enthusiasm. According to her, the mana was nothing of interest. But our hero's spiritual soldier explained to Haru that these things are perfect for necromancers who use mana to create their army. Thanks to such items, the protagonist will be able to increase the number and quality of soldiers by 45%. After the protagonist put on all the awards, he turned to Boone, which was still silent, and our hero was waiting for some sort of system notification from him. Boone was a demon watching death, and he offers to take our hero to another place. This other place was a settlement, or rather an inn, into which our heroes entered. It was empty. According to our main character, the people either escaped into the forest or went to the second floor of the tower. Nevertheless, the young man was expecting something special from this demon, something he had promised him earlier. He couldn't wait to see his reward, and in the next second, a huge energy pillar appeared on the table right in front of him. And as if some incredible object fell from the sky, which was a ring that emitted streams of magical energy around itself. To our hero's great joy, he felt that luck was on his side today. As he held this ring in his hands, he realized that it was an incredibly valuable item. After all, it could be used to harness demonic energy. Our hero could not believe such great luck and was greatly surprised. Vulcan was also very surprised, and questioned his master as to whether this ring could really emit demonic energy. Although demonic energy was the privilege of demons, however, a ring of dark power could be used to generate it if worn. There were also certain restrictions. Demonic energy gave a +10 to characteristics when combined with another title or items. It was an incredible power that could be used as a resource for mana. Usually, to get demonic energy you have to become a slave of the devil. Then it will start to gradually transfer into the body. At least with one such ring, the power was incredibly increased. Now our hero has activated the main window of information with all his characteristics. His class was the spiritual master, the subclass was the multi-class. His main talent was mana. Aside from the basic stats that had increased greatly, he now had a demonic energy of 10. A new system notification informed him that the same demon that had given him that ring earlier was offering a handshake. Without thinking long, the young man extended his hand, doing a sort of virtual handshake. Great, he thought, for such a thing he could forget all his pranks. Events like this were a very happy moment for our entire team. Vulcan and the girl praised him, for now, in their opinion, he was ready to conquer the tower. However, there was someone else who was left out in this situation. Being slightly displeased, the evil lord burned with jealousy. And he was angry. He also offered a handshake. He held out his hand and waved to our hero. But the young man turned his back in his direction and replied that just offering a handshake was not a good idea. He could have gotten him some sort of gift before doing this. Vulcan looked at the young man in surprise. Did he really want to rip off the demon? He was definitely out of his mind. Now, by the endless sounds of notifications from the evil lord, it was clear that he was trying to find something to offer our hero. But it seems MC was already tired of all these alerts. The evil lord thought for a while, and in the next second suggested our hero create a new mission. The protagonist took this information happily, though he was greatly surprised. All eyes were fixed on the notice, for the evil lord had said that he would create a special mission for them. In Vulcan's opinion, this was their chance, as a mission from a demon was extremely rare. As if doing a favor, our hero covered his eyes and declared that he was accepting the mission. However, the evil overlord replied that it wasn't the mission itself that was his intention. Well, in that case, he might not have created it, replied our hero to him. But the evil overlord informed the young man that this is not how things are done. He shook his head because it was too late to change his mind. And now we know what the quest was. The evil Lord Ball gives you a mission. Terms and conditions. Become famous before you reach the 100th level. Punishment for failure. Becoming an apostle of Ball. Performance reward. Ball will grant you anything you want. Contract fee. Handshake with Ball. For the protagonist, it was a great fortune, because he could get anything he wanted. With a gift like that, he's got a mountain to climb. However, the terms are not so simple. If the mission fails, he will become the apostle of this demon. But our hero can't pass up such a chance. Extending his hand forward as if to offer him a virtual handshake, he firmly pronounced that he was accepting the assignment. It seems that the Lord of Evil was also out of joy and also shook hands with our hero, albeit virtually. Leaving this tavern, the girl asked her friend what he was going to do now. Maybe go to the second floor. However, he replied to her that they should catch an idiot named Kim Sung-tae and get as much information out of him as possible. The young man instructed the volcano to find him. Suddenly, the spiritual master surprised his master, for he already had everything ready. He had previously assigned his spiritual soldier to this character. So even though this cretin is already pretty far away, Vulcan is still pretty sure he's on the first floor. They'll be able to find him quickly. After which Vulcan immediately disappeared into the magical vortex and said goodbye that he would be back soon. The protagonist suggested Haryu to talk on the way, as he was curious to know more about this unique mask. And while our heroes were on the road to their new destination, the girl told us that the mask allows us to use the goblin's abilities. Looking at the item, the young man wondered if she was referring to supernatural powers and charms. Haryu nodded her head affirmatively, after which she added that she could use not only supernatural powers, but also providence, that is, the gift that allowed her to predict the future. But the young man didn't seem to understand her words and took this information without enthusiasm. In his opinion, it would be better if her abilities could be used on the battlefield. But Haryu looked at him strangely at this time. Our hero thought that maybe there was something wrong with him. But the girl replied that to her he was just some really weird guy. People from all corners of the world traveled a long way to find someone with such special abilities to predict the future. And these wanderers approached many sages with a request to pass on this unique gift of conducting. Many of these warriors, including the one our hero was looking for, were concerned about their future and tried to do everything they could to change their fate. The necromancer interrupted Haryu and said that in his opinion, there was no point in running away from fate. After all, if you disliked or bothered by something, you should get rid of it. In that case, in the girl's opinion, her ability would suit him even more. With her answer, she further puzzled our hero. But Haryu immediately added that her ability was battle foresight, meaning that this skill was ideal on the battlefield. In her opinion, she would be quite useful to our hero. With a smile, the girl looked in his direction, expecting a response. And in the next second, the young man threw himself on top of her and began to hug his new friend tightly. He was delighted at her words, to the great surprise of the girl, who had not at all thought he would act in this way. Our hero was very happy to hear her say that. He never stopped calling her the best, and said he was very pleased with her abilities. He recalled his enemies who had certain nicknames: Star Sword, Star Bow, Great Thief, Divine Spear. Now, if it comes to fighting them, he has a chance to defeat all these serious opponents. Haru even blushed for a moment out of embarrassment, but our hero couldn't stop hugging her very tightly and telling her how much he was grateful that she was willing to help him. And all the while our sweet couple was cuddling so beautifully, the evil overlord was watching them and bantering like he was taking a picture. Our hero was furious at this notice and told Ball to stop following them and get out of here as soon as possible. The young man began to apologize for such an abrupt change of mood. However, the girl was delighted with his response and replied that she was very happy to help. The MC then took this mask in his hands and said that he would make this object fulfill all of Haru's hopes. He would help her take revenge and carry out her plan. The handsome goblin was delighted at such nice words. She clenched her fists and hoped that together they could make it work. We move to the place where Vulcan found the man our protagonist has been searching for so long. Our master's faithful servant clamped this warrior's mouth shut so that he could not cry out and call for help. Now, all we had to do was wait for our hero. Vulcan couldn't wait to kill this upstart. It was very hard for him to keep his cool. He was eagerly waiting for the main character to show up. Finally, our sweet couple showed up, and the young man asked his slave how he had managed to catch this underdog. Very emotionally, Vulcan replied that he had waited too long for his master because there was still no way this warrior would settle down. Do they really understand how hard it was for him to keep from killing him? With a smile, the main character stated that this could work in their favor because they now had a quest from the demon. After all, if they managed to destroy the guilds influenced by the Pelin siblings, the chances of accomplishing this mission increase. In that case, isn't it time they all started moving towards the 10th floor? Grinning evilly, the young man was excited for what awaited them next. Meanwhile, in the safe zone of the 2nd floor, the gathered warriors in the downtown marketplace were discussing the rumors that had been circulating about who had handled this incredible wave. There seemed to be 2, or perhaps 3. But while they were talking, a magical portal appeared behind their backs, through which our hero and his friends came out. All present were very surprised and amazed at his appearance, because our hero had that very mask on his face. Now everyone knew his name. His name is Ghost Mask. The warriors immediately moved closer to him to ask their questions. They were interested in how he was able to overcome such a huge wave of monsters, and perhaps he was a member of some guild. They would also like to know his real name. But he realized that he shouldn't reveal his name yet, for the evil lord had given the assignment. One had to become famous as quickly as possible before he reached the 100th level, and in case of failure, he would become the apostle of the demon. Whereupon our hero looked in their direction and declared in a demonic voice that his name was Ghost Mask. Our heroes quickened their step, paying no attention to the questions of these novice players. One of those present in the square suspected our hero of committing a crime before he entered the tower. In fact, he believes there have been many instances of people going to this place to hide from justice. Our hero was well aware of the rumors that had risen. In the tower, many people hide their identity. He's sure he was able to get their attention with a wave of monsters and a goblin mask. The young man then commanded Vulcan that they should move on because they still had a lot to do. A moment later, they dissolved and disappeared, regardless of the cheers and shouts behind them that came from that crowd. All 3 immediately found themselves on the 2nd floor in a small forest, and the system greeted them. Also, they should have completed the current quest before moving on to the next floor. It was necessary to fight the kobolds again, as well as defeat the kobold warriors. Throwing off his hood, the young man was sure they could handle anything now. He was preparing for another battle. Our hero ordered Vulcan to take up the task. He's been tasked with bringing all these kobolds here alive. If he wanted, he could take Haru with him. Our hero wanted to experiment with demonic energy and asked his servant to return as soon as possible. Already flying away, the Vulcan shouted loudly for him and dared not use his new power until he returned. He was intrigued. The girl asked the young man if it was possible to do the task in this manner, sending someone in his place. But he, exhaling deeply, replied that if she wanted, she could go off on her own to catch all those kobolds. He's not forcing it. After that, the protagonist got ready to practice with his new ring. The young man still couldn't believe that he could use demonic energy, but he was very curious to see what would come of it all. In the next second, he activated the ring, and huge streams of demonic energy began to fly in all directions. It was a special energy that belonged to one of the most powerful races. A small clot of purple color appeared in front of him. This was the very magical energy he wanted to try out. Suddenly, the girl warned our hero that a ferocious kobold had appeared in the bushes, ready to attack them. Without wasting any time, this monster rushed straight at our hero, much to his delight, because in the next second, the young man activated his ring and decided to try out his new power on this creature. He sent a stream of demonic energy straight into that kobold, but it seemed that the monster managed to dodge, much to the girl's surprise. However, the young man was certain that this was not the case, because a blow that strong simply couldn't help but do some damage. And in the next instant, the shoulder of this kobold, to his surprise, began to fall apart into small pieces, as if it had been frozen by liquid nitrogen. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't understand what was even going on here. Our hero cheerfully replied that demonic energy was a weapon that was incredibly powerful. Not everyone can withstand such an attack. In a moment, there was no trace of the kobold. The young man added that this happens to those who encounter such a powerful energy flow for the first time. It was inevitable, he said, but there was something else he wanted to do. He decided to put that energy and his spiritual powers to the test in creating a special soldier. In his opinion, it should have turned out to be an incredibly strong warrior. He combined two streams of energy, his soul and demonic energy. But in the next second, the combination began to tear him apart, and the energy was so strong he could barely stand and fight back. He decided to lower the energy density from 10 units to 1. And after a while, white glowing eyes began to emerge from this huge purple blob of energy that resembled the former kobold, but much stronger. To our hero's delight, he realized that his properly chosen proportion had worked perfectly and he had created an incredibly strong soldier. The girl rejoiced and praised him. I think he's got it now. But from the looks of it, it wasn't very easy. Our hero replied that on the contrary, it was too easy. After all, few people know how to control that kind of energy except demons. No one really knows how easy it was to actually use it. Meanwhile, Vulcan returned and marveled at what he saw before his eyes. Was it really created with demonic energy? He asked our hero. He was able to bring for our warrior a large number of live kobolds that were bound with ropes and sat obediently on the ground awaiting their fate. Vulcan continued to marvel at his master's abilities. After all, a spiritual soldier with demonic energy is honored to be called a demonic spiritual soldier. That expression seemed to please our hero, while Vulcan scrutinized his new soldier very closely. He continued to praise our hero, calling him his disciple. But in his mind, the protagonist thought that it was too difficult to use his energy every time he captured a soul. There seemed to be a different way to put those skills to use in combat. He looked at Vulcan and realized that in this case he didn't need to summon souls himself, as his servant was much better at it. He turned to him with a smile and said that Vulcan had far more experience in summoning souls than he did. His words made Vulcan blush with embarrassment. He was delighted at such compliments. At last he waited for his student to pay homage to his teacher. The young man was glad because Vulcan was able to both summon souls and command them during battle, which is quite valuable. But in the next second, Vulcan suddenly felt the manifestation of demonic energy on himself and cried out loudly, because our hero activated his ring and directed this flow directly into the center of his servant's chest. The young man looked at him happily and loudly said that if he filled his soul with demonic energy, the fighters he would summon would have to turn into spiritual demonic soldiers. After all, his soul is much stronger than kobolds, so our hero uses all the energy he has. A second later, a huge stream of demonic energy began to sweep through Vulcan, who was screaming loudly and uttering our hero's name, cursing him with every possible word. The girl watched from the side and was frightened, for it seemed to her that Vulcan would probably perish from such a powerful flow. But our hero assured her that the spiritual master would endure and stay alive. Meanwhile, Vulcan shouted in a demonic voice that if he survived, he would surely tear our hero to pieces and eat him for breakfast. The young man replied to him that in that case Vulcan should get to his level before committing what he had planned. If he becomes strong enough, only then will he be able to challenge him. He'll be very happy about it. After a moment, the incredible streams of energy began to intensify their rotation, and huge beams of light spread out in all directions. Seconds later, Vulcan appeared in a new form, much stronger and brighter than he had been before. To the delight of our hero, who realized that in front of him was his best spiritual soldier, namely Vulcan. But suddenly his servant announced in a quiet voice that his apprentice had made a mistake because he had created a being many times stronger than himself. Whereupon Vulcan laughed loudly and summoned all his spirit soldiers, who seemed about to attack our hero. But the necromancer was ready for it and applied his new goblin mask, because he realized that now he had a great chance to fight an equal opponent in strength. Vulcan shouted joyfully and loudly that he would now show him the soldiers he had longed to see, after which released a huge amount of these terrifying monsters. He commanded them to fly forward and attack our hero. But it seems that the young man was ready for their attack because he was wearing this amazing mask. The girl was delighted by his behavior because she realized that he had now activated her. He was able, thanks to his mask, to watch as the demonic spirit soldiers moved much slower than him. So he had a chance to attack them and disarm them. Maybe it's just his imagination, or it turns out that the girl might have seen things that way before, thanks to her mask. However, in the next second, our hero destroyed each of these spirit soldiers with swift blows, and the next second pounced on Vulcan to his great surprise. He struck him a powerful blow with his fist and stated that he was different now, though he had been called the Death Star before. The blow landed directly on Vulcan's head, who in the next instant fell to the ground with a huge rumble, even though he was a spiritual master. Removing his mask from his face, the young man told him in a still demonic voice that Vulcan should have calmed down and listened to his orders. After a while, when the dust and smoke had cleared after this blow, Vulcan uttered that he was rather hurt because it still hurt a lot after such a blow. The young man assured him that the attack that failed only worked on normal people, but now he wasn't just a person, but had hidden powers using that mask. The girl turned again to our hero, for she was extremely surprised. It seems her little brother had once again used the power of that mask. The young man replied that he had done just that, used the power of the goblin mask, because everything around him abruptly slowed down and seemed very slow, and it was as if he had become the most powerful fighter. But suddenly she interrupted him and said that it was just a side effect due to lack of experience. Her words angered him somewhat. How is that a side effect? He was just counting on her unique ability to slow down everything that was going on around her. The young man then asked her what the mask was for in that case. Haryu replied to him that she had said earlier that the mask was needed for battle foresight, that is, to predict your opponent's strikes. With it, you can see the enemy's slowed actions and anticipate his next move. He immediately began to ask her in more detail how he could learn it, but she couldn't answer, because according to her she just took it and did it, and it worked itself out. Our hero smirked and realized that it seemed that this girl was considered a true genius even among goblins. It would be hard for her to train him, even if he asked her to. Haryu interrupted his thoughts and asked the young man if he happened to be dizzy. He shook his head negatively. The thing was that if an inexperienced goblin used a special skill, he would experience a terrible headache or dizziness. It also applies to her. She can't use Providence whenever she wants. She was very worried about our hero, but he didn't seem to be able to activate that skill when he first wore that mask. Nevertheless, the girl believed that he would soon learn everything and be more deft with this valuable object. He thanked his friend for telling him how the item should actually be used. The whole time they were talking, Vulcan was sitting off to the side, feeling very sad. Suddenly, he was approached by our young attractive lady who seemed to want to take pity on him. After all, Haryu understood his sad feelings and emotions. Vulcan immediately started hugging her and thanking her because she was the only one who took care of him in any way, unlike his idiot master. Quite unexpectedly, the girl said, she hadn't even thought of even that to praise him or cheer him up in any way. She merely wanted to let him know that more kobolds were needed to be brought in. After all, the protagonist asked for another one as soon as possible, and it must be done before he turns Vulcan's soul into a ball and consumes it. Those were his words. That is the words of our hero. After she was done, Vulcan was very upset because he had to do his lord's bidding once again. After a while, the system notified the young warrior that the mission was accomplished and he could successfully continue onward. Now that they had a new fine-tuned process, they continued to mop up one floor after another. The third floor was cleared. After a while, they were able to clear the fourth floor as well. In these ongoing duels, our hero used his ring and mask, while the girl aided him in his battles with her swift sword. However, her strange demonic smile was very disturbing. After a while, on the fifth floor, two warriors were having a conversation amongst themselves. Everyone was talking about some guy who called himself Ghost Mask. It seemed like it had already been 3 days since he had entered the forest on this floor. One of the warriors was well aware that after the fifth floor, the kind of monsters that would be difficult to deal with began because they were goblins with poison needles. And at this time, our hero, being in the forest, activated his magical abilities and expected some monster to attack him. The next second, one of these monsters exhaled a special poisoned arrow from its tube, which flew in the direction of our hero. But she didn't have time to reach her goal, because the next second she was stopped by the swift sword of our beauty. The girl looked at this monster with her demonic gaze and asked him why he dared to attack her little brother. Her words caused that goblin to be extremely afraid, but a moment later, the Vulcan spiritual warriors attacked the creature and instantly destroyed it. Vulcan praised the girl. She seems to have stopped that arrow just in time, because it was just about to hit our hero. But as she spoke, Vulcan noticed something odd. There was clearly something wrong here. Her wicked smile and demeanor seemed very suspicious. What the hell is going on here? It was a very frightening phenomenon, and Vulcan was frightened. For a while, Vulcan tried to find out if the girl was all right. But after a moment, she herself was afraid of what was happening. Why was she holding the sword and laughing all the time? But as soon as they had finished, our hero interrupted their conversation and said that he had almost finished his training, and it seems that they've waited too long for him. Turning around, he said with a smile that there would be a very large wave of monsters today. His two new companions wanted to know more. What monster wave is he talking about? After a while, they sat down in front of the fireplace. It was the fourth floor. They had gone to the fifth floor the night before. He explained to them that after the fifth floor, goblins will appear instead of kobolds, and he'll be able to get the Goblin Killer achievement. Haryu asked him if he really wanted to go and destroy the Monster Lord. However, Vulcan said that you can't just attack them from wherever you want. No one knows when or on which floor the Lord will appear. The hero went on to say that he had no intention of hunting the Goblin Lord. And is it really necessary? He happily shouted that he knew how to create an attack wave manually. His words caused great shock and surprise to the other two members of this team. Is he really going to create a wave of monsters by hand? According to Vulcan, if someone in the tower knew about it, they would use it immediately. But our hero replied that he found out about it by accident. I think it was between the third and fourth floors when the necromancer climbed the tower. A crack appeared, and that's when he saw this method. Each floor had a special central area where all the monsters appeared. If you find it and direct your mana there, the monsters will appear just as they did during the wave. In Vulcan's opinion, someone must have gained quite a bit from this, since he knows about it. He was referring to our hero, of course. However, the young man replied that this was the first time he had done this. After all, monsters above level 300 are much stronger than goblins, and such a wave of monsters couldn't even be stopped by 4 great beings. Drawing a conclusion from the young man's words, Vulcan realized that he hadn't known about it when it could be used earlier. The young man replied that things were different now, and to become stronger, he must make as many waves as possible. After a while in the city, in a safe place, to the surprise of many of the warriors present, the ground began to shake beneath their feet. No one realized what was happening. One of those present looked in the direction where a large, oversized energy portal had appeared, and everyone realized that it was a wave of monsters about to attack. They never saw a wave on the first floor. The next second, a huge number of goblins ran in their direction, and everyone rushed to flee, for no one expected to see them in the village, for there was no warning. But these goblins weren't taking it lightly. They shot their poisoned arrows at the fleeing warriors, and one of the young men was hit. He fell to the ground and couldn't move. One of his friends tried to help him, but he knew full well that it was the goblin's paralytic poison and that his friend would not be able to move for a while. He had tried to save him, but now that these goblins were so close, he knew that they would be the end of him. He was very sorry, because he didn't even make it to the 10th floor. But in the next second, our hero suddenly appeared very close and was able to activate his demon ring. A huge stream of his powerful energy struck right in the middle of the street, sending up huge clouds of smoke and dust. With a stern voice, he told the young man that the uninjured warrior should carry his poisoned comrade to safety. The young man knew exactly who was standing before him. Before him was the ghost mask, the same warrior who was rumored to be so great. Standing in the middle of the huge crater, our hero could hear the crowd behind him discussing his appearance. No one could believe that he would face this wave alone. They all seemed to have been saved. That's exactly what our hero was counting on. He wanted to save everyone, because if they survive and spread as many rumors about him as possible, it will be to his advantage. After that, he cast his spell to make his demonic soldiers rise from the ashes and start fighting. Huge streams of energy and his monsters rained down on the goblins from all directions, further destroying them. However, Vulcan was furious because he was the one who created the soldiers and summoned them all for the current attack. Nevertheless, our hero ordered him to stop talking and create as many soldiers as possible. But the next second, they were greatly surprised by an explosion nearby. One of their soldiers had been destroyed. There seemed to be someone else who was able to kill that spirit demon soldier, and that someone was a spirit goblin who possessed a special magic torch. He could attack them and kill their spirit soldiers. Now, we had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would not be able to carry out this raid. Meanwhile, Haru climbed up to the roof of one of the buildings and watched the huge number of goblins that still remained through the energy portal. The next second, she quickly jumped down from the roof while holding her sword, and her face resembled a completely different young and beautiful face than before. She looked more like a demon. She set about destroying one goblin after another, delivering her blows quickly, so fast that they had no chance to defend themselves, let alone attack her. The Vulcan immediately rejoiced, realizing that they seemed to have a chance. But the very next second, he was a bit puzzled because the girl was moving too fast. Our hero seized the moment and activated his gluttony skill to devour the soul of one of the dead goblins that could destroy his ghost soldiers. The young man was very upset because the fire had an amazing effect on his army. Now, using his techniques on such goblins was a futile endeavor. He had to think of something to inflict as much defeat as possible on all those goblins. Thanks to the absorbed soul, he activated a special spiritual fire that sent a huge wave towards them and began to destroy goblins one by one. Suddenly, a girl stood beside him, and he thanked Haru for her great work and told her to keep it up. But this was not the girl he had met before. She had a strange smile on her face, and our hero realized that something was happening to her. After a moment, she showed her red sword, red hot from the many goblins she had already humiliated. With a terrible whirlwind of fire, she went into the next battle, bringing death to all present. Our hero had to cover himself with his hand because her sword emitted too much light. He knew it was a difficult item, but he had no idea it was such a powerful way to fight. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise because it seemed that this girl was no longer the girl he knew before. She was transforming into some kind of strong demonic warrior who had incredible power thanks to this weapon. He called her name out loud and couldn't believe his eyes. But the girl looked at him with her strange, fearful gaze, causing even more horror. And in the next second, thanks to her sword, she made two powerful strikes. It was like a laser cutting through the entire space around her. Her blow almost destroyed our hero. Her blows were so powerful and swift that they sliced every structure in the area like butter. And in the next instant, parts of these houses began to collapse into the street, where a large number of goblins were concentrated. To their great horror, they realized that they were about to be destroyed as these huge chunks of houses began to fall on them with a tremendous rumble. She managed to destroy an entire village in an instant, and our hero barely escaped the attack. What the hell was going on? He didn't understand at all. After that, our hero looked at the girl holding the weapon and realized that she was not the Haru he knew before. but she didn't think to stop and attacked our hero in the next second. He barely managed to dodge the powerful assault. A moment later, there was a huge explosion as her weapon managed to hit one of the nearby trees. The young man kept shouting that it was him, her friend. Why doesn't she recognize him? But the girl paid no attention to his words and continued to attack, swinging her red sword. He defended himself because he didn't want to die. However, he noticed that she was very strong and could literally destroy him in the next second. The girl took another leap and swung her sword, once again destroying a large part of the house next door. A Vulcan was heading their way. He made his path through those great thick clouds of ash and dust, trying to find his master and the girl. A moment later, he found our hero sitting on the ruins of some house and came to his senses. Our protagonist seemed to be at a loss for a while and could not answer anything. He was a bit bruised. To Vulcan's delight, his master was fine. Now he asked about the girl. What was wrong with her? The young man answered that she almost killed him with her punch. Suddenly, Haru appeared in front of them, holding her sword. It felt like it was the goblin leader, for she possessed incredible strength. The girl continued to smile broadly and stare at our hero with her demonic gaze. By this time, most of the monsters were already dead, and it seemed as if the flood had stopped. The protagonist ordered Vulcan to take care of the others while he grabbed his own weapon. He put on a mask and was about to deal with Haru. He sharply pushed off the ground with his foot and rushed forward to attack. He was now able to activate Fighting Providence, and through the mask he saw her in a completely different light. The intuition he had developed while climbing to the 599th floor told him that her sword was very dangerous. It will simply cut him to pieces. Now that he realizes that there are no eternal friends or enemies in the tower, he had only one chance to destroy this girl. Surely a very sad story, but it looks like he has to say goodbye. He apologized to himself, and in the next moment he tried to strike. It was aimed directly at her head. But the young man still had his doubts, for she once again appeared before his eyes in the form he had known before. But in the next second, his strike was stopped by the girl's hand. How could she do that? The young man did not understand at all, for he had used all of his strength. Does she also possess something incredible even though she doesn't have a mask? She looked at him with a smile, and he realized that she had used her battle providence to anticipate his attack. She laughed, hit him with her weapon, and threw him aside. Now our hero was bleeding from his chest, so he didn't wait for her to finish him off and ordered his spiritual soldiers to attack her. The huge bony arms of the undead began to rise from the ground, and in the next second they began to assault the girl. It was the dead goblins who tried to grab her and stop her. However, after a moment, Haru's eyes began to shine even brighter, and she easily destroyed all of those ghost warriors. To the horror of our protagonist, he didn't even see a single blow from his own soldiers. Was she also using that martial providence she spoke of earlier? Now he realizes that she is too strong, but he doesn't understand how to defeat her. There was another explosion that carried our hero a long way. He started to fall down that huge building. However, he was able to pull himself together in time and realized that he could only defeat this strong opponent with cunning. Something was clearly wrong with her. She seemed somehow tired now. Perhaps she was exhausted and had lost her strength. Her eyes were bleeding, and she was sobbing for some reason. Our hero seemed to realize that this was the side effect she was talking about. Now he might have a chance to defeat her. He just had to make sure that she couldn't use her battle providence and continue to wear her down. So he decided to try a trick and jumped through a broken window inside the building. The girl went after him. Angrily, she looked down and saw our hero there, happy to attack him again. He looked at her and offered her a fight. To our hero's great joy, Haru immediately rushed down with her weapon. But as soon as she reached our hero, the young man summoned his ghost goblins, who began to attack the girl with poisoned arrows. At that moment, she had too little time to react to these zombie goblins. The protagonist was overjoyed at the fact that this paralyzing goblin poison could prove fatal to her. Would she really be able to dodge those blows without using her skill? Our hero watched as Haru was about to be hit by 2 poison arrows. However, with a sharp move, the girl was able to kill 2 of the goblins and cut them in half. Much to the young man's dismay, his attack was unsuccessful. Wasting no time, Haru attacked our hero in the next second. He barely had time to dodge before a powerful blow rang out near where he had been standing. The girl immediately pushed herself off the ground and flew towards him for another strike. Her face was pierced with a demonic look, and she laughed. It seemed as if she could have destroyed him in the next second, but at that moment, a poisonous arrow pierced her body. She was greatly surprised, not expecting such an attack at all, but it was a trick by our hero. After all, if it wasn't for the side effect of battle providence, he wouldn't have succeeded. The poisoned arrow that the zombie goblin released went through his cloak and hit the girl directly. It hit her from her blind spot, so she couldn't see anything. The girl started to lose consciousness and fell down from a great height. Our hero barely caught her in time to prevent her from hitting the stone floor. He could no longer feel his own hands as the paralyzing poison began to take effect. He asked one of his soldiers to bring him a poisoned arrow with a paralyzing toxin at the tip, and after a moment, he absorbed the venom into his body to resist this deadly weapon. Now that the girl was unconscious, he could look at her from the outside, and she posed no threat. However, her fighting ability began to get on our hero's nerves. At that time, Haru saw a sword flying beside her in her mind. She didn't realize where she was. This world was different from the one we were used to. Someone's voice sounded close by, and a big hand grabbed the sword. A warrior appeared in front of her who was very happy to see the girl. It seemed to be the same demon who had given her the weapon earlier. He looked down at her and laughed, for she was just a child to him. The girl didn't know who he was. Maybe a goblin, maybe not. This character replied that she seemed to be right, and in the next second he moved as close to her as possible, positioning the blade of the weapon right next to her throat. He wanted to warn her of something. He said that the next time she showed her sword without training, he would simply eat her. A moment later, the girl woke up and found herself on our hero's back. To Vulcan's delight, she seemed to come to her senses. She didn't know where she was. But the young man explained that they had just left the 5th floor and reached the village. This was the safe zone of the 6th floor. She didn't understand why our hero was carrying her on his back, but he asked her with a smile if she didn't remember what happened the day before. It was very disappointing. They went to the hotel room, and he promised to tell her everything. They only had to check their equipment and stamina on the 6th floor before going straight to the 10th floor. In the tower on the 10th floor, there was a big city, and to enter it, they had to defeat a boss, the Great Orc Warrior. Haru nodded her head in agreement. Vulcan added that considering the creature's combat power, it could be considered a monster lord. Haru immediately added with a smile that once she recovered, they could set out to conquer this monster right away. But our hero said in a very stern tone that they wouldn't do that, because now everyone would have to go their own way. She did not believe his words, because they surprised her very much. How could he leave her now? But the young man was adamant in his decision, saying that he couldn't count on her after what happened on the 5th floor during the wave. Haru had absolutely no memory of what happened there. Eventually, her memories just faded away. Our hero reminded her that she had a demon sword, and the power of that weapon was incredible. However, although this sword gave incredible power, it also devoured its master's consciousness. She lost her mind and attacked him. After saying that, her eyes widened in surprise. Sitting on her bed, the young man added that if she continued to rely on such unpredictable power, she would not live to see the 100th floor. He decided to give her a task, without relying on the power of her weapon, to reach the 10th floor on her own. It seemed that it had dawned on Haru that she should become stronger instead of relying on the power of her weapons. She smiled happily and said that she would definitely follow his instructions. She promised to become strong enough to be his loyal battle companion once again. Smiling, our hero looked at her and nodded in agreement. After a while, they stood in the town square and were about to say goodbye to each other. The girl thanked our hero for letting her be with him all this time. Our hero added that she had absolutely nothing to rush off to because he still had some things to do. Therefore, Haru would have plenty of time to prepare and become much stronger. For a while, they looked at each other with a smile. The girl added that she would soon catch up to his strength and they would be together again. Our hero smiled and said that he would wait for that moment. They turned and went their separate ways. A few days later, on the 9th floor, our hero was able to fight a large number of goblins. Much to the dismay of one of them, he was attacked by a mysterious warrior wearing a strange mask, and this warrior was emitting an energy flow around his body. It turned out to be the floor boss. Our hero told him that he was just very big, but he was no different from an ordinary goblin. His eyes glowed brightly, and he ordered the monster to leave. And in the next second, the masked necromancer delivered a powerful knee to the creature's chest. The blow was so powerful that the monster fell to the ground with a loud thud. Vulcan could hardly believe his eyes. Our hero seems to have gotten the hang of it and can fight quite effectively. The young man didn't let him finish, as his main task was to suck out the souls of the dead. We needed as many demon soldiers as possible. It was an artificial wave created by our hero. Now that they were able to work together very efficiently, everyone enjoyed this activity. Is our hero really so cold-blooded? He hadn't even mentioned Haru in all this time, but the young man replied with a smile that he wouldn't have considered her as his ally if he thought she wouldn't be able to accomplish his task. She is strong, and so this girl will do anything for revenge. Now he ordered Vulcan to go about his business as usual and create as many orcs as possible. The current wave won't be enough. They need more soldiers. The tone of his request angered Vulcan, who began to shout angrily, saying that the young man had no respect for adults. He seemed to have no manners at all because he had no parents. Suddenly, our hero replied that it was true. He has no parents. His words made Vulcan look up in surprise. The young man explained that he was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, and one of the warriors he knew grew up there, too. Vulcan thought for a moment. Then he approached our hero and put his hand on his shoulder as if to support his master. But our hero looked at him a little irritated, because he had not expected such a reaction from his subordinate. For a while, they argued about which feelings were worth showing to each other. After all, Vulcan wanted to take pity on him and hug him. But our hero did not like such emotions at all, so he tried to avoid such manifestations of his servant's feelings. Meanwhile, there was a notification that a new achievement, or killer, had been obtained. In a moment, the two of them were on the 10th floor. It was a test room. New system notification. Welcome to the 10th floor. He needs to defeat the boss to get to the middle of the floor. If he is defeated, he will be returned to the 9th floor. Vulcan was very surprised as he had never seen anything like this before. This was a new requirement. After a moment, the time in which the other heroes were able to kill this monster appeared in front of them. It was a badge of honor. The young man joked that he didn't see Vulcan's name on the record, but he replied that he didn't see the hero either. Half of the records on that list belonged to 4 great creatures. They were born with amazing abilities. With an Achillean smile, our hero declared that he was ready to break this record and that we should start right away. His words brought cheers from the Vulcans, for it sounded great. The system reported that the mission was being prepared and they should be ready for battle. In a minute, the battle with the main boss will begin. In our hero's opinion, it looked doable and he began to warm up. He asked Vulcan to use the demon soldiers to stop the boss. And in the next second, Vulcan started to prepare his army, summoning those big creatures to attack the forthcoming monster boss. Our hero slammed his hand down hard on the ground and activated magic spells, causing an incredibly powerful mighty spear to appear in front of him. Using the power of his multiclass, he began to cast spell after spell, activating all of his abilities to fight the giant monster. Even Vulcan was surprised at how strong our hero was. Each spell contributed to the fact that each new swirl of colored energy increased the power of Odin's spear. But the most important spell in this battle was the use of demonic energy on the ring. Now everything seemed to be ready, and our hero prepared to attack this monster that would appear any second. Our hero's army of demonic soldiers froze in anticipation and looked in the direction where this terrifying beast was about to appear. The system reported that the battle would begin in 3 seconds. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Mission launch. The great orc is summoned. With a tremendous rumble, something that size collapsed to the ground, sending rocks flying in all directions. The next second, as the smoke cleared, someone's big red eye looked directly at them. It was a monster of cyclopean proportions, very strong and with a great big sword. It was ready to fight our heroes. Wasting no time, Vulcan sent his demonic soldiers in his direction, and they began to attack him, chaining his legs together to prevent him from moving. Our hero immediately used his spear. It was the spear of the god Odin, and in the next second, that spear flew straight at the orc, blowing his head off in an instant. The demon soldiers were still circling around the decapitated monster, while our hero stood in his usual relaxed pose, watching his defeated foe fall to the ground. The system reported that he was able to handle this monster in less than a second. The record was broken. He was the fastest to complete the 10th floor mission. He was asked for his name. Well, that's all he was waiting for. So he suggested the name Ghost Mask. He was then informed that the timesheet data had been updated. Data about this record began to circulate on the 8th floor. In one of the taverns where Haru was sitting, all the heroes and warriors were watching the screens and couldn't believe that a record had been set on the 10th floor in less than a second. The girl saw a familiar name. All the while, the crowd kept discussing that it was the famous monster slayer. She took another sip from her cup and realized that she had to work harder to catch up with her little brother. At this point, Vulcan couldn't be happy with what they had accomplished, because it was truly amazing. They surpassed the results of the great beings who had fought this monster before. He began to hug and praise our hero, for this was his disciple. Even great spiritual masters like him could not achieve such a good result. But standing at the magic portal, our hero calmly replied that they still had a lot of work to do on the 10th floor, and they shouldn't waste time. Show must go on. The system informed him that they had reached the 10th floor, got the 10th floor achievement, +5 to all stats. A new auction was also started. An auction was a place where you could buy something for money. Meanwhile, someone tossed a gold coin into the air and looked at the information messages displayed on his screen. The young man read the name of the new hero, Ghost Mask, with a smile. He seemed to be preparing himself to meet this unknown character. Meanwhile, our heroes made it to the 10th floor. It was the first major city the Hodoks encountered, and in that vast city was a portal to Earth. People who had given up on reaching the top began to trade, and founded the largest city of the first 100 floors. Standing at a special screen in one of the shops, our hero decided to sell the remaining items and buy some magic potions for future battles. Vulcan noticed that the townspeople have lifted the ban on auctions, but the town's market is still thriving. That was a bit surprising. The protagonist added that there were people here who lived normal lives, but everything could be bought at auction. The system informed him that his registration for the auction had been approved. They walked down long streets along large shopping rows. Many merchants greeted them and offered to buy various products. From the Golden Lich, among other things, it was a weapon. It was also one of the hotels owned by the Golden Lich. Vulcan turned to our hero. He had no idea who this Golden Lich was. The young man explained that Golden Lich's company was one of the best in the tower. It had appeared a few years ago, and the Golden Lich was the richest man in the tower. No one knew his real name, but he had an incredible amount of gold. It is said that everything in the tower came through him. At this point, Vulcan was a little misunderstood by his master, for he seemed to have some business to attend to. But the young man replied with a smile that he wanted to find a sponsor, while carrying a huge bag full of precious coins on his shoulder. Vulcan didn't understand the sponsor in question, but our hero replied immediately, pointing up with his finger that he was looking at him right now. All these emblems belonged to the sponsor he wanted for himself, the Golden Lich. His words struck Vulcan so hard that he couldn't believe it and began to shout loudly that their sponsor turned out to be this particular rich man. Our hero replied with a smile that that was exactly what it was, because according to him, the Golden Lich would be his first sponsor. After a while, they entered one of the fancy rooms, which was very richly decorated. A lovely girl greeted them at the entrance, saying she was very happy to see them in the company of the Golden Lich. And everything that money could buy, weapons, items, potions, and information, was here. Everything can be bought and sold at the Golden Lich Company. That's what our hero needed. He was put on a waiting list. Number 18. It was what was needed. After a while, our hero was invited by one of the salesmen in charge of the third counter. He asked how he could help. Our hero put his sack in front of the salesman and said that he wanted to buy something. The salesman asked for the customer's name. At this point, the young man pulled out his mask. He looked in his direction and wondered if the salesman didn't know who he was talking about. The salesman's eyes widened in surprise. Now he realized that the one in front of him was the same ghost mask. But our hero interrupted him and told him to be quiet. After all, the merchant must realize that he is not wearing a mask in this room for no reason. After a moment, they began to talk and count the money our hero had brought with him. There were exactly 3,000 gold coins in that bag. This was all the money he had earned from the monster waves. Not understanding our hero's mission, the shopkeeper asked what he was going to buy with all that money. The young man replied that he wanted to buy a meeting with Golden Lich, the head of the company. His words stunned the salesman, who broke into a cold sweat. Does he really think he can meet with the head of the company? He just lost his mind. But our hero didn't understand his feelings. Maybe something's wrong? After all, it seemed like you could buy anything here. However, the salesman told him that he was sorry, but this transaction was not possible. He added that there were two reasons for this. One was that Mr. Leach was very busy, but the second reason interested our hero more. Still in a cold sweat, the salesman added that he might sound rude. But our hero did not bring enough money. 3,000 gold coins is not a small amount of money, but it was not worth his boss's time. Our hero thought for a moment. Maybe his plan will fail. But he had a new idea. The merchant did not have time to finish his apology, and our hero had to leave. But suddenly, the necromancer interrupted him, glanced in his direction with a sarcastic look, and asked for a meeting with the manager. He was willing to pay. A moment later, our hero and his spiritual servant began climbing the stairs to the second floor of this luxurious mansion. Vulcan appreciated his master's boldness in asking an unknown employee to arrange a meeting with the CEO. But our hero replied that such audacity only played into his hands. If Vulcan had other ideas on how to arrange a meeting with the Golden Lich, he was willing to listen. Finally, they reached the right place. They stood at the entrance to an ornate room, the doors inlaid with gold and gems. Our hero knocked and said that Ghost Mask had come. He was immediately asked to come in. The young man opened the doors loudly and saw the manager sitting in the chair in front of him, waiting for him. The man introduced himself and said that he was the manager of Golden Lich's Branch 10. Puppeteer. He's looking forward to meeting our hero. Looking around this luxurious room, our hero noticed that the Golden Lich he was about to meet did not seem to be here. The manager added that this was because he would not be able to meet his owner for that kind of money. That was the answer our hero was expecting, and he said he was willing to do things a little differently. He asked the manager to call Golden Lich here, because when he saw him, he would want to sponsor him himself. The manager took a deep breath and thought about the fact that this young man still had the nerve to offer some deals. He got up from his chair and began to approach our hero. He had heard of him, of course, but he shouldn't have been so casual and spoken of his master in such an arrogant tone. And as he approached our hero, he was able to make a few magic passes with his hands, activating the puppet's ability. It seems that this manager can pull strings and manage people. He's sorry, but the young man will have to leave this place. But suddenly, our hero smiled and said that he actually had the nerve to talk about such a thing. And in the next second, with a sharp movement of his hand, he grabbed all the strings that were trying to control him. After all, this manager had as much bragging rights as he did, since he was able to work his magic on him. His actions caused a great shock to his opponent. After all, our hero was able to show off his ability to defeat Hodox from the 18th floor. But I think he's got something else up his sleeve. And in the next second, the manager reactivated his magical abilities. With a clap of his hands, they were transported to a completely unfamiliar room where there was nothing. The manager told our hero that he was sure it was the first time the young man had ever seen anything like it. It was the realm of the spirit, an infinite sphere, our hero added, separating the soul and spirit from the body. Once again, the manager was amazed at his opponent's knowledge. How did the 10th floor fighter know that? He shouldn't know about the realm of the spirit. In that case, since he knows what it is, he should realize that the laws of reality do not apply here. It was a dimension where you had to use all your experience and soul power to fight. After a moment, he activated his soldiers and said that if our hero could defeat him, he would try to arrange a meeting with the head of the company. A huge number of magical threads began to cover our hero's legs and arms, preventing him from moving. But these actions only made our protagonist laugh, who said that the manager was no enemy to him. In such a case, he was ready to show him all that he was capable of, if he used his experience and the strength of his soul. Our protagonist raised his arms to his side and loudly proclaimed that the manager hadn't yet realized that his skills didn't work on him. And in the next second, with a sharp movement, he cut all those threads. There wasn't even a trace of them left. Then he looked at his opponent and realized that he had exhausted all his abilities. The manager saw an incredible scene in front of him. His guest seemed to have the mental prowess of a fighter above the 100th level, maybe even the 200th level. However, he still had a hidden ace up his sleeve. He said with an evasive smile, realizing that he was on the same level as our hero. And with the magic snap of his fingers, the ground beneath our hero's feet began to tremble. Much to our hero's regret, a huge number of scary monster puppets began to rise from the water's surface, so many that they filled the entire room. He couldn't believe his eyes. They were puppets, a huge army of soldiers that this manager had raised with his skills. He immediately revived them and ordered them to attack our hero. Pointing his hands at the young man, he said that experience played an important role here. And it was through experience that he raised all those puppets. In order to break through the 100th floor, he reworked those puppets to make them stronger with mana transfer. They were improved puppets, and they were as strong as a 50th floor Hodok. With a demonic voice and a loud laugh, he said that once our hero enters this realm, the winner is immediately clear. And that winner would be him. In the next second, all those puppets rushed to attack. At the command of their master, they prepared to deal a mighty blow to our hero. And for a moment, he froze in fear, realizing that he would have a very difficult time now. A large number of these soldiers piled on our hero, forming a huge mountain, to the delight of this manager, who realized that this was the end of his enemy. As he left, he added with a smile that wounds in the spirit realm aren't reflected in the real world, so our hero needn't worry. After all, no one will notice that he's really dead. But suddenly, there was a strong splash of water behind his back. When he turned around, he saw that all his puppets were scattered to the side. It was real magic. After a moment, the shape of our hero changed, and he turned into the strongest necromancer, subjugating everything around him. The manager couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really the magic of the boss from the 100th floor? Now that all his puppets were destroyed, he realized that his plan had failed. He didn't have any more hidden abilities. Standing high above this manager, our hero told him that even in the realm of the spirit, it would take time to turn the dead. And now the puppet army was his army. And it seems that this manager had no idea what a real army was. But now it's time to see how they're all going to destroy him, thanks to our hero's incredible array of soldiers. Now our main character smiled and added that as soon as the manager hit the ball, the winner was immediately clear. This winner was our protagonist. The manager was terrified because his fate was sealed. He saw many powerful monsters from different floors in front of him, all on our hero's side. He didn't even know the names of some of them, while our hero laughed out loud and told him that he was the greatest necromancer. An intense fear gripped the manager, who realized that in front of him was an incredibly strong army of spiritual soldiers, as well as our main character, who posed the greatest threat to him. And in the next second, a huge number of magic arrows flew towards him. He shouted loudly, and a moment later they were back in the room from which they had traveled to the mind sphere. Kneeling before our hero, he didn't realize when they had time to return to that room, because he hadn't closed his orb, but it seems our hero had. This fact puzzled the manager even more, since his guest was able to take control of the mind sphere from him. However, our hero interrupted his train of thought and told him that he had had enough whining and demanded that he get up from the floor. Glancing in his direction, the necromancer asked in a stern voice if the manager had forgotten about the deal he had promised earlier. After all, he had to arrange a meeting with the Golden Lich, the head of the company. And in the next instant, the young man handed the manager a certain small envelope, a special letter. It asked to be delivered to the master. However, the manager added that he didn't want to talk about it since he had lost, but if his master didn't respond to this letter, he couldn't help. Smiling, our hero said not to worry, because as soon as the Golden Lich saw this letter, he would answer it himself. A short time later, Ghost Mask was standing outside, and the salesman and the manager were saying goodbye to him. They assured him that they would let him know as soon as they received an answer. They bowed their heads and wished our hero a safe journey. It was nearing sunset, and the sun was already setting. Seems like a good time to find a place to sleep and take a break. But our hero interrupted Vulcan and said they had tons of other things to do, and it was too early to rest. It wasn't worth wasting time sitting around waiting for the Golden Lich to answer. Since we're going to spend some time in this town, it would be worth it to work hard as guild members. So they decided to visit the location of the White Swallow Guild. It was the lobby on the first floor. Two girls standing at the front desk were talking to each other. One of them wondered how high her friend had climbed. The girl on the right replied that she had made it to the 57th floor. They continued to discuss the rewards they would receive for their new achievements and broken records. One of them could not understand why they had to stay in the lobby on the 10th floor. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. They couldn't understand what kind of idiot would break into a guild building that was under the protection of the Holy Realms. With a loud bang, our hero entered the room. The girls immediately changed their demeanor and declared that they were welcoming this traveler to a place called the White Swallow Guild. They inquired as to what had brought him here. Smiling, the young man explained that he had come to join the guild because it was very difficult to climb the tower alone. The girls were very surprised. It turned out that this uninvited guest was just trying to join the guild. That's when they came up with an incredibly clever idea. They thought that if they recommended a newcomer as a new guild member, they would be able to concentrate a lot of power in their hands. The two girls began to welcome this random guest even more. They were curious if someone had told him about this place. Our hero replied with a smile that he had only come here because he had heard that their guild was quite popular. It was clear from the smile on his face that he was playing a role. Of course, he was well aware of this guild. His answer came just in time, as the girls were convinced that their plan would succeed. However, they immediately decided to give him a test and asked him to demonstrate his skills. But our hero was not confused and offered to lend them a small coin to show his skills. It was very unexpected. He held up the small gold coin so that they could see it clearly, and the next second, with a smile and a slight movement, he folded it almost in half. Such a theatrical performance could not leave them indifferent. They were extremely surprised. It was unbelievable because he did it with his bare hands. Our hero continued to play his role and said that he knew some basic magic. After a moment, he stretched out his hand and a small flame appeared in his palm. He can create fire. The two girls were even more surprised now that he could do so many things. They started whispering to each other. It was very impressive. He had incredible abilities, but they were not that important now. They can take him into their guild, train him, and then he will become a true oligarch, to their great joy. One of the girls said that he was quite handsome. Her friend didn't believe her. At that point, our hero understood perfectly that if he could buy a little more time, he would soon be able to do what he came here to do. Suddenly, in the next second, there was a loud noise outside, and everyone turned their heads in the direction it came from. A warrior girl burst into the lobby of this guild and reported that something very bad had happened. It seems that a certain spiritual master has gone mad and is destroying the entire village. She was screaming loudly, and it was clear from her face that things were very bad. She then added that they had called all the warriors who had climbed above the 50th floor. We must help save the village as soon as possible. Unfortunately for the girls, this information came at the wrong time. They ordered our hero to stay in the lobby and not go anywhere. In their opinion, they would quickly figure out what was going on and come back inside. Of course, it was a very cunning plan that our hero had thought out in advance. Just what he needed. He was alone. Now he can transform, reincarnate into a ghostly mask. He tore off part of the large red velvet curtain and draped it over his shoulders as a cape, and then streams of magical energy began to swirl around his body. At that time, huge explosions rang out in the street, and people ran away in panic. The shopping street was gradually decaying. There was no trace left of anything the spiritual master had touched. The warriors realized that their attacks were useless, but the Vulcan also played a role. He pretended to be really angry, but in reality he was very clumsy, and the warriors knew it. The Vulcan blushed in embarrassment, for it was clear to him as well. He hadn't had to make someone out of himself in decades. He cursed our hero for making the first spiritual master disgrace himself in this way. He'll never forgive that. Meanwhile, in the lobby, our hero neutralized one of the guards with a powerful leg kick. With a loud thud, the warrior hit the wall and fell to the ground. After that, our hero continued his journey as he was looking for something very valuable. At this time, another guard entered the room who didn't understand what was going on. But the next second, he was stunned and surprised to see an unknown masked man in front of him. He asked who he was, how he got here. But in the next second, his throat was sharply squeezed by the hand of our hero, who lifted the warrior off the ground and inquired as to the whereabouts of the list he had been searching for so long. There were quite a few books in this room. Perhaps they contained just what he needed. He understood that the guild was connected to the Holy Kingdom. So our hero wanted a list of the other guilds with their exact locations so he could find them and destroy them. However, a warrior who was clearly suffering from lack of oxygen was able to ask our hero if he was worried about his safety. After all, he knows that he already has 2 enemies in the Star Nine. Our hero thanked him for his concern and squeezed his hand even tighter, because this warrior should have worried about his life first. And if he doesn't give him the information our hero is looking for now, he will lose his life. The man almost fainted and pointed to the papers on the table with a shaking hand. That's exactly what our hero was looking for. He threw the man to the floor and walked over to the table to pick up the papers. It was the list he'd been looking for so long. It listed all the members of the guild. Our hero saw the familiar names and promised himself that he would deal with these warriors soon. The next second, he activated his fire magic and set the building on fire, leaving no trace. A huge fire broke out in this room, and our hero promised himself that he would deal with these warriors first. Meanwhile, in another room, where a large wax candle was burning, a familiar figure was studying the papers lying on the table in front of him. It was a report from the 10th floor by one of his subordinates. Suddenly, he noticed that an envelope had fallen to the floor among the papers. The head of the company, the Golden Lich, was very surprised because it was a letter, and he opened it immediately. He could not understand why his subordinates would send the letter separately from the general report. Nevertheless, he began to examine its contents. The next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. He saw the name Ghost Mask. He started to scream loudly and couldn't believe his eyes, because our hero knew information he wasn't supposed to know. The huge wooden mansion that housed the guild's headquarters went up in flames like a big match. Someone tried to rescue the survivors, while the mages used their skills to try to contain the huge flames. It is suspected to be arson, but it is unknown who exactly set it. All witnesses who tried to do anything were dead. The guild leader of the White Swallow Guild knew that the person who tried to join their guild looked suspicious. He questioned 2 girls who had spoken to our hero earlier. He wanted to know what the culprit looked like. One of them said that he was thin and appeared to be male. He had an upturned nose and was very handsome in person, while the brunette on the right added that on the contrary, his nose was very flattened and looked kind of ugly. They were confused and began to argue with each other. Meanwhile, the guild leader watched their reactions and couldn't understand why they couldn't give him the information he needed. But that was not all, for our hero was able to use special magic. The magic of hallucination that confused the face and didn't show the true image of the person. Meanwhile, our hero, standing by the window, drank his morning invigorating coffee. At that time, Vulcan appeared beside him and said that he had completed all his tasks and had returned. Our hero praised him for his work. Then he began to tease him, because there were many rumors about a scary ghost. These words made Vulcan a little angry. The young man seemed to be making fun of him. But Vulcan was also curious about our hero. Maybe someone could recognize him. But our MC immediately replied that although he used very cheap magic, it worked perfectly in places like the one they were in. All the people who saw him remembered different faces. But what Vulcan was most interested in was information about the other guilds. Why did our hero return empty-handed? But his boss replied that he had stored everything in his head, so there was no need to hold anything in his hands. Vulcan praised our hero, but the next moment they were distracted by a sharp knock at the door. They both turned in the direction of the sound, and our hero thought that Vulcan had ordered service directly to the hotel room. but the servant answered in the negative. Someone behind the door continued to knock very insistently. Our heroes prepared to meet the intruder, and as soon as our hero opened the door, Vulcan had to grab the uninvited guest. 1, 2, 3. The door opened abruptly, and the Vulcan released the magic of the restraining rings and chains that encircled the man in the tie. He screamed loudly and fell to the ground. Our heroes looked at him carefully and recognized him as the very representative of the Golden Lich Company. The young man introduced himself, saying that his name was Halcyon and that he was happy to see his dear customer again. He then explained that he had been sent by the puppet master, against whom our hero had fought earlier. He added that Mr. Golden Lich had arrived on the 10th floor of the branch and wanted to see our hero. In a moment, an incredible image opened up in front of our hero. He saw many personal guards of the CEO. They were strong knights in golden armor. Looking around the room, our hero realized that the Golden Lich was here somewhere, and he asked him why he had called him here. The head of the company replied that he did not know exactly where our hero got the information mentioned in the letter. However, knowing the contents of the message, he was very surprised by our hero's audacity in deciding to appear before the Golden Lich. The head of the company stepped forward from his guards and said that his guest would have to pay very dearly for this information, for no one in the tower could know the truth. But our hero seemed to enjoy the meeting, as he had not seen the experienced merchant in a long time. After that, the Golden Lich turned away and took a quick step to his office. Then he gave final orders to his guards. They were to fight our hero and then deliver him alive to the Golden Lich. The squad leader ordered the rest of the warriors to prepare to attack our hero. The young man activated his magic. Will the Golden Lich challenge him to a fight? The squad leader began to shout loudly for everyone to take up battle positions, as it was necessary to break this warrior's attack at the very beginning. But as soon as he had finished telling everyone to follow him, our hero gave him a powerful fist to the helmet. He was really annoyed because this warrior was yelling too loudly like a real idiot. You didn't have to announce your plans. The squad leader's golden helmet cracked in half, and blood flowed from his nose. The other warriors around him couldn't believe their eyes and the strength of this man they were about to fight. But they couldn't do anything because in the next second, like a flash of lightning, our hero was able to attack those knights one by one. They had no chance to hurt him. In the next second, he rushed towards the Golden Lich to deliver his blow. The young man made a sharp thrust and jumped high into the air, holding his spear and shield in his hands. As soon as the Golden Lich noticed our hero approaching, he activated his golden energy. Huge streams of coins rained down in the direction of our hero. It was an incredible golden power that took our hero by surprise. He barely had time to raise his shield before the coins shattered him into small pieces. This ability required the Golden Lich to spend gold and mana. That was its unbelievably powerful characteristic. Our hero continued to dodge the huge amount of coins that were flying in his direction at an incredible speed. However, he was able to find a gap in the stream, and in the next second, he was heading straight for the head of the company. Was that really all he could do? The Golden Lich replied, "No, of course," and reached forward to activate a new stream of magic. Already in the air, our hero saw that a huge number of sharp golden stakes appeared around him, surrounding him like stalactites and stalagmites on all sides. This is a wave of coins made of the gold of this branch. Even after such an attack, our hero could receive fatal wounds. Suddenly, there was a very powerful explosion, and the Golden Lich thought that our hero was gone. However, in the next second, a golden tip glittered next to his face. It was the spear of our hero, declaring that the end of his life had not yet come. Standing next to the CEO, he looked in his direction with a smile and added that he wouldn't lose that easily in a speed wrestling match. The company representative couldn't believe his eyes, for his master, the Golden Lich, was being threatened. But the experienced merchant didn't seem to be bothered by our hero's threat. Did he really think he could defeat him with such pathetic moves? But as soon as he finished, our hero interrupted him. The CEO's eyes widened in surprise. He had to listen to him, because our hero had something to tell him. Golden Lich agreed to speak with him. They looked at each other for a while. Then the head merchant motioned for our hero to follow him. They entered a large study, richly furnished with rare wooden furniture. Our hero was joking with his old acquaintance, which was very characteristic of him. But it seemed to be a trap, and the door behind our hero's back slammed shut. And the next second, the same golden sharp spikes that came out of nowhere were near our hero again. One of them came quite close to our hero's face. He was well aware that this was a space that was completely isolated from the outside world thanks to the golden power of the Golden Lich. Even gods and demons couldn't enter it. The Golden Lich's cunning plan was successful. With his quiet voice, he commanded the hero to say everything he wanted to tell him. Suddenly, he started yelling at our hero because someone had told him that he was the owner of the auction. After all, no one was supposed to know this information. He wanted to know the name of the trader. The auction was a huge, well-designed system that allowed items to be sold inside the tower. However, it didn't appear in the tower on its own. Someone created it and ran it. And that someone was him, the Golden Lich. And if anyone found out, his company would collapse, which is why he was so angry with our hero. He again demanded that his interlocutor tell him the name of the person who had given him this information. He continued to shout, demanding a name. However, our hero, who was surrounded by golden stakes, just laughed and said that he had lied to him and that no one had told him that. These words made the Golden Lich, who had used his golden strength to create a huge two-handed axe, very angry. He figured that even without an arm and a leg, his guest would still be able to talk. Then, swinging hard, he prepared to deliver his mighty blow. And as the blade of this axe approached our hero's head, in the next second he summoned Vulcan, who instantly destroyed this golden weapon. The Golden Lich's eyes widened in surprise. He had never expected to see something like this. He understood that the energy center in our hero's body was the soul vessel, a special place from which spiritual soldiers could emerge. He now realized that this item could only be used by a spiritual master. Was it really this special powerful warrior in front of him? Removing the mask from his face, our hero added with a smile. It seemed that the Golden Lich now realized who was actually standing before him. Our hero laughed heartily and declared that it was now time to repay his debt. After all, his debtor was William, the Golden Lich to be exact. The head of the company couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the same hero he had known before. Is he really alive? The merchant continued to think about the information he had received. The raid on the 600th floor. The betrayal of the Star Nine. A gift from the Demon Ball. Too many incredible coincidences. During this time, our hero and Vulcan watched William and his behavior closely. Vulcan was curious about the details of our hero's life. However, the experienced merchant added that he couldn't be sure if it was Cha Jin-hyuk he was looking at. He demanded that our hero tell him about his ultimate goal. The young man replied with a smile that he wanted to spend the Golden Lich Company's money first. William will have to sign a sponsorship deal with him. His words upset the Golden Lich somewhat, for our hero spoke of his company as if it were not his own. The interlocutor in the chair across from him added that it was really just like his anyway. For once upon a time, when William was just a traveling merchant, it was our hero who sold him a very rare trophy from the top floor of the tower. It was a jewel of great size and immense value. So it is our hero who is the founder of Golden Lich and also its largest shareholder. His words made William certain that it was his old acquaintance standing before him. Meanwhile, our hero continued to convince him that it was him. During this time, Vulcan watched the two young men carefully, not wanting to interrupt their conversation. However, William was well aware that if our hero called it a sponsorship deal, he would have to give him something in return. Our hero was prepared for this turn of events. He was ready to sell extremely important and secret information to the merchant. Throwing the coins in the air, the head of the company rejoiced and added that in that case he was willing to pay for the information. Our hero explained that the Star Nine had deliberately tricked him, or someone had put them up to it. After all, each of them was a pretty strong personality, and they wouldn't listen to each other. There must have been someone else on the outside. Continuing his story, our hero explained that there were only 4 creatures in the tower that could affect such strong high-level warriors. His words made William very surprised. Was his old friend really talking about the 4 great creatures? He couldn't believe what our hero said. However, it is likely that these great beings want to maintain the supremacy of their race. If some other race has a special species that makes it to the top floor of the tower, then they will no longer be the strongest. That's why they strive to reach the very top, or to take out those who are able to do so. The experienced merchant immediately added that there were also those who would join them, and these great beings would make them rulers of the middle floors. The protagonist nodded in agreement. However, William didn't believe him and said that it was just speculation and that there were no other victims at the moment except for our hero. But in the next moment, our hero gave him a new piece of information. Hadn't the Golden Lich heard about the Oni village on the 100th floor of the tower? With a smile, our hero explained that he knew the only survivor from that place. It was a girl, a young member of the Oni tribe. William interjected. He had never heard of such a girl. Meanwhile, the giant orc's head flew to the side. The previously familiar pretty goblin girl, skillfully wielding her sword, continued to fight more orcs to gain enough experience and points to advance to the next level. She realized that this was clearly not enough. After all, she would need much more power to defeat a giant level 10 boss. A message informed her that she had run out of time. After all, she couldn't defeat that scary boss in the room on the 10th floor. She was unable to clear the place, so she went back to the safe zone on the 9th floor. Leaning on her sword, she knew that she would have to become much stronger than she was now in order to face our hero again. At that moment, the same strong demon appeared beside her and began to tempt her. He whispered to her that he was willing to help and that he could easily deal with all those orcs if necessary. Since she wanted to meet her old acquaintance as soon as possible, she should have left the matter to him. In that case, he could easily handle all the orcs. But the girl shook her head negatively and added that she wouldn't let the demon use the power of the dragon-killing sword. Earlier, she had promised our hero that she would not use that dangerous sword. She needs to get stronger without help, so she asks the demon to stay out of her way. We're back in the room where our two heroes are talking again. You see, when they fought in the village, it was this young girl with the hidden sword who managed to survive. In that case, she and the weapon must have been the target of the attackers. Our hero smiled and said that the Golden Lich had hit the bullseye again. The attackers had killed an entire race for the sake of a girl and her weapon. Besides, those who attacked this village were trying to make a mess at the base of the tower. William knew that if this was true, it could be the end of everything. A cold sweat ran down his back. The next moment, our hero rose from his chair and approached his old acquaintance, declaring that his main purpose was revenge, and he will kill not only the Star Nine, but all four great beings, and also the one who killed the family of the Golden Lich, that is William. At that moment, his words did not leave the young man sitting on the chair indifferent, his eyes filled with tears. He remembered well that terrible rainy day when his entire family had been slaughtered by unknown assailants in the middle of the forest, and he was the only one left alive. After a moment, the magical golden power of this room began to dissipate, while the Golden Lich sat on the chair with his head down. At this point, system notifications from the evil overlord and nine-tailed fox appeared, curious to see what they were talking about. But our hero replied that they should not spoil the atmosphere of this meeting. In a low voice, William said that he was willing to buy information from his friend. Our hero was very pleased with this excellent choice, to which the Golden Lich, rising from his chair, added that our hero would have to prove right here and now that his information was indeed true. Our hero was a little upset that his friend had asked him to prove the truth of this information. Was that really necessary? William replied that he was a merchant, and for him, trust was money. And if you trust halfway, you can't buy or sell anything. In the next moment, our hero decided to appeal to Baal, the Lord of Evil, for help. He asked him to vouch for him, and all it took was a handshake to make it happen. A new system message from the demon told our hero that he couldn't be a sponsor with just one handshake. It takes three. Grimacing, our hero agreed to such terms. And in the next instant, reports appeared in front of William's face that the Lord of Evil was vouching for our hero, that the one he's thinking of is the one in front of him. The evil overlord swears to the accuracy of this information. These messages brought a smile to William's face, as he realized that our hero would not be able to get away now. He trusted his old friend and reached out to shake Ghost Mask's hand. Our hero reciprocated. He also extended his hand, and added that he was sure that the day would come when they could call each other by their real names. Now that both men had a firm handshake, our hero added that he had his first request of his new sponsor. William replied that if he needed anything that money could buy, he would get it right away. Suddenly, our protagonist declared that he wanted every weapon he could find in this tower. It is important that these weapons be stocked, that is, many of them, he said. Such words greatly surprised the Golden Leech. Why did the spiritual master need so many weapons? Was he really going to start a war on the 10th floor? With his typical sarcastic smile, our hero talked about his all-master subclass and displayed an information window for his old friend. Such news could not leave William indifferent. He was very surprised and realized that our hero had a subclass called multiclass. The weapon he would see for the first time. He would be able to use it as if he had been using it for years. William was well aware that if this was true, his old friend was now much stronger than before. Though still very weak to him, his potential is incredible. William said to himself that it would be his job to unlock his friend's potential. He turned to the door and called loudly to his subordinate manager. A second later, the very man, the puppeteer our hero had fought earlier, appeared in the room. Golden Lich told his subordinate to buy all the weapons he could find on the 10th floor. We also had to add the names of other companies so that this purchase wouldn't look suspicious. And everything had to be packed as if it were for a VIP. And the Golden Lich took out a special card for his subordinate to organize this purchase. After a while our heroes were waiting in this room filled with many gold coins, a manager appeared and told them that he had brought everything our heroes had asked for. He only had a cloak in his hands, but no weapons. Our hero was very surprised because there was only a suit in front of him, and he asked for a lot of weapons. But the manager calmly replied that the suit contained everything he needed. Our hero was a bit surprised. Is there really everything here? Only then did the Golden Lich realize that this was no ordinary outfit. Smiling, he explained that this cloak was called an interdimensional cloak. Its lining was connected to subspace, which meant that any object could be stored here. This thing could also change temperature, size, and color according to the user's wishes. Including this part of the wardrobe, a special magic was placed on it to protect the wearer. And while William was talking about this item, our hero had already decided to try it on himself. The earring in his ear began to dissolve as he could now put all of his accessories into this new suit. And when used, it would automatically activate all hidden items. With a smile, the Golden Lich added that this was a very rare item that was extremely scarce in the tower. Therefore, it had to be used with extreme caution. Smiling, our hero replied that it was up to his friend to be careful. After all, he's going to be spending a lot of money, and he needs to make sure he covers his expenses. Meanwhile, 3 exhausted warriors, who had narrowly escaped death on the lower floors, made their way through the magic portal to the safe zone on the 10th floor. They were very familiar to us. Even though they didn't have any achievements, they stayed alive thanks to the special items of a warrior named Songdae. One of the warriors who was lying on the ground said that they had spent everything on the 10th floor. How could they climb higher up the tower? Their friend waved his hands and smiled and assured them not to worry because there was a branch of the White Swallow Guild on the 10th floor. And once they got to his brother, they'd get all their money back. He remembered the idiot on the 1st floor, our hero, who seemed to have turned into a ghostly mask. His face twisted in anger because our hero had dared to threaten him. But he'll pay for it. The young man then cheerfully told his friends that they had to go out because it was time for real revenge. But suddenly, a horrifying image appeared before their eyes. The guild they had counted on so much was completely destroyed. Nothing but charcoal left of the building. They couldn't understand what had happened. When they were able to find out, they realized that the other guilds were hiding on the 30th floor. And the brother of that young man was cut off. Now they asked their friend what they should do next. They don't have the energy or the money right now. They can't just go to the 30th floor. But their friend was still silent, and these warriors urged him to answer them. They put their trust in him and started everything because of his call. After that, they began to criticize him, saying that even though his brother was a member of a very powerful guild, he couldn't do anything himself. The young man gritted his teeth in anger, unable to respond. To himself, he cursed both his friends and our hero, calling them the worst words. Looking up at his friends, he realized that they were of no use to him, and without him, they wouldn't be on the 10th floor. Suddenly, a strange rustling and noise caught the warrior's attention. He turned in the direction of a white fox cub that was approaching them. This little furry animal seemed to want something from them. The young man told the beast to get out of there. They had no food, but the little fox kept purring and licking the warrior's feet with his tongue. This made him very uncomfortable. He began to snap in anger. Then he kicked with his foot and threw the little creature aside. The fox cub hit the ground hard, and it was clear that he was injured now. The young man got up from his seat and decided to take care of this furry animal, as he felt he had been stressed all day. He began to kick the furry creature again and again, causing it to utter terrible cries of intense pain. But it didn't work, no matter how hard he tried. There was no way the animal would die. The young man began to shout loudly that he was failing, and there were only some useless creatures of illusion around him. He's so unlucky. But in the next second, a bright glow of metal from the side swept past the warrior with great speed, and someone's sword cut off part of his leg. He didn't realize what had happened for a while. Suddenly, our hero appeared and told him to stop bullying the beast. If he doesn't stop, it will take a long time for his leg to heal. Now the young warrior was in great pain and could not believe that someone had cut off his leg. A small furry animal, badly beaten, lay on the ground, unable to get up. Ghost Mask explained that he was the master of the fox that this warrior dared to kick with his feet. Not long before, two of our heroes were walking through this town. The young man convinced Vulcan that the place they were going to was the last one. They had to report to the Clash Change Tower because the main character needed spiritual powers. These words surprised Vulcan, as he thought the young man was already strong enough. However, our hero replied that his class was a kind of bug that came from the memory of a past life, and he didn't yet have the spiritual strength he could gain through training. Vulcan didn't think that was possible. The young man went on, adding that they should have a very nice vacation with the Golden Lich's money. But suddenly, a system message from a nine-tailed fox behind his back started to go off. I think she felt something. Also, a system message from the evil lord appeared in front of our hero's face, pointing his finger in another direction. Both of our heroes turned to go where the evil lord told them to go. They didn't know what was happening, but suddenly, a new message made our hero realize that the fox was asking for his help. The sounds grew louder and louder. A fox baby is in danger. At that moment, our hero unleashed his sword with unbelievable speed, cutting off the warrior's leg. For a while, the young man didn't realize what had happened to him. Suddenly, our hero appeared and informed him that he was the owner of the very fox that the young man had just kicked. Our hero was very surprised, because he absolutely did not expect to see a baby fox in such a place. However, there was a new quest ahead of him. He had to save this cub. He also needed to take care of this beast after he rescued it, until its strength was fully restored. As a reward, he will receive a special unique item from the fox. It seems that our hero has unexpectedly smiled on luck once again. Suddenly, the already legless young man realized that the very ghostly mask he hated so much was standing in front of him. They seemed to recognize each other, for our hero looked up and saw familiar features. The next second, the man began to shout at our hero. Is he trying to provoke him and play some dirty tricks? And while he was saying this, his two friends took advantage of the pause to attack our hero from behind. The young man was able to see this attack immediately and react in time. In the next second, the young man seemed to vaporize into space with a quick jerk forward, much to the surprise of the two attackers. They couldn't understand where he had gone, but our hero was able to dodge the attack, holding the very cub he had come for. He then informed all three warriors that this was their last chance in life, but they had missed it, for daring to attack a baby fox. Leaning on his sword, the man said that he was completely uninterested in this information because he was about to chop off our hero's legs. At this point, the protagonist approached the mother of the cub to ask her how to deal with these villains. A new message appeared in front of him, saying that the fox wanted him to kill all of his attackers. Two of the men rushed back in to surround our hero and prevent him from escaping. But suddenly, using his new magic cloak, our hero shouted loudly for this villain to take back what he had lost. And in the next second, That very severed leg appeared before the eyes of the warrior leaning on his sword. But it wasn't just a foot, it was a corpse bomb. And with a powerful explosion, it blew up many buildings and structures around it, completely wiping out this entire company of attackers. Now that the danger to this animal was over, our hero was able to take a closer look at it and assess its condition. The little furry creature seemed to enjoy being in the arms of such a strong savior. The fox cub began to purr pleasantly. After a while, our hero wondered what to do with the cub and what to name it. Together with Vulcan, they began to think of a name for their new friend. Our hero turned to his assistant and asked him for name ideas. Vulcan laughed and replied that he was about to demonstrate his naming skills. He uttered a name, but it didn't seem to impress our hero at all. Afterwards, Vulcan became angry that his opinion wasn't taken into consideration. However, our hero already had a name in mind and decided to call the fox cub Miho. In Vulcan's opinion, it wasn't the most appropriate name for such a strong animal, but it seems that the furry creature was very pleased to hear what our hero called it. At the same second, a new system message appeared above the cub's head, stating that part of the quest had been completed and that our hero had saved the Gumiho cub. Now he's being rewarded. A crystal of incredible beauty appeared before him. Inside was an amazing mask that reminded him of the rare item he never expected to see here. It was a fox mask. By using this mask, it was possible to use the abilities of the fox. As the main host of the mask became stronger, the abilities of the mask would also become stronger. Holding this object in his hands, our hero realized that it reminded him of the mask of the Oni race from the village that had been destroyed earlier. The fox's abilities included various skills, but the most important one was the charm skill. According to our hero, there was no better skill than to subdue an opponent without even touching him. However, a new message reminded our hero that the quest was not over yet, as he needed to take care of the cub's health and fully restore its condition. And in order to do that, it was necessary to restore the baby's strength. Therefore, our hero had to find 999 pieces of raw liver somewhere to feed to the cub. This information surprised two of our heroes. Where did they get so many livers? They might have to hunt again, because this cub probably only eats fresh liver. However, in our hero's opinion, it wasn't such a high price to pay for such a unique mask. After all, if he successfully completes the quest, he will be rewarded with a closer relationship with the cub's mother. A new message from the fox told our hero to stop asking her questions and to continue the quest as soon as possible. At this point, Vulcan decided to go for a walk, if this issue with the cub was already resolved. Literally in a moment, he disintegrated, and at last our hero managed to tell him that they would go to the tower as soon as the morning came. And if Vulcan was late, he should come straight to the tower. Meanwhile, the Vulcan flew over the town with great speed. He climbed onto the roof of one of the tallest buildings in town, and at that moment, he felt something very strange. Watching an unknown guest from above, he noticed that his uneasiness increased the higher he climbed the tower. Was there really a representative of the dragon race in front of him? This figure was emanating sinister mana and had large horns on his head. The man sighed deeply and said to himself that he wanted to destroy all dragons without a trace. Vulcan heard these words, and they frightened him. The dragons had a great love for their race. It literally bordered on narcissism. They're very proud. But since this warrior said so, he would not spare his fellow warriors. And in that moment, Vulcan knew exactly what was coming. Soon the dragons will come to the 10th level. Vulcan also noticed two girls downstairs, and from their conversation he realized that Dragon had been here for more than a day. He was very surprised by this information, because the other dragons must have done something to him. At the same time, the man downstairs noticed Vulcan. Our hero was well aware that this character could sense his mana. The man below turned to our hero and called him a demon with bad acting. However, these words sounded like flattery to Vulcan. As he approached the man with the horns on his head, he thought that he must have a very low level since he couldn't feel the full force of it. In response, Vulcan called him a snotty dragon. No doubt, these words caused the man with the horns on his head to have a fit of rage. At the same time, near the 10th floor of the Mage Tower, our hero approached this large structure with his new furry friend. Our hero noticed that his friend Vulcan still hasn't returned, Apparently he's busy with something. Then he entered the building and found it empty. Immediately, however, someone's voice sounded next to him, greeting our hero. The young man said with a smile that he was in charge of the Mage Tower and that his name was Kin. Our hero noticed the lack of people, and the young man across the room replied that few people in the tower had the mana to get here, so only flies fly here. The masked man then said that he would like to use the necromancer's room. Just as cheerfully, Kin replied that it was quite possible, but there was only one condition. He then pulled out a large crystal ball and, holding it in his hand, told our hero that he would have to prove that he had enough mana to enter the room. You had to fill this crystal ball with your mana. Basically, our hero had to work his magic. The young man placed his hand on the crystal ball, and in that second, he began to fill the entire room around him with his energy with tremendous power. The streams were so powerful that Kin wondered how such a powerful warrior could have so much mana for a 10th level. Suddenly, the orb began to glow from within and gradually split apart. A moment later, the crystal container shattered, throwing Kin to the ground. He screamed loudly because it was a very powerful wave. The crystal ball shattered completely. With a confident voice, our hero asked the Mage Tower representative where the necromancer's room was. Meanwhile, Vulcan began to fight the dragon. Huge streams of energy flew in all directions, and this man with the horns on his head fought perfectly against our hero's spiritual soldiers. He was well aware that this was not a good situation, and since our hero was too far away, he wouldn't be able to help him in this battle. The man with the horns on his head said with a smile that he shouldn't have been hiding under the showers, because it was time for a real fight, as a man should do. Suddenly, someone's voice sounded behind him. The people around him began to notice his horns. Everyone knew that he was from the dragon race. But he didn't seem to like those words very much, and he became very angry and shouted at them. He ordered them to be quiet, and his loud voice made them run away, for he looked very threatening. Watching his behavior, Vulcan understood very well that this man definitely belonged to the dragon race, but for some reason he reacted too strangely to the word. It was as if his body and soul were completely different. Is that really possible? Thinking about our hero, he realized that something was wrong here, and maybe there were some similarities. The thought shook Vulcan deeply. After that, our hero activated his new magic and created a wand out of a spiritual soldier, which he wanted to use in a battle with this man. It was a very good idea. He wanted to use his soul as a weapon. Laughing loudly, he shouted at the man that he would personally check what was hidden inside him. After that, he activated the soul laser, but unfortunately, his attack failed because the dragon was able to jump aside in time. Now his opponent knew that it wasn't just a demon, and our hero explained to him that it was a spiritual power of magic that used soul instead of mana. When his opponent wanted to attack him again, Vulcan told him that he was a powerful spiritual master and that the man would regret messing with him. After that, new shots of our hero began to fall on this man, but he easily dodged all of these attacks and continued to smile. Suddenly, he drew his sword and prepared to strike, getting as close to our hero as possible. His attack was so powerful and unexpected that Vulcan barely had time to block it. Now he too decided to introduce himself to our hero, claiming to be a dragon slayer named Hendrik. And he's sure to finish off the man with the glasses. In front of this strong attack, Vulcan realized who he was dealing with. It was a dragon slayer. That was the name given to a warrior who had previously fought great, powerful dragons. He had a very strong soul. Vulcan didn't understand what it was doing in the dragon's body. It was as if some energy was trying to escape, and the man's eyes glowed brightly. In the next second, Vulcan barely had time to jump aside as a huge red dragon roared at him. Our hero was well aware that this man was too young to appreciate his strength. If this young body contains the soul of someone who ascended to the 800th floor, then even our protagonist won't be able to help. Did this man also use the ability to reincarnate his soul into a young body, following the example of our hero? Well, in that case, Vulcan had no choice but to keep fighting and use all his strength. Smiling again, the man prepared for another attack and swung his sword. With a quick leap forward, he told Vulcan that he really thought he was the only one to strike in this battle. Suddenly, Vulcan activated his magic for this man. Huge hands began to grab this man from all sides, not allowing him to make a single move. It seemed like a powerful energy ball strike was about to hit him, destroying him completely. The man with the horns on his head was well aware that this meant death for him. And in the next second, he was also able to activate his magic. By loudly uttering his magic words, he was able to repel this attack and shatter all the energy hands that were restraining his movement. However, he didn't have much time to relax because Vulcan was in the air and activated his magic again. A huge hand appeared in the sky, so large that it caused the man's eyes to glaze over. And in the next instant, this mighty stream of energy came down on Hendrik with all its power. A giant hand pinned the dragon to the top of the building. Vulcan exhaled. He was very tired. I was on the verge of death. He used all the energy and mana he had temporarily received from our main character. He now assumed that his opponent would be unable to do anything for a while. This was his only chance. We had to act now. However, in the next second, he felt and saw some kind of white energy clot rising high up. And suddenly, that big energy hand was destroyed by the man who was in the middle with his sword. He didn't suffer any injuries. His eyes were filled with red light, and he became very angry when he remembered the name of his rival. Then he laughed out loud and shouted that he would definitely kill our hero, Vulcan, personally next time. Raising his sword high, he vowed that he would do just that. At that time, our hero, accompanied by a representative of the tower, was looking for the right room in the Tower of Mages. There were many rooms. The young man was very interested in this unknown visitor. He figured that since our hero had only reached the 10th floor, he wouldn't be able to compete with him in terms of strength, since he was already on the 35th floor. At the same time, our hero also had some thoughts. There was a pretty good mage in front of him, and our hero realized that he wasn't bad as a guide. When Hendrik opened the door to the room, he told our hero with a smile that this was the necromancer's room. Stepping inside, the protagonist saw that everything in this room was filled with great energy currents. There were a huge number of books and magic scrolls around. Chemicals, books, everything he could possibly need was here. As he left, closing the door behind him, the tower representative told our hero to call him if he needed anything. Meanwhile, the furry animal jumped down and began to look around the room. It seemed that now was the time to begin. But suddenly the small creature stopped in front of a surge of energy. And the next second Vulcan appeared in this room. Our hero began to rebuke his subordinate because he did not understand where Vulcan had disappeared to all this time and what he was doing. To which the spiritual master replied that it was not worth thinking about. He just got a little too much out of his morning workout, so he stayed out late. The young man removed the mask from his face and told him that he wanted to start his training in this room. He wanted to use his spiritual power. Then, with a loud command, he activated his magic and ordered the spirit warriors to prepare everything in this room for the ritual ceremony that would take place in Vulcan's presence. The spirit soldiers began to gather the necessary books and also drew special magical circles on the floor with chalk. They lit the right number of candles to illuminate the room. And within a minute, our hero was sitting in the center of the magic circle, in the lotus position, surrounded by a large number of magic books, spells, and other scrolls. The little furry creature didn't understand at all what was happening to our hero because he suddenly stopped making any sounds. Vulcan took the brood in his hands and said with a chuckle that it would be worth it to move further away because the show was about to start. Our hero, however, understood the seriousness of the situation and turned to Vulcan, saying that this might be his last order, so his subordinate should listen very carefully. Turning and looking at his friend, he asked him to guard his body until he finally woke up. Smiling broadly, the Vulcan told his boss that everything would be done and that he would be extremely careful. But he immediately joked that if his master died, he would take the body for himself. And in the next second, our hero's soul burst out, and powerful energy currents in this room began to fly in all directions. Our hero's soul flew up high and looked around at his master, who was sitting motionless, spellbound. Meanwhile, the energy currents continued to come out of the center of our hero's chest, much to the horror of the little beast, who pressed himself deeply into the Vulcan because he was very scared. However, the spiritual master calmed the furry creature and said that everything was going well. Spiritual power was the core principle of necromancers, allowing them to use souls as mana. And the quickest way to awaken one's spiritual powers was to adopt a state of mind that shared the physical body. In other words, you should have just died. Our hero's eyes closed and his head bowed. Vulcan was now well aware that his master had entered a state of deep meditation, namely another extrinsic spiritual world. But suddenly a powerful demonic voice sounded off to the side, demanding that this body be given to him. Vulcan was well aware of what was about to happen. Powerful energy vortices began to appear all around him, and from this center, many demons flew out, heading towards our hero. They continued to swirl around his physical body, arguing loudly for the right to possess him. Vulcan shouted loudly for the warrior spirits to start protecting their master because his body was extremely vulnerable right now. These ghosts didn't stand a chance as our hero's spiritual soldiers began to grab and destroy them one by one. At the same time, our hero used his spirit laser to destroy most of the flying ghosts. The loud noises echoing in this room caught the attention of the tower representative, who decided to see what was going on. The young man grabbed his head and couldn't believe his eyes. It was a real mess. Vulcan felt someone appear behind him. Obviously, it was the tower manager. He asked for his help. Even our little pet was so frightened that he hid behind a stack of books. However, this cute furry creature seems to be up to something. A ghost appeared next to him and started talking loudly about the fact that there were no defenses here, and now he would be able to attack our hero. Ken and Vulcan were seized with wild fear, because they could not see this attack and realized that they would not have enough time to save our hero. It seems that our hero's body is about to be taken away by this ghost, who has come as close as possible to him. But suddenly, the fox cub made a sharp kick with its paws, and then it hit the ground, and a powerful energy stream began to fly in all directions from it. It was a beautiful wave that radiated true love. The little furry beast closed its eyes tightly, tried hard, and released its divine energy with its last ounce of strength. But unlike Vulcan's attacks and those ghosts, the energy flow of the little beast was very pleasant and soft. It was a special light that left no one in the room indifferent. Suddenly, all the ghosts turned to the furry animal and began to marvel at its beauty and cuteness. Their eyes shone with a different light than before. The next thing they knew, they were all looking in his direction with joy, because they thought he was wagging his tail very nicely. The magic of the fox cub's enchantment had worked, for all the ghosts were lying on the ground, unable to stop marveling at such a pleasant creature beside them. To them, he was a very handsome, sweet, and friendly furry animal. Even Vulcan's demonic soldiers were mesmerized by this magic and could no longer fight the ghosts. Vulcan tried to reason with the tower warden, for Kin was also enchanted by the magical waves of this furry beast. And only Vulcan realized that it was more than just an enchantment. This magic was more powerful. The fox cub didn't just control everyone around him, he enslaved their souls. And all because this creature had divine blood in it. But suddenly, there was someone else. It was the most important and powerful spirit. Leaning over our hero, he declared in his demonic voice that the place was upside down and, in his opinion, a big mess. The Vulcan was seized with terror. He was well aware that this creature was very strong before it died, so it could cause a lot of trouble. If this spirit wants to take over our hero's body, it will be too dangerous. At the same time, a huge spiritual spirit noticed the fresh flesh, which was our hero's body. It had to be stopped at any cost. So Vulcan prepared to attack, but he failed. He couldn't even move. The effects of the spell still didn't seem to have passed, and his legs refused to move. Turning to Miho, Vulcan shouted loudly that this ghost needed to be stopped. Meanwhile, the terrifying demon had already raised his hand and loudly told the little beast to stay out of his way, because he didn't care about the little clump of hair. But the furry beast didn't listen to him, and in the next second, it rushed to attack, much to the surprise of the huge spirit monster. With the last of his strength, Miho screamed loudly and seemed to be preparing for his next magical love strike. The spirit ghost was well aware that this creature possessed the aura of a spirit animal, but unfortunately, all the little furry beast could do was let out a small pink heart. Vulcan was well aware that his friend had run out of power, and that was his limit. Well, the spirit didn't want to wait any longer, So he swung his weapon and delivered a powerful blow. The fox cub squeezed his eyes shut in fear. It seemed to realize that it was now in great danger. But suddenly, a powerful energy shot out of his finger was able to destroy this spirit ghost's hand. It was our hero who, to Vulcan's delight, had already awakened and regained consciousness. He thanked Miho for her help and added that this ghost had come to an end. Now our hero was completely different. He was able to complete his magic ritual and gain new powers. Meanwhile, the ghost didn't understand how this had happened. He screamed loudly, as if in great pain, and looked at his severed arm. Our hero immediately added that he could use these evil spirits instead of bullets, and activated his magic. This impertinence did not go unnoticed by the ghost, who was about to hit our hero with his hand. However, the young man activated his special magic, the 10-finger shot, and prepared to attack. And in the next second, all those bullets flew at great speed toward the spirit, piercing it and destroying it. This shot was so powerful that it even destroyed part of the building, followed by a massive explosion. Vulcan was very pleased. It seemed that our hero had gathered incredible power and was now firing his fingers. It was very powerful and beautiful. Approaching a huge gap in that thick brick wall, our hero took off his mask and declared with a smile that his new magic was now working very well. Meanwhile, the tower's representative was still reeling from the magical charms of our furry beast. And there was someone else in the room. It was the puppet master, a representative of the Golden Lich Company. He was extremely surprised by what he saw. In his opinion, something unbelievable had to be done in a class-shifting tower to reach this level. Our hero had no time for explanations, so he asked why this manager had come here. The puppeteer replied that he wanted to give our young man something. A magical puppet appeared next to him, and the puppet master said with a smile that among all the items our hero had asked for, there was one more that he hadn't found originally. He opened the suitcase and showed our hero the deadly poisons inside. They are needed to increase one's strength. It also contained a fire crystal with fire energy and an ice crystal with ice energy. Such rare items surprised even Vulcan. Meanwhile, the young man was extremely puzzled that a magical puppet was standing next to the manager. Our hero was well aware that this level of soldier was used to clean the 100th floor of the tower and above. Smiling, the manager replied that it was. Then he added that delivering these items was his last task as the manager of the 10th floor. Now he would like to return to what he had been striving for. Become a participant like everyone else and keep climbing up the tower to the top. But our hero did not understand his purpose. Why is he doing this? The manager looked at him and said in a stern voice that he just wanted to become stronger. Then he added that as a trader, his goal was to get to the top. If you listen to his boss, the tower will undergo tremendous changes thanks to our two heroes. And in that case, he who will climb 100 floors will become the best merchant, with whom no one else can compare. And perhaps his skills will be needed by our team. Such words made our hero smile. It was a very good mindset and attitude to go up the tower. Our hero remembered his old friend Golden Lich and found similarities between the two characters. They were very much alike. The young man then added that if his skills were sufficient, he would one day tell him about his plans with the head of the company. With a good sense of tact, the manager bowed and thanked our protagonist. He would certainly like to hear all these plans and know what our hero really wants to do in the tower. From the top of the tower, they watched the coachman's carriage with the magical puppet inside. Now that the manager was gone, our hero took the suitcase full of incredible valuables in his hands and began to examine its contents. The young man sat down on the floor and announced that he was going to fill his empty stomach. His words drew a sharp look of surprise from the Vulcan. Is he really going to eat it all? It seems that is exactly what our hero was going to do, and he has already picked up the first crystal. His appetite allows him to absorb the power of objects and make it his own. Is Vulcan not curious about what kind of power he will have after swallowing this ice crystal? With that, the young man opened his mouth wide and prepared to swallow the gem. At that moment, Ken came to his senses, opened his eyes and shouted loudly that it was very dangerous here. He still thought there was a battle with spiritual ghosts going on in this room. But Vulcan, standing beside him, just laughed, realizing that this young man had finally come to his senses. Sitting on the floor, The tower manager didn't understand where everyone had gone. He was curious to know where this particular fox was. The Vulcan replied that they were fine, he shouldn't worry. But he didn't believe his own words. Something hadn't just happened to the baby fox. The manager immediately asked him again what he really meant. Suddenly, someone's loud scream sounded very close by, and they turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. It was our hero who had absorbed the fire crystal, and his power was so great that he was on his knees screaming loudly, either in pain or pleasure. The baby fox was so frightened that it covered its ears with its paws so as not to hear the terrible sound of our hero. The messages did not stop coming from the furry animal's mother, who was very worried about the safety of her child. She begged me not to show the whole horror to her cub. Meanwhile, the magic crystal had worked on our hero, and huge streams of mana and energy from the firestone spread out in great whirlwinds around the room. With his mouth wide open, the young man gulped air greedily, as if trying to cool himself down after swallowing a lump of coal. The system informed him that he was now gaining resistance to hallucinations. Such powerful things were very difficult to swallow, but next came the poisons, and our hero realized that he would have a hard time now as well. After a while, the ghost soldiers of our heroes never stopped bringing in the corpses of defeated orcs. There were so many of them that even our hero was surprised by their number. Vulcan noticed our hero's appetite for all those crystals, and while the young man was explaining to him that he was preparing for battle with the Star 9 unit behind his back, he kept noticing that he was gaining some resistances to poisons, to frostbite, to hallucinations. He wanted to prepare for battle with these strong warriors, so he needed to acquire various resistances, especially poisons, because among all the traitors who attacked him, there was one who had a special relationship with poisons. If our hero had guessed his tricks a little earlier, he would not have been driven to such a sorry state. When another ghost soldier appeared in front of Vulcan without any prey, he asked him if these were really all the orcs they could find. Turning to the small furry animal, our hero said it was time for a snack. Our hero stepped back and discussed how to feed the cub. But suddenly, the mouth of this furry creature opened wide. It revealed its huge, hungry fangs, which began to fill with a large amount of saliva. And in the next second, the fox cub began greedily devouring the liver that had been brought to him for lunch. Even our heroes couldn't believe the gruesome sight. Their help didn't seem to be necessary. There is a new system message that our hero has gradually completed the second part of the quest, much to the delight of this little furry creature, who began to purr pleasantly after a hearty lunch. After some time in the city, our hero declared that he would like to raise another wave here. But it was too big a city, so it would be best not to make any sudden movements or attract people's attention. A friend of his recommended it. He turned to Vulcan and asked him whom he had fought last night. His words surprised the spiritual master. Our hero seems to have guessed what he was really up to. The young man said with a grin, he could easily tell something was going on by the way his subordinate's mana fluctuated. Had he really met one of the four great beings? And after Vulcan said that our hero had guessed, the young man's eyes widened. With an excited and anxious voice, the spiritual master said that it was a dragon. It was also quite strong, although it looked young. Luckily for Vulcan, this young dragon was subdued by spiritual power. However, the words of the spiritual master caused horror in our hero, who could not believe that one of the four great beings was here. He seemed to turn into a demon, and huge streams of energy began to swirl around him. The spirit master screamed and tried to stop him, because in the city, in the middle of the street, it wasn't worth turning into a demon. Suddenly, blood began to appear under our hero's mask as the young man began to cough. He returned to his normal state and calmed down. Vulcan went on to tell him about the encounter with the young dragon. He convinced our hero that there was no great danger, that it was just a dragon. After that, he told his master in detail how things really were. All the while, as they stood in the center of the large square, people continued to swirl around them, paying no attention to their presence. Such information caused great confusion to our hero, who seemed to have never heard the name Hendrik the Dragon Slayer before. But he immediately remembered this warrior and exclaimed loudly that it was unthinkable. Could someone also use reincarnation and separate their soul from their flesh to enter a young body? Vulcan immediately confirmed this information, as he also refused to believe at first, but then he saw everything with his own eyes. Now that our hero remembered this dragon slayer, he answered the spirit master that he knew him. At the very beginning of his ascension, this warrior killed a young dragon, and then he began killing all those who pursued him, one by one. In the end, by transforming into a dragon slayer, he was able to accumulate incredible strength and mana. When he finished his story, our hero added that he heard that this killer died somewhere on the 700th or 800th floor. After listening to his story, Spiritual Master understood that this was probably some kind of trap, but our hero just laughed and said that he would be very happy to meet this Hendrik whom he had known before. Suddenly our hero started coughing again, and Vulcan tried to calm him down. Again blood appeared under the mask of our hero. The Spirit Master added that even though our hero had the predator trait, as a punishment he had to swallow all these things: poison, hot and cold crystals, and it had to be done as soon as possible. He had to heal from the resistance they caused. But our hero didn't listen. Does Vulcan really think he'll be cured of all those incredible powers he's been given? In that case, a bad fate awaits them all. But the Spiritual Master didn't understand what they should do in that case, because the main character wouldn't stop spitting blood under his mask. And while they were talking among themselves, something caught the furry animal's attention and it began to growl loudly. This was followed by a high-pitched shriek that frightened even our hero. They didn't understand what had happened to this little furry creature. Vulcan tried to calm the fox cub down, but suddenly our hero turned his attention to all the people around him. Now our heroes were well aware that something was wrong with them. They were some emotionless people, like zombies. They didn't react to the roar of the little furry creature, as if they hadn't heard anything. Our heroes didn't realize what was going on, but these people just walked on, not looking in their direction. But in the next second, a magical ring of energy appeared behind their backs and caught their attention. They turned toward the light and saw a girl walking toward them in front of them. She said that she was happy to meet them. An aura of divine rays swirled above her head, and she greeted our hero, calling him Ghost Mask. It was Elijah. Her appearance took the young man by surprise. However, our hero had a negative attitude towards such an acquaintance, so he drew a huge sword from his cloak and prepared to attack. But as soon as he did so, the girl's hand grabbed his hilt and stopped the movement of the weapon. She moved as close to him as she could and said with a smile that she shouldn't have done that, or he would regret attacking her. Our hero froze, his eyes wide with terror. She was very fast. He didn't even notice when she managed to stop his abrupt hand movement. With a smile, the girl repeated that she was happy to meet our hero and greeted Ghost Mask. She held onto the hilt of the sword with ease while our hero couldn't move and realized that she was very strong. Suddenly, she touched his face with her hand and said that his mouth was damaged. And she also noticed that his esophagus, stomach, and some other internal organs were damaged. They've been hit hard. Her behavior discouraged our hero. He had no idea what she was doing. The magical aura ring above the girl's head activated, and a bright glow began to envelop everything around her. She began to radiate divine energy through her hands, and this action took our hero by surprise. A moment later, the girl jumped aside while Vulcan and our hero didn't realize what had happened. However, just a second later, the protagonist felt that his body had completely healed and he had regained all his strength. Looking at the girl, he realized that she had manifested her divine power to heal him. The guest then declared that he was now healthy, and she demonstrated this to make him realize that she had no hostile intentions. She introduced herself, and her name was Uriel. She was an Elijah of the Mweik tribe. After a while, late at night in this city, people came to their senses and none of them realized what they were doing or how much time had passed. They found themselves in a new place and didn't know how they got there. Even the maids in the hotel who were doing the cleaning found themselves in a new place. Listening to their conversations, our hero understood very well that these were tricks of their new acquaintance. He turned to question her to learn more about the purpose of her visit. With a smile, the girl replied that she was doing a little memory work on the people of this town, all to protect them, because she couldn't spread rumors about them. No one can know that there are aliens gathered on the 10th floor. Our hero thought that she was acting rather decisively, but not recklessly. That was a good sign. He praised her, noting that she had a knack for playing on people's memories. It was really great. She might even have used her skills on our hero. And he's already forgotten everything? However, the beauty replied that our hero should not worry. After all, her magic charms would not work on such warriors with strong minds. Then she turned her attention to the cute creature at her feet, and also to our hero's friend, a ghost who hadn't stopped studying her all this time. The girl could feel and see this spiritual master perfectly. That is, she had certain abilities. Her sudden appearance obviously annoyed Vulcan. Our hero was also curious to know why she had come here. Suddenly, she began to recite words from an ancient prophecy, that there would be a man who would try to hide his own ugliness under a mask, and he's planning an incredible coup. However, he and his helpers were very weak. Therefore, it is her destiny to help them succeed in their endeavor. That's why she came here. There were certain predictions, and this is the task her tribe has entrusted to her. Her words took our hero by surprise. Were these really the predictions of a god? In a low voice, the girl replied that it was something similar to what he was talking about. The young man knew exactly who she was talking about. I think it was him. He was interested in the tribe the girl had mentioned. It was the first time he had heard such a name. Suddenly, this guest threw off the cloak she had come in, and in the next instant, our hero's eyes opened wide. For this beautiful beauty had small wings on her body, but someone had cut them off before. With a sad voice, the girl said that now the aliens were beginning to go mad. They were blinded by greed, so they overstepped their bounds. They began to blame anyone who went against their will. Then they punished such tribesmen by cutting off their wings. They also expelled her from her tribe. So she was sent into exile and had her wings, which were the symbol of her race, cut off. This action showed her that she was no longer an Elijah. The Muik tribe was a collection of aliens like herself. At this point, her voice became more stern, and she stood confidently on her feet. She continued her story, explaining that she had been banished from an alien city called Utopia, and according to the prophecy, she knew that our hero would face 4 great beings. So she and all the others were ready to help him. Our hero paused for a while and, closing his eyes, began to communicate mentally with the spiritual master. They didn't know what to do. Vulcan advised our hero that it was absolutely necessary to agree because it was not like lying. Our hero then turned to the girl and asked her what kind of help she really wanted to offer him. Lowering her head and closing her eyes, the young beauty replied in a quiet voice that unfortunately she had nothing to offer our hero. Such words caused a new wave of surprise in our leader's eyes. The girl added that the power of her tribe was great. However, the city that had banished them kept a close eye on everyone they sent into exile, and they interfered in all their affairs. If she tries to help him, the enmity of her tribe will be transferred to our hero as well. Listening to her story, our hero thought about what he should do now. It was a shame to give up an entire alien army, but if he could get her help, it was too risky a decision. Nevertheless, he asked the girl what would happen if he accepted her offer. Would it be a dangerous situation, or not so dangerous? With a stern voice, the girl replied that she would gladly help him in any dangerous situation our hero might find himself in. The young man cheered the proposal and agreed to make an alliance with her. Suddenly, the girl made a deep bow and thanked the ghostly mask for agreeing to accept her offer of help. Our hero noted to himself that he had not even told her his name, although the girl knew it perfectly well. It seemed that her words were indeed true. Suddenly, he asked his new friend to close his god and demon eyes for a while. Such a request surprised her a bit, but she agreed. However, she would only be able to do so for a short time. Then she reached out her hand to the small feather on her back, and with a light exhalation, she activated the divine power. It began to fill the space around our heroes. It was similar to the technique Golden Lich had used earlier. Now that the screen was working, our hero realized that no one could definitely hear him. The girl added that our hero could even curse at them. That won't be a problem. Taking off his mask, our hero suddenly began to shout loudly and curse at the evil lord, calling him bad words. Such harsh words and curses took this young beauty by surprise. However, our hero was happy because no one could hear him for sure, as there were no new messages from the system. The girl was curious to know why on earth he needed this hidden place. Turning to her, the young man explained that now that they were in the same boat, his mask and nickname could be removed, and he introduced himself by his real name. And he added that 10 years ago he was known as the star of the Death Squad. The beauty's eyes opened wide in surprise because she heard a familiar name, and the next second she fell to her knees, much to the surprise of our hero, who had no idea what was happening. Bowing even deeper, the girl couldn't stop talking about how our hero had forgiven her for being rude to him. Did she really know our hero? She seemed to know the exact warrior who had died exactly 10 years ago. Unable to raise her eyes to our leader, the girl said that she was at the place where he died 10 years ago. Her words came as a great shock to the young man. Our hero was more than angry and got very close to his new friend. He warned her that next time she'd better think before she spoke. Bowing her head, the girl reminded him that he needed to know what would happen to him if he passed through the entire tower and all 999 floors. She had no time to finish, and our hero interrupted her, knowing that he would become like one of the perverts. Will be something between a god and a demon who watches over the tower. The great beings were blinded by their superiority and didn't want to share the place with anyone. And all those who came in their way and were able to take possession of the tower, they tried to destroy at the root as a small sprout, to trample completely. The girl seemed to realize that our hero knew about this. However, he replied that it was only a guess, and now he was convinced of the cunning plan. And when he finished speaking, our hero's huge energy tentacles were already moving in her direction. He added that he was convinced that she was a conspirator and was now destined to die. Huge hands clawed at the little girl's throat, and our hero shouted loudly that he would send her where her wings were, to certain doom. She could have easily ruined all of his magic tricks, but she didn't bother. Now that she had nothing else to do, she whispered that there was another reason why she had become one of the Mweik tribe. Our hero thought for a moment and stopped. He didn't know what that meant. The girl explained that 10 years ago, when she became one of the Mweik, she went against such methods of pruning at the root as one person suggested. She was already having trouble breathing. Then she added that the man's name was Cha Jin-hyuk, and he was called Death Star. It was him, our protagonist. The young man looked proudly in her direction and said nothing. After a while, however, they found themselves in a room where our hero had removed all of his magical charms. Then he apologized and asked for her forgiveness for his unworthy behavior. Belle accepted his apology. With a wave of his hand, he motioned for the girl not to continue her story. After all, he didn't want to take his anger out on her again. He had already realized that the Mweik tribe was different from the celestial race. The girl thanked him for his understanding, but still looked down, not daring to raise her head to look at our hero. After a while, however, she added that there might be others like her among the other great beings. And if our hero wants to see them, she'll see to it that they accept him. With a smile, the young man replied that she was right, for there are always different beings with varying characters. Obviously, there were other exiles. Very powerful heroes, warriors, monsters, and dragons. And if you could get them on your side, they could be useful in a war with the great beings. Our hero asked the girl how he could meet her again. She told him that the Mweik tribe's lair was on the 190th floor in a place called Dream City. But for some reason, such a low floor? The young man asked her. The beauty replied that the higher the floor, the greater the influence of the great beings in the tower, especially since the 200th and 300th floors were an area of particularly strong warfare. Our hero nodded in agreement. He had forgotten that these floors belonged to a very famous person. It was Emperor Thess. All 100 floors from the 200th to the 300th were under his command. And if the Mweik tribe had settled on these floors, there was a good chance that they would be attacked not by the great beings, but by Emperor Thess himself. Standing half naked, the girl asked if our hero would mind if she dressed again. For a while, the young man was at a loss for an answer. He was mesmerized by her beauty. She turned her back on our hero. It was obvious that she still had many small feathers on her body. They caught the attention of a young man who had an interesting new plan. He turned to the girl and asked her what would happen if he touched her. Would it leave marks on her body? Not quite sure what he meant, the girl blushed with embarrassment and replied that she was being watched by the celestial race. That's why she came without everything, to make it easier for her to hide in the crowd. Looking at her with an intense gaze, our hero explained what he really wanted from her. But the girl misunderstood him again and, covering herself with her cloak, thought that he wanted to possess her here and now. But our young hero replied with a smile that he didn't mean that at all. He wanted to see her wings. He wished he could touch her body to take some feathers for himself. The girl took a deep breath and was relieved that she didn't mind because she would grow new wings. She then extended her hand and gave our hero a gift. Now he had in his hand a huge pile of those beautiful white fluffy feathers from the back of this beauty. But she warned him that no one should know about it, because the heavenly race was very powerful and could track down the owner of such a feather. At that time, the hero watched in amazement as a divine aura radiated around the fluffy object. After that, he immediately added that the girl shouldn't worry about it because he was going to eat all those feathers. Such words surprised her, and she started to cover herself with her cloak again, thinking that our hero was some kind of pervert. But he was back to his ranting and raving, convincing her that he wasn't at all what she might have thought. After a while, the young beauty calmed down and said she believed him. Now it's time to say goodbye, and she must return to Dream City. As they parted, our hero replied that he would not disappoint her. The girl added with a smile that she was looking forward to meeting him. After all, the ghostly mask was a very powerful character who appeared to her in predictions from above. And just a moment later, thanks to her magical ability, she dissolved and there was no trace of her. Only small feathers circled in this spacious room. Miho's furry animal began to purr pleasantly as the hero sat down on the floor. He looked closely at the feather near his eyes. The Vulcan wasn't sure if he really wanted to eat it. According to our hero, the divine power of the celestial race was very powerful, and he wasn't sure if he could withstand such an impact. But he was curious to see what kind of power he could get in such a case. The spiritual master's warning didn't work on our hero, so Vulcan turned his back on him and told him to do whatever he wanted. Then the spiritual master reached out to Miho and took her hands in his own. He was afraid that the little beast would devour everything like our hero, especially what touched the feathers on the ground. And in the next moment, our hero opened his mouth wide and plunged the magic object into his throat, swallowing it with great effort. Then something incredible happened. He felt that the entire space around him had changed dramatically, as if he were in a powerful hallucination. Huge streams of divine power began to pour out of his body, and he screamed loudly and covered his throat with his hand, either from pain or suffocation. At this sight, Vulcan didn't understand what was happening to him, but there was nothing he could do but watch his master. While the spiritual master and Miho moved to another part of the room, our hero tried to control the powerful energy that seemed to be lodged in his throat. After a moment, he thundered again, and his face was nothing like before. His howl was so loud, like the growl of a wild beast somewhere in an abandoned forest. In his subconscious, however, he was completely calm and woke up in a new space filled with water. He rose to his feet and realized that this space was nothing like his familiar world. It felt like he had lost consciousness. He still didn't know where he was. Was this an imaginary world where he had never been before? He still couldn't understand if his body could accept this divine power. Maybe he was supposed to win this mysterious battle. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He turned his head and saw a gigantic waterfall of divine energy pouring out huge masses of water in his direction. That divine power that entered him was like a huge rock, just a small feather and such an incredible power. Now, our hero fully understood what he was really up against. It was a good thing that he didn't fight against that cute girl. In that case, she would definitely beat him. But the longer he thought about it, the more water remained and began to rise higher and higher. Finally, he realized that this wasn't just a magical waterfall, but the real thing, and he was in danger here. It was necessary to defeat this waterfall before such a powerful current of divine power completely engulfed him. But what should he do? As always, our hero had a plan, and he smiled broadly again. Licking his lips, he realized that he had only one choice in this situation. And at that time, in the room where Vulcan was watching our hero, the spirit mentor felt a slight shiver go through his master's body. He turned to our hero and saw that purple mana began to flow over the young man's body. Vulcan understood that the young man was using spiritual energy, but something was wrong. He was using his soul as the main component of that power, which was very dangerous. The little animal was very sad that its new owner couldn't play with it. However, Vulcan calmed the cute furry creature and added that they had to trust this young man, because since he had started this, it meant that he had some kind of plan. As if the flying spirit warrior understood, the furry creature calmed down a bit. However, the spiritual master was still very curious about what would become of his student. He couldn't wait for the moment when his special abilities would manifest. He was extremely curious to see what our hero would surprise him with this time. At that very moment, deep in his subconscious, our hero used his magical power to create a long tube through which he was able to absorb large amounts of the water that was about to reach his belt. He realized that all his efforts were in vain. He was trying to use spiritual force to suppress the divine powers. He thought that the image of eating would be suitable for such a situation, because that power is obtained through satiation. But it didn't work for him. It seems that he should have just let the divine power suppress him. Either way, he'd have to let it go. His eyes widened at the realization that he was constantly trying to show off and build himself up as something special. Maybe these images of a strong warrior were created by his own soul. A different approach was needed, so he activated his magic skills. After a moment, a giant worm appeared, like a terrifying monster from the movie Dune, and began to absorb the powerful energy from the magical waterfall. Now it's really going to happen, our hero said to himself, realizing that he finally knew how to solve this problem in his subconscious. With a sharp movement of his hand, he ordered the giant worm to move extremely fast so that it would have time to absorb the powerful energy water streams. Our hero clearly enjoyed what he was doing. He was getting good at it. His eyes were shining with joy, and he was smiling broadly, because this was exactly what he was going to use to defeat this divine power in such a situation. His huge magic worm couldn't stop absorbing streams of water from this waterfall. He himself had a delicious and enjoyable time watching what was going on. It was yummy. He began to laugh out loud, and saliva flowed from his mouth. He seemed to be at a divine feast, and his food was the divine power he was absorbing. His screams became louder and louder as the magic worm continued to absorb this tremendous flow of divine power with great effort. We are once again transported to a room where our hero lies motionless on the floor, but this time a small smile appears on his face. After a moment, a system message appeared above our hero's body, saying that the evil overlord was smiling at the sight of our hero's efforts. The system also informed him that the evil overlord was overjoyed by what he saw, and he clapped his hands. He exclaimed that it was the birth of a new predatory demon king. We are transported back to some time ago, where two characters sitting on a rooftop were speculating about their powers. The young man on the right reported that he also had his own god, as did his friend on the left, who had the demon ball. The young man claimed that his god was very greedy. He was always up to something, trying to devour everything, but it wasn't enough for him. He wanted to devour everything in the world. It really was a crazy dragon, and his name was Greedy Dragon, and his nickname was Insatiability. Insatiability, our protagonist shouted loudly, and we go back to his subconscious, where he was still absorbing huge streams of divine power thanks to his magic worm. And just a second later, this magical creature slammed its mouth shut with a loud clash of its fangs. Afterwards, Vulcan and the little beast Miho were overjoyed to see our hero come to his senses. He seems to have completely returned to reality. The spiritual master was very interested to know if he had succeeded in realizing what he had planned. Otherwise, he would mock our hero. The young man said with a caustic smile that he wouldn't give Vulcan a chance to make fun of him because he had succeeded. And in the next instant, he showed his servant something quite incredible. A small seed of divine power had appeared in his body. The feather, which he was able to swallow, created in him a special organ for the production of divine energy. The spiritual master was surprised at what he saw, because our hero was only a human being, and he could already have divine power. It was really incredible. Smiling broadly, the spiritual master added that if the creatures of the divine race found out, they would immediately want to kill our hero. The young man replied that he had definitely hurt their ego, and surely those divine powers wouldn't be satisfied with just one kill. So he wouldn't be surprised if the whole divine army rushed here. The spiritual master was envious of our hero. It was a truly amazing result, but it was also very dangerous. In his opinion, the main character was still not strong enough to withstand the bombardment of the four holy beings. If his condition was so unstable, and he had to fight four creatures, he could easily die. A few days later, the hunting ground was on the 10th floor. It was another battle of our hero's spiritual soldiers, who never stopped attacking all the orcs in this forest in a huge stream. They seemed to be collecting them as prey. But there was another warrior among them who wouldn't give up for nothing. He was preparing to attack when, in the next second, our hero's soldiers rushed at him. They weren't expecting such a powerful blow from his axe, which could easily destroy several ghost soldiers. Standing high on the mountain, our hero and the Vulcan watched this impressive scene of an epic battle. As this brave warrior continued to fight with our hero's ghost soldiers, he never stopped roaring loudly in intense hatred for all the enemies who dared to attack him. Suddenly, a strange golden glow appeared from the bodies of the defeated ghost soldiers, attracting the monster's attention. A moment later, someone who didn't fit into the picture of the current battle appeared. It appeared to be a spirit soldier with divine power. Standing high on the mountain, our hero asked the spiritual master how he felt about his abilities now. With a smile, Vulcan added that he had expected to see something like this, so he praised our hero. Meanwhile, the new healer of undead and ghost warriors was healing all the spirit soldiers that had been defeated. The spirit master added that the battle mechanism of the necromancer, that is, our hero, was somewhat disrupted. However, judging by the divine power, this creature was trying to reach a higher state. To which our hero replied that they should be more careful in this case. Behind them, a huge pile of defeated monsters could be seen, and in the middle of this huge pile, someone happily never stopped devouring the loot brought to him. It was our little furry friend, Miho. Now our heroes noticed that he seemed to have had enough and was able to eat everything they brought him. After a moment, a system message appeared saying that the second part of the quest was almost over, and if successful, our hero will receive a reward, increased intimacy with a nine-tailed vixen. The young man was interested in checking the status window and seeing his performance. They'd grown a lot since the last time he checked his stats. Now he had divine power. He also had general stamina and resistance to many poisons. He smiled contentedly and thought to himself that in just a few days, the divine power seed in his body had grown and added 2 points to his stats. He will be able to use it in a critical situation. The spiritual master asked our hero what he would do in such a case. Turning his head in the direction of the magical creature, the young man replied that he should hurry and meet Hendrik, the very dragon in the city. After a while, our heroes found themselves back in this huge, well-equipped city. Our protagonist tried to check with the spiritual master if his information was correct. Vulcan convinced him that yes, he had seen the dragon right there. He didn't do anything, as if he was waiting for someone. They went in the direction of Hendrik, who was a dragon slayer. He was using a dragon shell. Our hero was about to meet him. In the young man's opinion, if that warrior was stuck on the 10th floor, there was a definite reason for it. And maybe Hendrik was waiting for something, hearing the voice of God and demon. But the spiritual master informed our hero that they had now arrived, and just beyond this alley our protagonist should see Hendrik. The young man looked closely, and through the crowd of merchants and warriors, he saw a motionless man who reminded him of the silhouette of that very dragon. This warrior stood motionless as if waiting for someone. After taking a closer look, our protagonist realized that he was indeed a representative of the dragon race. Without thinking for a second, he offered to meet the man. But Vulcan was intimidated by this decision. Was he really going to talk to such a powerful warrior for nothing? He tried to warn our hero that this dragon would not wait for him, and it turned out that he was hitting on a stranger. To which our hero replied that in that case, it would be possible to solve the problem faster and deal with the situation with his fists. Vulcan gritted his teeth even harder, realizing that our hero had gone completely insane trying to find a duel with such a powerful opponent. Then he added that the young man could go without him, but the young man found something to answer him. In his opinion, the spiritual master had simply chickened out. He got scared and shit his pants like the last time. The first spiritual master was more than angry upon hearing these words. And while our heroes were arguing, this noise attracted the attention of a dragon-like man. He listened carefully to this strange noise in the central square of the city. For a while, he covered his eyes and delved into his memories. He remembered the omen that had appeared to him earlier, that there would be someone on the 10th floor who would grant his wish. And all he had to do was wait for that person. Suddenly, there was the clatter of someone's shoes next to him. Our heroes looked at each other, and the young man asked if Hendrik was really the one in front of him. The man with the red eyes replied with a smile that it was, and added that he was really looking forward to the moment when our hero would speak to him. Vulcan's face was also familiar to him. At that time, the spiritual master was overcome with horror at the memory of the battle with this creature. This dragon approached our hero and added that the young man was accepted, as if it were some kind of ritual. Our hero replied that he did not like such directness, but since he's been accepted, in that case, he'll just keep quiet. With his arms folded on his chest, the dragon added that there were too many prying eyes here, so they should have changed the place for the negotiations. And a moment later, they were on their way through the narrow streets of this city to a place that took our hero by surprise. The young man spread his hands and did not understand where Hendrik had led him, for it was simply a dead end. Why not go back to the square, where there were many alleys? But in the next second, the dragon stretched his arms toward the wall, which was actually a magical portal to another subspace. After a moment, the warrior disappeared from our hero's sight and entered an unknown parallel reality. For a while, they wondered what to do in such a situation, but they had no choice but to follow him. They found themselves in a deserted place, but it looked like the same city they had been in before. Dragon explained that it was the so-called subspace, hidden on the 10th floor. The eyes of neither god nor demon can reach here. Looking around, our hero realized that this was definitely the first time he was here. In fact, his vision was even worse than before. Hendrik, however, had a question for our hero. With anger, he shouted confidently and loudly that he would destroy all the dragons in this tower that had killed him. He asked our hero if he would be willing to walk the path with him to achieve this goal. With a grin, our necromancer added that this dragon had a stupid dream, and that he's a complete idiot. Of course, such words greatly annoyed the red-eyed warrior. The situation escalated, and the spiritual master intervened, trying to calm the protagonist down so that he would not provoke the dragon unnecessarily. But it seems to be too late. Our hero has already managed to enrage the creature. Speaking to his servant without words, our protagonist added that Vulcan should remain calm because he had a definite plan. Turning to Hendrik, the young man added that he didn't know what his circumstances were or what had brought him to the tower, but he guessed how this warrior could have gotten to this state. Doesn't Hendrik know that it wasn't just those 4 creatures that killed him and our hero? The necromancer didn't understand why this warrior was so obsessed with dragons, but he made it plain to his opponent that it was clearly not going to be enough for him. Now our protagonist has already loudly declared that he will kill all those freaks who once dared to attack and kill him. He will find and punish them all, no matter who they are. After that, the main character suddenly pointed his index finger in Hendrik's direction and told him that he wasn't fit to be on the same team as our heroes. The red-eyed man was surprised at such audacity. Then he asked our leader if he had thought of fighting all 4 of the big creatures himself, to which the young man replied that he was the same as Hendrik. He had died once, but had come back to life. This convinced him that these great beings, were behind his death. Wasn't that answer enough? When the spiritual master heard this conversation, he was very surprised to hear such words. But all of a sudden, the dragon-shaped man just laughed. Our heroes didn't understand this reaction. They were expecting a completely different answer from this man. After calming down a bit, the dragon added that our hero was right and asked for forgiveness for such emotions. Looking directly into our protagonist's eyes, Hendrik added with a wry smile that he was the same seer Uriel had told him about earlier. It was him, our protagonist. His words caught the necromancer by surprise. But the young man didn't have time to think about how the dragon knew this girl. In the next second, the red-eyed warrior revealed his weapon, and with a slight smile, he added that he definitely liked our hero's behavior. However, He would have to see for himself if the young man was really determined. Huge streams of energy vortex began to swirl around Hendrik, and he prepared to attack. Now that his face was hostile and he was about to attack the protagonist, he wondered what his name really was. The young man removed the mask from his face and gave his real name. He introduced himself as the Death Star of a famous warrior group named Cha Jin-hyuk. Suddenly, someone's powerful, stern, and severe voice sounded beside our heroes. It was an old man cursing loudly and calling this dragon a lizard. The man was extremely unhappy that this warrior was causing trouble in his village again. It seems that they had previously agreed to keep the place quiet. Naturally, our hero was extremely surprised by the sudden appearance of someone else. But it seems that Hendrik was surprised as well, because his demeanor changed drastically and he became quite calm. The main character's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the legendary blacksmith in front of him. The dragon added that it was a man who made his sword. As if preparing for battle, the man held a huge hammer in his right hand. He didn't understand why this dragon had come here again. His image and sudden appearance took our two heroes by surprise, and they could not believe their eyes. There was a goblin in front of them, but it was no ordinary goblin. At that time, the old man turned his attention to our heroes. He could not understand what kind of uninvited guests had appeared in his village. But our two heroes, as if they had not heard his words, remained in deep shock. Was this goblin really alive? The old man overheard their conversation and added that he was indeed alive, that he was not dead, as many people had said. Is something wrong with them? Now our protagonist became more emotional and turned to this man and apologized for his words. That's not what he meant. He was curious to know how this goblin had survived the disaster that had happened earlier. But his words had a completely different effect, and the man swung his hammer and prepared to strike. The old man thought that the bandit before him was the same one who had set his village on fire earlier. But in the next second, the blacksmith's hand was stopped by Hendrik, who tried to calm him down. But the goblin was beyond angry, and his eyes began to fill with tears at the memory of the horrors he had endured. He still thought he was facing the same bandit who had wiped out all his relatives. The man in dragon form tried to reassure his old friend, convincing him that our hero had his own story to tell. The spiritual master intervened in the conversation. He asked the blacksmith if he knew a goblin named Haryu. These words had an effect on the man, who immediately softened and asked the Vulcan which Haryu he was talking about. After a while, the old man invited them to his home workshop. Now that the conflict was over, they could all talk in peace. The blacksmith knew that Haryu was still alive. In Hendrik's opinion, it was really some kind of incredible accident. After all, there was a festival in the village that day, and all the goblins in the tower had gathered on the 100th floor. The old man added that he wasn't feeling very well. After all, he's an old man, so he stayed here. But then, suddenly, there was the fire that destroyed the entire village and many of its inhabitants. Extending his arms in the direction of our hero, he asked him where Haryu was now and if she was okay. The young man replied that she was on the 9th floor and would join them soon. The old man noticed that our hero was holding the same mask that had belonged to the girl. The necromancer added that it was a gift for saving Haryu. Hendrik asked our hero if the girl was really as strong as they said. The young man replied that she wasn't fully formed yet, but in a one-on-one duel, she was stronger than all of them. The red-eyed man realized that she would probably be their temporary ally. However, he was curious to know if Haryu would go all the way with them in their common goal. Grinning, our hero added that Haryu wasn't only willing to go all the way with them, she was also willing to avenge all those who had destroyed her village. After saying that, the old man suddenly stretched out his hands in the direction of our hero and squeezed the palm of his hand. He then bowed his head and thanked the young man. He said that his name was Geno, and that he was a blacksmith in a goblin village. Now that our heroes have a new ally, this old man said he was willing to use all his skills to help them. In return, he asks our hero to help him and Haryu rebuild the village. The young man was still confused. He had not expected such a proposal and such a request, but he could think of nothing better than to agree. Only Vulcan understood the true meaning behind the blacksmith's sudden behavior. It seems that our protagonist was not yet aware that the goblin mask carried the meaning of marriage. It was like a proposal, After a while, the blacksmith showed off his finest blades and added that our hero could take all his equipment with him. Upon examining these fine swords and other weapons, our hero added that they were very different from what the Golden Lich had given him before. Hendrik said that Jinno was the best goblin smith, so of course this weapon was different from anything he had seen before. Both of our heroes thanked the smith for his warm welcome and willingness to help, but now they had to be on their way. But to their great surprise, the old man was already sitting near the wall, and it was obvious from his appearance that he was asleep. Has he fallen asleep? He seemed to have been under a lot of stress all along, and now that he had been released and heard that there were survivors, he could relax and sleep soundly after many years. When he went out, our protagonist said that in such a case it was necessary not to disturb the old man's rest. He would like to bring Haru here as soon as possible so that they can meet. In his opinion, the girl would benefit from meeting the blacksmith. But suddenly, a sharp cry from the spiritual master interrupted our hero's thoughts, because in the next second, a huge energy shot from Hendrik flew in his direction. He barely had time to dodge this powerful attack. The impact was so strong that one of the buildings behind our protagonist's back collapsed. The young man's face changed dramatically, and he was ready to answer. Smiling, the dragon added that our hero had a pretty good reaction speed. He asked Ghost Mask not to take offense, as he had warned him earlier that he would be testing him. And the point of the test was that he wanted to know if he had skills that could kill our hero. To which the main character just laughed, and replied that in that case he would also check on Hendrik and definitely try to kill him. And in the next second, our hero used his powerful energy shot. His attack was so strong and forceful that it pierced through several buildings around him, sending huge cobblestones flying in all directions. Now, our hero was already using all of his power and spirit soldiers to attack his opponent. Well, the battle of the mighty wars has begun. Hendrik barely had time to dodge our hero's powerful attack. He was well aware that his opponent was as strong as he was, if not stronger. But without wasting any time, he abruptly drew his flaming sword and began to destroy all the ghost soldiers that were pointed in his direction with tremendous speed. This action brought him joy as he destroyed all these creatures with ease. But as soon as he came to his senses, in the next second, a huge number of knives, daggers, and other cold weapons that our hero had unleashed flew in his direction. Reflecting on this attack, he said with a smile that it was too weak and that our hero should have been better prepared. For a moment, he lost sight of the young man while our hero tried to attack the dragon from above with a huge sword. The protagonist pointed the tip of his dagger at the dragon. But Hendrik's movement was so quick and sudden that this attack had no effect, and the necromancer's sword flew within centimeters of the dragon's body. This took the young man by surprise, as his opponent had dodged his sword technique so easily. But no sooner had he thought about it than Hendrik's hand gripped his wrist. He recognized his class as a warrior, and the dragon threw him aside with tremendous force. This throw was so powerful that our hero struck one of the buildings, completely destroying it. At this time, the blacksmith continued to sleep in his workshop, while the little furry animal heard some noises outside. Hendrik still didn't understand who was standing before him, a mage or a necromancer. But he complimented our hero, saying that he moved quite well considering his class. However, according to him, there was one problem. In order for our hero's attacks to have any effect, he needs to awaken the monster on the 10th floor. But suddenly, a huge number of chains appeared around the dragon, restricting its movements. Now it was the attack of the spirit master who helped our hero. Getting as close as possible to Hendrik's ear, Vulcan added that he had no chance to fight the first spirit master again. And in the next second, a new energy spear of our hero appeared in the sky, rising from the ashes without a single scratch on it. He loudly cast his spells and was ready to attack. His sudden appearance, as well as his ability to create such a magical weapon, caused a deep shock in the dragon's eyes. With a smile, our protagonist added that he was able to slit the throat of a great orc warrior in a second. It was his strongest magic technique, and he was ready to use it on Hendrik. Then he gave the command to defeat, and the powerful weapon flew towards the dragon that was still chained and unable to move. The dragon was well aware of the danger he was in. He could have lost his life. He drew his sword, and at that moment the pattern on the blade startled the Vulcan, who realized that it was a special sword. It was a dragon sword. Hendrik was able to use a special magic that nullified all the magic charms of our protagonist. He broke all the chains that restricted his movement. Well aware of the threat of our hero's next attack, Vulcan tried to warn his master that his opponent had a very strong sword. But the very next second, Hendrik shouted out his magic spells. And now, his powerful attack easily destroyed the spear that was flying towards him. Our hero was in danger, and he had to defend himself again, because in the next second there was another powerful explosion that destroyed several buildings. Before Vulcan could utter a word, the hilt of his sword struck him hard in the face. With a smile, Hendrik told Vulcan that he didn't believe that this was our hero's strongest hold. And now, as the dragon prepared for another attack, it happily headed towards the place where there was still a lot of dust and rocks, to the place where our protagonist lay. He was ready to end it right here and now. To Hendrik's surprise, our protagonist appeared from the window of a neighboring building and told him that he had other plans. The young man was holding a crossbow. Our brave necromancer added that he had one last, most powerful word. He fired a shot, and a huge number of sharp arrows flew towards Hendrik. But these were no ordinary arrows. The dragon was able to dodge this attack with ease, adding that our hero's shooting ability was simply terrible compared to his sword technique. But that wasn't all the surprises, because a moment later, magical portals behind Hendrik's back activated, sending out a huge number of magical arrows. They came at him from different directions. This was the special magic of our hero. Such an attack had an effect. A huge number of arrows went straight into Hendrik's body, piercing him in many places and wounding him badly. For the first time in a long time, the dragon's face wrinkled in pain and he began to fall down. It was a great stroke of luck for our hero, and he had one last, decisive blow left to end this battle. He tried to use the goblin mask, but he was afraid that it would have a side effect like the last time Haru used it. Our hero's eyes lit up with a completely different flame, and he transformed with this powerful item. His vision now allowed him to see and anticipate future attacks. Wasting no time, he rushed forward while Hendrik was still unconscious after the last assault. But suddenly, his eyes glowed with red fire again, and he gritted his teeth in fury. As soon as our hero reached him, a huge fire whirlwind began to swirl around him. It burned everything in its path. It was very disappointing because our protagonist missed the moment, and now it will definitely not be easy for him to defeat such a strong opponent. After a moment, Hendrik reappeared and declared with a big laugh that our protagonist was indeed strong. In terms of the number of attacks, he lost this battle to our hero. But that was not the end of it. At that moment, his face became like a demon. He began to transform into the dragon that he essentially was. Suddenly, a flaming dragon of enormous size and incredible strength appeared behind Hendrik's back. This warrior flew into the air and, holding his sword high above his head, urged our hero onto another attack. Such a drastic transformation and power did not go unnoticed by the young man, who understood very well that even with this mask, he would not be able to show all his abilities and anticipate the movement of this dragon. He simply doesn't have enough speed. Just one small blow from this powerful beast and our hero will be finished. In this case, he has only one choice. He should use a fox mask. Now, our protagonist has exchanged these two magic items. All I could hope for was this fox mask. The blacksmith started to wake up. He was shocked by what was happening outside. He went back to accusing Hendrik of causing chaos. Meanwhile, Miho quickly ran outside. The smith tried to stop her, for it was very dangerous. In front of the animal's eyes was a huge pillar of fiery energy. The little furry creature realized that an epic battle was taking place. It was then that our hero put on the mask of a fox and hoped for its power. He had to fight Hendrik and the magical dragon he had summoned to his aid. Hendrik activated his dragon sword of assassination, but after a moment, it seemed to vanish into thin air. To our hero's surprise, the fire magic dragon rushed to attack without wasting any time. Its fangs were very close to our hero's face. After this attack, there was a huge explosion. Parts of the houses were blown apart. However, our hero managed to dodge, and Hendrik didn't understand how he did it. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared right behind his opponent's back. Hendrik realized that it was all about the mask on our hero's face. Hendrik offered his enemy to play this dangerous game. Our hero activated his sharp magical claws. He then rushed towards Hendrik. He began to deliver his powerful blows one after another. The two heroes began an epic battle. Huge energy beams spread out in all directions. Hendrik was amazed at how fast our hero was moving. He realized that it was all thanks to the fox mask. Our hero was able to easily dodge his blow and move away. It was a good moment to attack, and he rushed forward. However, to his disappointment, Hendrik was able to activate a magical energy that immediately hit our hero. There was a very powerful explosion that should have destroyed everything around him. A moment later, our hero appeared, seemingly unharmed. His eyes shone brightly, and he was ready to attack again. He then loudly cast a spell called enchantment. A magical flood of love washed over Hendrik. For a second he froze. Hendrik gritted his teeth in anger. Then he shouted loudly and broke our hero's spell. He wasn't interested in men anymore. But not before he was happy that he had managed to fend off this attack. How in the next second our hero got as close to him as possible. He prepared to deliver a powerful blow with his fist. He decided to use his friend's punching technique. Our hero began to cast one spell after another. A huge fist flew towards his opponent. The protagonist used all his power. With a smile on his face, he shouted loudly that Hendrik was about to be finished. A tremendously powerful punch landed right in the middle of his opponent's body. After this powerful attack, whirlwinds of magical power spread out for a long distance. Again, there was a huge explosion that destroyed part of the structure. The mage regained consciousness and lay on the ground with no strength. He wanted to know how the battle had ended. Suddenly, the silhouette of our hero appeared in front of his eyes. He saw a young man who was badly injured after the battle. Blood was flowing from his eyes and mouth. The spirit master tried to stop our hero from continuing the fight. Meanwhile, the young man had used up all his strength and could not move. But suddenly Hendrik reappeared, completely unharmed, and began to cut the ground with his weapon. Hendrik then turned to our hero and said that he was accepted. Our hero shouted loudly that Hendrik wasn't accepted because he used his last blow on him and he didn't even fall down. The protagonist was very angry with Hendrik's behavior. He was too arrogant. The young man realized that his opponent was preparing for another attack. He swung his sword and prepared to strike again. According to him, the young man liked Hendrik as a true warrior. The main character was very scared. He couldn't move and stood still. Suddenly, a huge fire dragon appeared right above his head. Hendrik was pleased to see that his dragon was now attacking our hero. The young man dropped to his knees and watched as the huge mouth of the beast flew straight at him. Now he also whispered that Hendrik had been accepted, so the battle could be over. As soon as he said that, the magic dragon disappeared. Inside the building, the two heroes continued to argue about the battle. Miho was trying to sleep and couldn't hear all the noise. Our hero was covered in bandages and ordered his spirit master to shut up. After this loud scream, he twisted in pain. He sat on the bed, and the spiritual master was surprised at his physical condition. He teased him and assured him that he shouldn't overexert himself. In Vulcan's opinion, our hero was lucky because he had divine powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a powerful blow. Our two heroes continued to shout and argue loudly, while the furry animal just wanted to sleep. But suddenly there was someone else. It was Hendrik, who asked our hero how he felt. Vulcan did not hide his anger, and our hero was happy to see his friend. The spiritual master in him still hoped to defeat this dragon. Out loud, however, he apologized to him for everything that had happened before. Hendrik smiled. For now they were in the same boat, and it was worth forgetting past grievances. Vulcan exhaled in relief and was glad for the words. Vulcan realized that Hendrik was just as crazy as our protagonist during the battle. Hendrik approached our hero and inquired how he was feeling. The young man made no secret of his anger and suggested that his friends attack him immediately. He wanted to win the next fight. Hendrik looked at him calmly and thought that one day he would. Our hero will win. The protagonist calmed down and said that he had called Hendrik to hear his story about his past life as well as his death. Hendrik told them that his family and his entire homeland had disappeared without a trace because of the dragons that destroyed everything around them. But it was only by some miracle that he stayed alive and was saved. Tears streamed from his eyes as a huge number of dragons flew through the sky, never stopping to destroy everything around them. All he had left was his hatred for horns and scales. After that, he began to climb the tower like the other participants. He had a certain ability. The main character said he reminded him of someone he knew. Hendrik said that the 600th floor was where he first killed the dragon, after which he began his revenge. Our hero added that it happened quite quickly. Hendrik explained that from that moment on, he began to hunt the 4 great creatures, but they began to hunt him as well. However, the stronger he became, the weaker were the punishments of these great beings. At the word punishment, our hero was seized with terror, and a cold sweat ran down his back. It was a special system to prevent the tower from being monopolized by participants who reached the higher floors. All participants would receive restrictions on their abilities when their floor was lowered. This is why our hero was once able to take a powerful hit from the Golden Lich. Without the penalties, he'd simply die. The young man asked Hendrik what floor he had been able to reach. It turned out that Hendrik had reached the 900th floor of the tower. On this floor, however, his wanderings came to an end. Our hero was very surprised and thought to himself that Hendrik was very strong indeed. On such a high floor, there were more and more people who tried to catch and destroy Hendrik. In the end, he couldn't handle them, and now he's here with our heroes. But it was the man in the dragon mask who saved him. There was some irony in that. Our hero realized that he was in for a rough ride. Hendrik explained that he wanted to die early, but even that seemed to be very difficult. He decided to take things as they come and use his dragon body to take revenge on everyone. Our hero replied that it was very much like his behavior. Hendrik smiled and couldn't wait for the moment when they would start fighting again. He began to tease our heroes that he was too weak to go up alone. Hendrik added that they had a lot in common, since he was also alone in the last moments of his life. So our hero will probably be alone after a while, too. The two of them should learn from their mistakes. Trying to overcome difficulties alone is overconfidence. According to our hero, they need helpers and allies to fight with. At this point, our hero stood up, and Hendrik said he had a proposal to make. They must form their own guild, their own powerful guild. These words took our protagonist by surprise. Meanwhile, interesting things were happening on the 600th floor of the Sangha Guild House. Someone hurried down to the main building to see one of the members of that guild. It was an old acquaintance of ours. She opened the door loudly. Then she shouted in the direction of her friend, demanding to know what had happened. After that, the two of them saw a picture on the screen of the very village that our protagonist had destroyed. With a sarcastic smile, Kane said that he had received some interesting news from the White Swallow Guild branch on the 10th floor. In his mind, some madman had started a fire and burned everything to the ground, and he was all alone. His words shocked the girl. According to the intelligence, it didn't look like any guild or organization. The girl shouted loudly that it was impossible, for even the strongest warriors would suffer a great punishment on such a low floor. The man snapped his fingers, and the magic screen disappeared. He realized that the criminal on the 10th floor had incredible strength, just like when they first climbed the tower. The girl looked in her friend's direction in confusion. However, in Kane's opinion, this was just a guess so far. The girl asked him what he would do in such a case. Again smiling evasively, the man replied that he would use the same method he had used 10 years ago. I should have just pruned the young sapling. He would hire a capable man, a special assassin as a hunter, and then the problem would be solved. And this powerful hunter was a girl with a gun on her shoulder. The young man thought about Hendrik's proposal. Now he agreed that they should form their own guild. But there was a small catch. Now our hero is on a very special quest. He must become famous throughout the tower before he can reach the 100th floor. He does not want his reputation to be buried under Hendrik's name or the name of their guild. Hendrik wondered what to do in such a situation. In his opinion, the answer in this case was quite simple. He offered our hero to become the leader of their guild. Hendrik added that he never wanted to take the position. He was unsure of his own abilities. However, a prominent necromancer like our protagonist is a very talented person, capable of commanding an entire army. Our protagonist was well aware that he was weaker than Hendrik, and if he becomes the head of the guild, he'll probably have to give orders to his friend. He asked Hendrik if he would obey his orders. Suddenly, Hendrik fell to his knees and bowed his head as a sign of deep respect. His action took the young man by surprise. Hendrik understood that such behavior would certainly suit our hero. He reminded our protagonist that he once had to endure a very severe insult. Therefore, he was extremely angry, because at that time he was trampled like a small bug by a huge hand. And for the sake of his main goal and revenge, he was willing to submit to someone weaker than himself. Our hero smiled broadly for the first time in a long time. For the sake of their joint revenge, our hero will become the head of the guild. Hendrik said that his friend had made the right decision. The spirit master inquired about the name of the guild. For a second, the masked man was confused and didn't know what to say. Then he uttered the word confrontation. In his opinion, that was the best name for the guild. Now they decided to talk to their old acquaintance, the puppeteer, to make a contribution to the trading company and get all the paperwork done. Our hero returned to the Golden Lich Company representative with whom he had spoken earlier. He was interested in meeting the puppet master, the head of the office. The representative replied that he was the supervisor here. Suddenly, our hero saw another familiar face. It was Kin, who smiled happily at the sight of his friend. He replied that the mage tower was under repair, so they had managed to become friends, as he came here often. The speaker replied that they had indeed become good friends. He then asked our hero why he had come here. In a stern voice, the masked man said that he wanted to form a new guild. According to the company representative, if he opened his guild, anyone could join it. However, at least 2 people are required to form a guild. Suddenly, our other heroes appeared. Now they're definitely enough to form a guild. The company representative and Kin rushed forward because they couldn't believe their eyes. There was a dragon right in front of them. Hendrik didn't understand what was going on or what all the fuss was about. The protagonist said that it wasn't everyone in the guild. He sent an invitation to the others. Meanwhile, a magical letter from our hero appeared in the blacksmith's house. It also came to the puppet master. His subordinate brought this magic letter from our hero. Many other players, including the Golden Lich himself, received this letter. He was very interested in taking part in this event. After a while, our protagonist fought again with a shot from his fingers. A huge magical strike erupted from his hands and hit one orc after another. He destroyed all these monsters with ease, blowing huge holes in their bodies. Hendrik and our hero discussed something while the ghost soldiers brought new prey for our furry friend to this huge pile. There was only a little left, and Miho would be fully fed with fresh liver. A moment later, the figure changed and now the task seemed to be completed. In the next second, a huge magic beam appeared behind their backs. Our 2 heroes didn't know what it meant and covered their faces because the vortex was extremely powerful. A bright spot of light appeared in the sky, with magical vortices swirling around it. A new system message surprised our hero. It turned out that Miho, the 9-tailed fox, was searching for his true identity. The spirit master shouted for our protagonist to look in the direction where he thought he would find something amazing. An incredible silhouette appeared in front of our hero's eyes. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. Now everyone finally realized that this was the real image of Miho's little furry animal. A beautiful, gorgeous girl appeared before our heroes, with little ears on her head, like a foxglove. Suddenly, she fell from the sky, and our hero could barely catch her. Both our heroes ran to her to find out the details of what had happened. System notifications kept popping up. The girl in our hero's hands gradually began to speak. She was very beautiful. Suddenly, she called our hero her daddy. All 3 men felt a slight chill after hearing those words. Suddenly, someone else appeared behind our hero's backs. It was Harwai. She was happy to meet her little brother, our hero. The young man didn't hide his irritation and looked sternly in their direction. Meanwhile, the fox girl had no idea what was going on. Miho didn't understand where this girl came from. She pointed her finger at her and asked our hero who she was. Meanwhile, Haryu was surprised to hear the word daddy. Our hero didn't understand what was going on, so he turned to the fox. A new system message informed him that the quest had been completed. Now Miho has become his pet. Our hero was very surprised because it was an unexpected reward. Now he has to tell everyone that she's his daughter. The other heroes began to make fun of him. Hendrik was surprised that humans could give birth to foxes. Meanwhile, Haryu came very close and fell to her knees. Her expression was completely bizarre, and she was talking nonsense. The girl convinced herself that she had to take it for granted. Meanwhile, Hendrik came closer to meet Haryu. He told her that he was a dragon and was here to help our hero. But suddenly, Haryu's look changed greatly at the sight of this figure. The terrible memories of the burned village came back to Haryu. She remembered how everything around her was burning in a terrible fire. The goblins tried to escape and ran away, while the little girl cried loudly, unable to cope with the situation. This figure reminded her of the previously familiar silhouette responsible for everything that had happened in the village. It seemed to be the same dragon that had burned down her village. With intense anger, the girl gritted her teeth and quickly grabbed her sword. She prepared to strike. Shouting the word, "Die!" loudly, she swung her sword. Hendrik barely managed to block the powerful blow in time. Hendrik turned to our hero and asked for his help in explaining to this girl why he was really here. But the protagonist just smiled and told Hendrik to deal with the situation himself. He had no choice but to accept the duel, even though he realized that the girl might get hurt badly. Meanwhile, Haryu tried to land another blow on Hendrik. She was very angry and wild, but she was no threat to Hendrik, and he just smiled. After his thoughts, he swung his sword sharply and threw the girl a long way away. His sword stroke was so powerful that Haryu flew through the thick forest for a long distance. But as soon as the dust settled on the ground, Haryu prepared for another attack and ran towards Hendrik. The two swords of our heroes clashed again, and their faces were extremely serious, especially the girl's. Hendrik explained that the girl was strong enough, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. He called his dragon to his aid, and it began to fight Haryu. The girl felt this incredible power and could do nothing. Hendrik once again threw Haryu a great distance away, causing her to dig a huge trench in the ground. The difference in strength was so great that she lay motionless on the ground, unable to move. She was convinced that the enemy was right in front of her, but she didn't have the strength to take revenge on him. A smiling Hendrik appeared directly above the girl and said that he was the dragon. Laughing loudly, he shouted to the goblin girl that this time he would give her the power to kill him. He would prove to her why they called him the Dragon Slayer. It was then that the girl found the strength to make another attack. She lunged at Hendrik, but he just smiled and said that she looked very funny. Haryu shouted loudly and swung her hand to deliver a powerful blow. But to the girl's dismay, Hendrik easily deflected the attack. Haryu was extremely surprised because he could only do it with one hand. In the next second, Hendrik kicked her in the stomach with his foot. The air comes out of her mouth and she immediately falls to her knees. Hendrik explained to her that his sword was much stronger than hers. The girl understood that the Dragon Slayer's sword was very strong. All their thoughts were on one thing: revenge. Hendrik expected another attack and was overjoyed. Magical energy swirled around him, while Haryu's sword emitted pink mana. Her eyes shone brightly, and she walked in Hendrik's direction. The dragon was surprised by her appearance and couldn't believe his eyes. The girl found her strength and shouted loudly that he would pay for the dead goblins in the village. Haryu made a powerful jump and prepared for another attack, while Hendrik realized that her strength exceeded her current level. So the sword gave her new strength for the battle. The dragon realized that the owner of such a sword could be in danger. Reflecting her attack with ease, he motioned for the girl to let go of her sword. He shouted at her that the power of the sword was like a parasite sucking on her. She can't handle that kind of energy alone. Hendrik's words began to reach the girl, who gritted her teeth and didn't know what to do next. The burned village was still in her mind, and she wanted to take revenge. In the next second, Haryu's eyes heated up and glowed even brighter. After that, she shouted loudly that she would only let go of the sword if the dragon died. Haryu began to swing her sword quickly, cutting the giant rocks in half. After a while, the girl calmed down, and Hendrik watched her from the air. He realized that she also hated dragons intensely. They had a lot in common. In that case, he must prevent her from carrying out her plan. At that moment, a huge magical dragon appeared above his head. With a stern voice, Hendrik told her that the girl would be in great pain, but she would not die. Haryu's eyes were filled with fear, for she did not understand what was about to happen. In the next second, a huge, powerful beam of fire rained down on the cute girl. At the same time, a huge explosion was heard, which felled many trees in the forest. The shock wave threw Haryu high into the air, and her sword fell from her hands. As she fell to the ground, she began to lose consciousness. Suddenly, Haryu found herself in a familiar place. It was a forest near a goblin village. A soccer ball lay at her feet. She picked it up and held it in her hands. Suddenly, someone called out to her, and she turned in the direction of the sound. She was approached by some boys from the village who had lost their ball. They were very grateful that she had found it. But the next second, the little goblin girl suddenly asked Haryu why she was the only one to survive out of everyone in the village. Haryu was struck with a deep fear as she realized that there were dead people in front of her. Suddenly, the girl's small hand touched her shoulder, and in the next second, the little girl's face became terribly frightening. She moved as close as she could to Haryu and begged him to save her. The little girl's soul cried out that she wanted to live just like Haryu. The girl's eyes filled with tears, and cold sweat ran down her back. At this point, the voices became louder and the dead villagers became more numerous. They couldn't stop asking Haryu why she was the only one to survive. Haryu gritted her teeth and couldn't understand how she managed to survive. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in front of her and told her that she survived because she had to stay alive. Our hero added that a person who could hold the dragon slayer's sword in his hands was bound to survive. Even if all the goblins died, the only one who could avenge them would be Haryu. Hendrik ordered her to stand up, and the girl rose to her feet. Suddenly, Haryu said that the goblins were a tribe that never forgot gratitude and revenge. Her words took Hendrik by surprise. It amazed him that she was able to get up after such a powerful attack. But in the next second, Haryu rushed towards him with her sword out. Her eyes were covered with a white veil, and she screamed loudly. Her sharp blade was able to penetrate Hendrik's body. Her attack seemed to be successful. However, it turned out that her weapon shattered into small pieces, leaving Hendrik unharmed. Our hero looked down at her and declared that this was her limit. He then added that the girl must become stronger. She must become strong enough to avenge all the dead goblins. Our two heroes fell from the sky to the ground, and the girl lay in the middle of Hendrik's chest. The masked man and the spirit master rushed over to see if they were all right. Hendrik declared that he was fine, while the girl lay motionless, using all her strength. He was happy to see her head on his chest. Hendrik explained that she was very tired and needed some sleep. Sometime later, in one of the city's hotels, the girl lay motionless in bed, her eyes closed. While our heroes realized that she had exhausted her body and gone beyond its limits, Hendrik explained that she would probably try to attack him again when she opened her eyes. He understood that there were dragons among those who attacked the village, so her behavior was obvious. In that case, she would have to overcome her aversion, since the weapon's misbehavior was the master's fault. Our hero thought for a moment and didn't know what to say. Then he called Hendrik outside to continue the conversation. The protagonist told his friend that he had the whole second floor to himself. Hendrik replied that there was no need to worry about his feelings. But the young man shouted that he wasn't worried about Hendrik, but about Haryu. She would feel safer without a dragon at her side. A light breeze blew the curtains aside in the room where Haryu was still sleeping. She slowly came to her senses and opened her eyes. She didn't realize who was standing in front of her and thought it was her little brother. The girl in the form of a vixen was very happy to see her wake up. However, Haryu did not share her excitement and was terrified. Our protagonist entered the room. Haryu replied that she had come to her senses, although she still didn't understand what had happened to her. The girl in the shape of a fox called our hero her daddy again. But suddenly, Haryu's vision blurred again and she fainted again. Our hero asked Miho to be quiet, so as not to frighten Haryu. The young goblin slept soundly in her bed. After a while, all our heroes were on the street. They gathered all their belongings to leave the 10th floor. Haryu said with a smile that even though her sword was broken, It was as if it was still a part of her. Hendrik explained that all his things were made of magic, so he hadn't forgotten anything. Miho replied in the same way, saying that she didn't have any belongings left here. Our hero was surprised because Miho didn't call him daddy, but big brother. Haru happily informed the protagonist that she was the one who taught Miho that word. According to Haru, Miho was still very young, so of course she couldn't tell the difference between her daddy and her big brother. The goblin girl looked sternly in Miho's direction and demanded that she call our hero by his new name, Big Brother. Suddenly, our protagonist held out some scrolls to his friends. It was a scroll about moving through space. If you tore it, you could be transported to the hall prepared by the Golden Lich. Although it was very expensive, our heroes could still afford it. The Spirit Master shouted, because he also wanted to get his scroll. The masked man replied that he had almost forgotten about his friend and snapped his fingers. After that, Vulcan began to move quickly to the magical center in our hero's body. Now that everything was ready, our hero proposed to leave. After saying that, he tore one of the magic scrolls in half. Suddenly, all of our heroes began to teleport through space. They entered a large, spacious, lavishly decorated room that the Golden Lich had prepared in advance. Everything in this room was made of magic. Suddenly, someone else appeared next to Haru. It was the same blacksmith from the village who recognized his relative. Haru was happy to see her grandfather and rushed over to hug him. They sobbed loudly and tears streamed from their eyes. They finally met. It was a great relief for our heroes. Suddenly, someone else appeared in the room and loudly opened the doors. The Golden Lich entered the room. Our hero asked his friend to keep his voice down in front of the goblins, who were still crying loudly. The puppeteer behind his master's back couldn't believe that our hero had been named the Death Star. Removing the mask from his face, the young man replied that it was him, the one who died 10 years ago, but was still alive. After a while, the Golden Lich finished reading his report. All of our heroes have gathered in this new guild to make a great decision. The puppet master raised his hand, for he still had questions. He didn't fully understand the report. It turns out that the 4 creatures have been secretly destroying goblins with certain abilities all this time. Even the ghost mask, that is, our hero, is a victim who is resurrected. Our hero confirmed the puppeteer's conclusion and said that their main goal was to take revenge on everyone who had wronged them. Smiling, the young man said the word confrontation out loud. He was determined to turn the whole world upside down. His words had completely captivated everyone in the room. The door to the magic room was still open. The Golden Lich asked our hero what he would do next. With a smile, the young man replied that he had no choice but to continue climbing the tower. The rest of us had to do the same, to maximize our strength. According to our hero, in order to survive the storm, you have to become a hurricane yourself. Suddenly, Haru appeared behind Grandpa's back. She took her relative's hand and asked him if he would continue to climb the tower with them. The old man looked away and thanked her for her flattering words. Suddenly, he announced to her that he would have to travel separately from the rest of the team. These words shocked Haru to the core, and the smith added that he would make sure the girl was safe. He felt his anger diminish as well as Haru's. In his opinion, if they fought together, they would calm down and stop fighting. The goblin's last sword could not be dulled because of an old man like him. After saying that, he held out the scroll to the girl and said that he would now have a different name. He advised the girl to remember the anger and responsibility that every goblin has. She had to take her revenge. Our hero went over to Haru and took her by the shoulder. He said he had a job for the blacksmith. The young man added that he wanted to establish his guild's base on the 100th floor. He asked the Golden Lich to investigate the goblin village. The CEO replied that it would be no problem as long as he chose a property manager. Our hero immediately declared that he had the right person for the job, the best blacksmith among the goblins. A long-time resident of the 100th floor and well-versed in the area. Having said these words, the Golden Lich hesitated. Then he ordered the puppeteer to take the blacksmith to the 100th floor. The manager of the company approached the old man and said that he would accompany him on this journey. Now that everyone's goals were set, our hero said it was time for them to hit the road. All of our heroes, our entire standoff force, were ready for future battles. Putting on his most powerful goblin mask, The protagonist added that they must live up to the guild's name. After a while, the protagonist found himself in the safe zone of the 11th floor. He stepped out of the magic portal and turned his attention to the tower that stood in the middle of the city. He now realized that this was the real beginning of his revenge, and he would deal with all those who had previously mistreated him. He will find and punish each and every one of them and avenge all that they have done to him. His enemies can only wait. He doesn't care how high they have risen, because he will destroy them. But suddenly someone else appeared behind our hero's back. It seems to be the same girl hunter who was hired to follow our hero.